You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening, guys? Jeez. I swear StreamYard just they keep upgrading their stuff, and I'm like, where is this? Where is that? My God, StreamYard, you're killing me. You're killing me. But hey, we're here. We made it through another week, guys. Oh, let's put on that mood music, right? Why don't we? Huh? All right. Made it through another week, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Let's have some fun conversations, huh? Got some nerdy things to talk about. Superman on home video now. I mean, my timeline, I was, work kicked my ass. Work's been kicking my ass for the past couple of days. So I haven't really been on, during the day, obviously, because I'm a hard worker and Twitter can be a distraction. But yeah, I've just seen clips, like full HD clips. I basically have watched the movie for a fourth time. Just scrolling through my Twitter, it's like amazing. People just ripping scenes and putting them out there and everything. But anyways, yeah, it is. Superman's on home video now. You can now purchase it for, I think, $30 and rent it for $25, something like that. So cheers. I'm still debating whether I'm going to do that or just wait for the actual physical copy. I don't know. We'll see. I don't buy too many physical copies, and I know I should. I just don't have space for it right now, I don't have space for it. I'm renting out 2 rooms in this house, and there's not a lot of space for that kind of stuff. But hey, we'll see what happens. Anyways, guys, welcome to the Vodka stream. You guys are all right? We got Phil right here. I'm 3 eggplants. I think it has to do with Peacemaker, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Good to see you, Phil. Of course, Phil will be on the panel. Nobody 2 was good. The F-bombs overstayed their welcome. Connie Nielsen was awesome, and Christopher Lloyd made me laugh. Yeah, I'm going to give my full review of Nobody 2, of course, as I do at the beginning of the Vodka stream. Give my full review of the movie I watched. I gave my reaction yesterday, and now that I've sat on it for, I don't know, a little over 24 hours. Yeah, about 24 hours. Peacemaker hype. Gunn promised a really big cameo in the finale. Any guesses who? Batman. No, it'd probably be Booster Gold or something. I wouldn't be surprised if Booster Gold. It's probably going to be Booster Gold. If I had to guess, Booster Gold. Should I say his name one more time? Booster Gold. It just seems like that. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people that would probably be thinking, well, what if it's Batman? I just don't think Batman would be a good spot for that. I don't know. It's happening. We got Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Good to see ya. Love you. How about them Dodgers not in first place anymore? You're welcome. Because the Giants keep losing. That's why. Trust me. It's bad. It's bad. It's so bad. Superman. Doing that Peacemaker's buy is an amazing way to make people not want to watch. Is that what they did? I didn't know that. Did they actually reveal that? Because people hate bi people? What's happening here, Superman? What are we talking about here? Is it like in your face, or is it just something that's casually thrown out there? I actually it wouldn't surprise me that he's actually bi, to be honest. So apparently that's the thing you don't like. Okay, well, hey, have fun at church on Sunday. Pray to the gods that you don't have to watch it. Monique. Happy, let's see, hello all. Hope you are having an amazing Friday. It's pork loin, creamy cucumber salad, yum, and TikTok viral boiled onion for dinner tonight. Oh, so there's a viral TikTok thing, that dish that you made, huh? Boiled onion. That sounds kind of interesting. Pork loin is good, creamy. I'm a cucumber fan. I love cucumber, and I love cucumber salad. So, and you made it creamy. That's pretty sweet. So yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, see, he was, yeah. So he talked about it sometimes, I'm pretty sure but again, I'm pretty sure, the entire season is not him kissing dudes. Just shield your eyes when that happens. That's all. It's probably going to happen one time. Maybe he kisses a dude, and then, I don't really like watching 2 guys kiss either, I'm not. It's like, okay, that happens, cool, whatever. I just kind of go, okay. You know, to be honest, I don't even like kissing scenes, to be honest, especially when you're watching with people. Doesn't that get awkward? You're watching by yourself, it's one thing, but especially if you're watching with your parents, you're watching like a romantic scene. It just gets kind of awkward. I don't know. Kissing scenes in general, I'm like, all right, let's move it along. I get it. I mean, obviously, it depends on the context of the story, but yeah, even like when I see a man and a woman kiss, I just kind of go, all right, let's get on. Stop. Let's go. Let's get on with the story. Anyways. So, okay, what else we got? Hey, what's going on, Dell? What's happening, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, always great to see you, buddy. We got Sonny right here. Cape shit aside. Glad to see Weapons doing well. Horror genre staying consistent, thriving. Watch Naked Gun. Good. See? Good. It's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes, yeah, the cape shit gets a little too much. And Joe, trust me, I got something to rant about tonight when it comes to some of your buddies there, Sonny. That's for sure. Arkham Knight 99. Of course, love that profile pic. That's pretty sweet. After Wednesday's stream, Walmart had the Superman Steelbook back in stock, but the time it took, update my card file was out of stock again. Wow, it's almost like Superman was a little popular. I keep on hearing that it was a flop. You know, keep having guys in my mentions saying super flop. You know, but it was kind of funny, though, because I don't know where the box office is going to end. It's going to end, you know, just above 600 million. That's a flop. Man of Steel 680, not a flop. I mean, if somebody brought that to my attention, wow, if it were to make that, okay, I don't know. Math doesn't make sense. Tribalism, that's for sure. Yes, Axel. That's Axel. He's actually in the first one, too. Crazy. It is crazy. It's happening. Mr. Jose, cheers Superman not beating Man of Steel box office. I know you're happy. I kid. Like I said, you know, it's you know, it's whatever. I don't care. Man of Steel is still my favorite movie, Superman movie. So, but how about them Dodgers losing that first place? That's all. Well, at least they're doing better than the Giants. See, there's that. There is that. Giants are done. They're done. They just cannot. They look so terrible right now. They look so terrible. They don't have a fighting chance. And they deserve it for trading Yazzie. I'm not even putting on the game tonight. Not even putting on the game because it's just bad. But I mean, but the Dodgers, they should not be struggling the way they are. With that team, they should not be. I'm just saying. Dodgers should not be doing that. Being gay is fine, but bi isn't a real thing. Okay, so bi isn't a real thing. Superman, you're really just doing that thing. It's not a real thing. I don't know. Tell that to some of my ex-girlfriends. All right. Mr. Trevino, salud. What's happening? Happy Friday. Going to preseason Lions football game tomorrow. That's pretty awesome. And then watching the TMNT in theaters. That's right. They're doing the re-release this weekend. I wonder if that's anywhere around me. I might have to sniff that out. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll have to do that if I can find somewhere. Excited for the weekend to start. All right. That's pretty cool. Cameron, Film Junkie, did you see the Jeff Snyder crashing out? Yes, that is one of the things. That is the thing that is going to be tonight's Vodka stream rant. That's for sure. That's what I'm going to bring up because, oh my God, that fucking idiot. Mr. Balgo, what's happening? Looking forward to watching Superman this weekend with my wife who has not seen it yet. I really enjoy seeing her reactions. Yeah, isn't that fun? That's fun. I mean, that was always fun, you know, like my ex, when she hadn't seen certain things. I mean, just with anybody in general, it's always just like a fun thing to like show somebody a movie you really like or show something, you know, just to get their reaction, explain shit. You know, it's just fun. It's absolutely fun. So, all right, what else we got here? That's pretty much it. Fandom events, Dave, AMC does them. Okay, so it is AMC. There's no AMCs around here, so yeah, probably not gonna see it. Took Man of Steel 13 weeks. Yeah, there's that whole thing too. Yeah, like I said, it's I don't know. To me, I'm just like, I'm so tired of the box office stuff. I mean, Snyder fans are seeing a sigh of relief that they don't have to use the inflation thing anymore. They're like, oh, we don't have to do inflation anymore. Shit. Whew. Of course, the number that they'd never do inflate is the budget. Remember that. I brought that up in my whole box office breakdown. It's like, hey, if you're going to inflate the box office total, you got to inflate the production budget too. So that 225 is like 285 production budget. And then if you then start doing the math again, like I said, we could do this numbers game back and forth, or we could just not give a shit and just say like, hey, successful Superman movies are fun and great. I love them both. Well, yeah. So we could just do that instead. Why not? That's just like one of those things. Hey, I like going to the movies. In fact, I went to the movies last night and saw Nobody 2. Good segue right there, right? It takes a pro. Anyways, so Nobody 2. I am a huge fan of the first one, and I can't believe it came out in 2021, I think. It just felt like it came out like a year or two ago. It just was like, holy shit. It came out, obviously during the pandemic, yeah. But it was like one of my favorite movies of that year, and I've seen it numerous times. It's just one of those feel-good, fun movies. Fun movies. And Bob Odenkirk's great. And what's great about, and I remember seeing interviews also when it comes to him and playing this character. This character is just the fact that Hutch, playing the character of Hutch. I mean, Bob Odenkirk almost, I think he had like a heart attack thing. He had like a health thing where he like, I think it was on the set of Better Call Saul or something like that, where he had a health scare. And that actually kind of made him go, shit, I got to start taking care of myself. And the fact that he had to get in shape for the first Nobody, and then in interviews that I saw, interviews with him when it came to Nobody 2, he talked about how the whole thing of like when the first Nobody, he was just getting into shape, and then he kept in shape, like he kept it up. He didn't just like, because how some actors like they get in shape for a movie and then they just go, all right, now back to just eating whatever the fuck and being lazy. Bob Odenkirk stayed in shape because of that health scare. So he said it was easier doing Nobody 2 than the first Nobody, which is pretty cool. I love that. Everybody should. You got to get some kind of exercise in, guys, and try to eat something that's, that's somebody, that's not just like scraped off the ground of a food truck. All right. Let's try to fit in some healthy shit in there. You got to do that. But anyways, when it comes to Nobody 2, yeah, I really enjoyed it. Not much has changed from my first reaction and how I said, the first one had so much meat on the bone. There was so much there. There's so much mystery and so much intrigue and introducing the characters. And then, of course, just having the batshit crazy action, which is still here in the second one. But it's just like, but that whole meat on the bone, like mystery and this, that, and this just wasn't quite there. It was just kind of like, well, here's just the sequel. And here's how outrageous it is. He's trying to have fun with his family, going to this place that he went to as a kid. And it's being run by a crazy fucking woman who like deals drugs and shit through the city. So then he stumbles upon it and blah, 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 blah. And it's still very enjoyable. It just doesn't have that meat on that bone as the first one. And I was kind of wondering if they were going to explore more of his backstory and more of like the world. And maybe they just didn't want to do that. They're like, no, let's just kind of continue it like this. But and then I felt like Christopher Lloyd was a little underused too. I felt like he was a little underused. I wish there was a little bit more Christopher Lloyd in the movie. But like I said, overall, really good stuff. It's a fun one. If you like the first movie, you're gonna like this one. So cheers to Nobody 2. Go see it. Go see it. Go see it if you like the first one. But all right. Let's talk about something right here. Oh boy. Good Lord. Yep, got to bring this up. This is just, oh my God, I can't believe it. I hate seeing this guy's fucking face. Hate seeing his face. But I got to bring this up, guys. Oh, good old Jeff Sneider. Jeff Sneider, yeah. He's waging a war, guys. That's right. Good old Jeff Sneider from his computer chair is waging a war. That's right. He has taken it upon himself to call out James Gunn, good old Jimmy Guns, calling him out And why? Well, it's because, Jimmy Gunn has tried to debunk a lot of the things. And yeah, Jeff Sneider doesn't have really a good track record when it comes to scoops of the DCU. By the way, apparently I saw like a screenshot of a tweet. I mean, I think that was, who knows? He's got me blocked, so I never really see his tweets. He blocked me a long time ago because I made fun of him when he lost his mind. One of the other 576 times he's lost his mind on Twitter. I made fun of him a while back. If you guys remember that, I did a video. It was fun. But so I saw a tweet that actually, his full-time job is not this. He actually has another job. Apparently he talked about it. He tweeted about it. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense that he's not doing this full-time because... But then of course he was saying like, man, if he didn't have to have his job, he could like have more scoops and more of this and more of that. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Your whole you think your whole goal in life is just to like spoil movies? That's what your whole goal in life should be, is to spoil movies. Because that's essentially what the scooper game is. I mean, yeah, there could be some cool things when it comes to scoops. Sure, casting stuff, fine. But when you're flat out just trying to spoil movies, and that's what a lot of the scooper madness is, it's like, oh man, I don't like that. I don't like that whole part of it. And there's only a handful of like scoopers that I'll actually like trust. But I don't know if you guys saw this, but this is Jeff Snyder losing his mind over James Gunn, and it's absolutely hilarious. So check this out. Check this out, guys.
I'm on Twitter to be a big man. More people I know are gonna have read that fucking script, and I'm gonna fucking leak every goddamn fucking thing I hear about it because he's an asshole. Okay, wow. Matt Reeves doesn't behave like this. No, Matt Reeves, I'm totally cool with. No beef with Matt Reeves at all. James Gunn, you want to fucking dance, bro? What can you do to me? You can't do fucking anything to me, whereas I can rip your fucking universe apart. So watch yourself, my friend.
Oh my God. Look at the big balls on this guy. Jeez. Man. By the way, his hair is running away from his face, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. That fucking... Jeez. Just shave it off, man. Shave it off. There's no saving that right there. You've aged like 40 years in the last 15. Oh. And he's my age, by the way. We're like the same age. By the way, we're the same age. So, Look at that. Yeah, my hair might be a mess, but it's there. Not a lot of gray. A little salt and pepper. Just saying. Cheers, Jeff, you fucking idiot. So, yeah, apparently he wants to dance. He's all about dancing. You want to dance? Jimmy Guns, you want to dance? Let's do this. I'm going to rip your universe apart. So he's going to try to get scripts, the next script, the next Superman saga script, and then he's going to like leak it out and everything, and nothing can happen to him. Nothing can happen to him. Really? Really, nothing can happen to him? Yes, there can be legal ramifications for doing that, you fucking idiot. You could get in trouble for leaking an entire script. Yes, you can. I don't know. I mean, I think he's just, I don't know. He's probably on fucking, who knows what the hell whatever pills he's popping to get him all animated. Maybe too much caffeine. Oh, I don't know. He's on maybe something that's amping him up a little bit, but he could get in serious trouble. He could, if he were to leak an entire script. That's what's so funny. It's like, dude, put your saggy balls back into your shorts. You don't have anything here, bud. You don't. You really don't. You don't. So, and yeah, sorry that I made, I get it. People, the hair thing, I shouldn't, I'm making fun of him. I'm sure, some of the people out there are watching this. Yeah, I get it. That's not a thing that you can help when it comes to the hair loss thing. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm just making fun of him. That's all. Anyways, no, but like, it's just so funny that he thinks that nothing can happen. Nothing can happen. Really? Nothing can happen. I'm like, come on, dude. I mean, what are we doing here? Just because, I mean, he's literally had scoops that were wrong. Scoops that are wrong. And then James Gunn he debunks the scoops, because that's when I like it, when James Gunn is talking on the internet. Sometimes I'm like, dude, shut up. Stop responding to everybody. You don't need to do that. But when it comes to responding to like this asshole's tweets or in his scoops and everything, yeah, 100%. I love it when James Gunn does that, and he should do that. And just because you're wrong, dude, you're throwing a fit. You're throwing a fit like this to where you want to like find the next scripts and expose the whole thing, where you would actually get in legal trouble. He's just talking a big game. He's all bark. He's no bite. He's not gonna fucking do that. He's just talking all, and kudos to John Roca for giving him the platform to do this and just like nodding and agreeing. Yeah. Jeff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. John Roca's just like trying to get the views. He's just like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good on you, John Roca, too, for, fucking, just nodding and agreeing to your fucking buddy here. Yeah. Okay. Good job. Jesus Christ. That guy. Yeah. Nice guy. Talked to him like three years ago or something. I had him on the Vodka stream. He was a nice guy. Felt fake as fuck, but nice guy. Anyways, so this is just like, it's just posturing because I think the scooper game is starting to dwindle. The scooper game is a lot stronger back in a few years ago, but it's not as strong now, which is good. But the thing that irks me the most about all of this, is the fact that Zack Snyder fans, the crazy diehards, are championing this asshole because he's going up against James Gunn. That's what irks me the most. And that's where I found this video. I went for my For You page, and this guy who actually follows me, and of course, he says a tweet, as the summer of Superman ends, starts fall of Superman. This movie failure has started a catastrophic event and has all the access media going nuts. I love it here. And then he posted that because now these guys are championing, these diehards are championing Jeff Sneider. Are you fucking kidding me? I've said this before and I'll say it again. You know how much shit this guy talked about when it came to the Snyder Cut? He said it didn't exist. He talked shit on Zack Snyder fans. He talked shit on you guys. Did you forget that? Oh, wait. You did, because now he's on your tribalistic side, this rally, this war against James Gunn. Now all of a sudden you're embracing him. Oh, let's forget about that. Even though I don't know how many times I get one of you fucking assholes in my mentions talking about, hey, they said all this shit to us, when it came to Man of Steel and BVS. I'm like, well, here's a guy that specifically on video that you can find talked all kinds of shit about Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut and everything, but you're championing him. So what the fuck? Trying to figure it out here, but it's just tribalism. Tribalism is an ugly thing. And that's all this is. It's like, oh, now he's on our side? Well, we're just going to forget about all the stuff beforehand. We don't forget about other people that talk shit, but we're going to forget about him because he's going up against James Gunn. I'm like, yeah, wow. And I'm like, you guys are probably looking up to this guy. Like, oh, look at this guy. Oh, that's just sad. That's what irks me the most. I'm like, yeah, you guys are really doing a good job of ruining the credibility of this fandom. It's been like this for the past few years, where I'm just embarrassed to even say I'm a Snyder fan sometimes. But I always try to specify that it's just a loud minority. It's not, but that's just the way fandom is. A loud minority is always, what people pay attention to as more than the positive, majority. And that's what sucks. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys, can you just not talk about Superman and James Gunn for one day, or at least for like 4 hours? Could you not do it and just talk about something else and go outside? And I just always wonder, like, does your family know about what you do? I don't know. It's all freaking crazy, but man, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say about that. Yeah, Roca, yeah. Seemed like a nice guy. Like I said, we had a great conversation when he came on the Vodka stream. Of course, he told me that he was like, yeah, I want to bring you onto my stream. And I never heard from him again. That's usually what happens. A lot of these, what I've noticed, when I've had certain guests on, I can usually go, all right, this person's not fully authentic. Sometimes that's why I don't really do a lot of guests anymore. I'll have guests every now and again, but there was a moment where I was getting a lot of guests on, And then just sometimes I would hit it off with them, but then sometimes it'd be like, it'd be a good conversation. But I'm going, this person is going to forget about this whole conversation in about 10 minutes, and they're not even going to recognize me. I mean, I've literally physically, there was somebody else who might be part of the DC podcast that, I've actually seen in person and been like, hey, what's up? And did not even recognize me. And he's been on the Vodka stream. I mean, it's just like one of those things where you just go, you just kind of go, but they're a busy person. Yeah, I get it. But there's a lot of phony stuff out there. There's just what I've noticed. There could be a lot of phony stuff. But anyways, I just wanted to get that out there because I couldn't believe when I saw that. But I just can't believe that there are people. I just can't believe that that there's like these people that are championing this man. And I'm like going, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Come on, guys. This guy talks so much shit on you and oh man, I tell you. And I'm like, don't, why are we championing this guy? We don't need a champion him. We don't need to champion him just because he's, saying all that. I don't know. But it's not changing anything. It's not changing anything. It's really not changing anything. That's what's funny about all this. Is like, and I'm not sitting here, and when I get like these chuckleheads in my mentions that are saying like, the super flop and all this kind of stuff, I'm like, again, not a flop, because it's going to cross 600 million. And then of course, it's so funny too, because I don't think these guys realize that, if people are paying like $30 or even $25 to rent or buy, that's profit too. I had somebody in my mentions be like, oh yeah, it did so well in the movie theaters, ha ha ha. And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, it did decent. It did probably as good as it probably was going to do in the box office. But now when it's on video, I mean, that's profit they still get. You realize that, right? Do you remember Zach talking to the Russo brothers about the Ultimate Edition BVS DVD sales? They were super high, because BVS was a success in the box office. Where it wasn't successful is the second week drop because it had bad word of mouth. And I hate bringing this up, but I brought it up on one of the shows this week. But it's like, it's a bad argument to talk about, especially when it comes to BVS, because there was such bad word of mouth that there was a bad drop. Like, damn near half the people who watched BVS, the theatrical, did not like it. Got bad word of mouth. So it's not really something to champion. It should have made $1 billion. And if it got good word of mouth, it would have made $1 billion, especially back then, because, nowadays it's just harder to make $1 billion, but, still can happen. But I'm just like going, Jesus Christ, this is why the whole box office stuff gets on my nerves. It's not, I mean, I've said it from the get-go. It's not going to do Madam Web and Craven numbers. It didn't. It's going to do these numbers. I didn't think, actually, to be honest, I was like, yeah, it might not. I was like going 700 million. I could see 700 million tops. But here we are. It's going to get to the low 600s. But, what can you do? You got so much other things too as well. But like I said, at least like everybody could have a sigh of relief where you don't have to use the inflation numbers to champion it anymore, And it's just like one of those things where I'm just all about the numbers and the facts. Okay, fuck this tribalism shit. That's what I hate, is the tribalistic stuff. It's just sad. It's just sad because, again, these guys totally lost the message of the Snyder Cut movie. Zack Snyder would not agree with these guys on how they are actively every day trying to prove that this movie was a flop, or pushing back against people, championing assholes like Jeff Sneider. He would not agree with you on this. And I thought this is, but then again, I'm just like going, well, you guys aren't actually Zack Snyder fans. They aren't actually Zack Snyder fans. That's what's sad. They're not actually Zack Snyder fans. They're Zack Snyder DC fans. And they want him to do DC movies until he's 90. That's all. Oh, man. Speaking of that line right there, I mean, yeah, apparently Ryan Reynolds is going to be in a Doomsday for sure. The extended, BVS. Yeah, but see, like I said, it's like even Zach said that. He said like the home video sales for BVS made it a hit, more of a hit. I mean, BVS made what, 872? It should have been $1 billion. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it should have been $1 billion. You got Batman and Superman in a movie, it should have been $1 billion. But by no means was it a failure. And like I said, the Ultimate and then what's cool about the Ultimate Edition is when people go back and fucking watch that, they go, oh shit, this is actually a good movie. And that's what I love. I love it when I see that, when I hear that, see video reactions of people revisiting, oh, I saw the theatrical cut, I didn't like it. And then they watch BVS and see that extra half hour that really makes the movie. And then they go, holy shit, this is actually a pretty fucking good movie. And it's like, yeah, that's what we were trying to tell you. That's what you were trying to tell you, you know? And that's, you know, and it's funny too, because nowadays, like I said, trying to just be, you know, because you guys know, this is why I'm called the film junkie. I just love watching films. I love watching movies. I love going to the movies and discussing movies. I don't like to be just full on super negative about stuff. Yeah, every now and again, I'll go off on things, but on maybe a movie that I'm just like, what the fuck? But usually I'm just like, no, I don't like to just full on trash things. You know, I just love movies. So now, and then of course I love superhero stuff. You know, I'm a DC kid. So, I mean, so when new DC stuff's coming out, it's like, what can I do? You know, I'm all, you know, and I really like, and I might purchase Superman this weekend and watch it again. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, or I might wait a little bit. I don't know. I haven't decided yet because, like I said, I didn't love the new Superman movie. I just liked it a lot. I thought it was like super entertaining. It was a different Superman movie than what has come before, which is what we wanted, I thought. And, you know, nothing wrong with that. There's just nothing wrong with that. Hey, Jason McKenzie, a bit late, but made the party. Cheers, my brother. Thank you for the $40 super chat. Yes, appreciate it. Helping out that pirate ship. I love it, man. Thank you to anybody who, of course, donates super chat. Like I said, you know, when the panel comes in, I usually don't look at any of the stuff right here. You know, I don't usually do that, but you know, if you do have a super chat, of course, and you have a question for the panel, by all means, I will always bring those up and pay attention to that too. So, what's up, Bell? Both sides of the fandom are toxic. I know that. Oh, trust me, I know that. Oh, you know how many times I've gotten called Sneider tard or Snyder, see you next Tuesday? Well, I've been called that many a times. Trust me. I think there's just a lot more the diehard Snyder folk come after me because, you know, because I was like this voice and I've betrayed. I'm a traitor or something. They look at me as some kind of traitor or like, oh, you betrayed us. You were once a voice. But then there's some people that just hated me from the get-go. But, you know, like I said, it's all stupid. It's all dumb. Hold on, let me send some invites. But yeah, I've been, the Gunn fans have also been in there too. Anytime I posted something, Zack Snyder, like Man of Steel, like the other day, like I think it was last weekend or a couple days ago. I think it was last weekend actually, maybe. I posted about you know, the Man of Steel moment where Martha is just like, you know, nice suit, son. That is one of my all-time favorite scenes. That is one of my favorite moments in Man of Steel is nice suit, son, as she hugs him. I just love that so much because it's so subtle and it's so real. So fucking real. One of my favorite all-time moments in a superhero movie. And of course, I got dickheads from the other side that are just going, oh, yeah, what's up with the color palette? Why is it so dark? Jesus. The fuck, Snyder? You're so dull. It's like, Jesus Christ. No, trust me. I had to unfollow somebody. He became like a big fan of mine and even showed up on, I think, 1 or 2 Patreon member streams. And that dude went so hard because on the other side, I had a pushback against him on stupid shit that he was saying. And then I was like, fuck you, man. And then we just unfollowed each other and just said, that's it, you know, because we were like, he was trying to be cool with me. He was actually supposed to send me like posters and shit. I think he was full of shit by saying that, to be honest. He's like, I'm going to send you and Scott some posters and blah, blah, blah. He lives in another country. And somehow they got lost in the mail. I don't think he actually did send those posters. And I, you know, and like just seeing how he was, you know, being online, and yeah, he was really hardcore gun crazy guy. And I was like, oh, I think you were full of shit, actually, dude. So yeah, you know, it's just, there's been many things when it comes to that. It's all ridiculous, man. Can we just enjoy movies? We could just enjoy movies, right? That's what I like to do, is just enjoy fucking movies. Movies are fun. Let's just have fun with movies. And movies, and man, did you guys see that that dog movie called Good Boy? There's a dog movie that's called Good Boy that's supposed to see the haunting of a house, basically from the perspective of the dog, where the dog is seeing the paranormal beings, because obviously, you know, animals can see things that we don't see and hear things that we don't hear. And I tell you what, it's like they're going to be releasing the trailer for that next week, and I'm just like going, holy shit, this movie's gonna be, and horror is just like doing really good right now. Horror is just doing excellent. Thank you for gifting Clone Avenger. I appreciate that. I think he's, James or whatever. I think he's Australian or New Zealand. But yeah, it was like, you know, I thought he was cool at first. He showed me some short film stuff, but then, man, he was just going so hardcore that I'm like, dude, you're really gonna be that guy when you're actually like, you make short films and shit? Like, he actually, like, they were actually pretty decent short films that he showed me. I was like, okay, you got some talent here, man. And I was commending him, and I was trying to be as nice and cordial with him, but then it's like, then you're just going to be online trashing another director like crazy and acting like a fucking moron. And I couldn't. Yeah. And thank you for the $5 super chat there, Droga. So Dave, did you ever get a chance to see my reviews? Man, I break down the stuff I like. No, I didn't catch it. Sorry, man. Let's see. My messages are kind of like messed up. So if you sent it to me, I could try to watch it tomorrow. Did you like the Snyder cut? Oh yeah. I love that. I love Zack Snyder's Justice League. That whole trilogy is just, that's the thing, you know. That's what's so funny. Like, I mean, I even had people that, you know, I've gotten called every name in the book: Sneider, tard, gun, cunt, gunt. I've been called, and I'm like, dude, guys, I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, do you not know? It's just always funny when I just go like, I'm like, what? I'm like, are you not paying attention? What are we doing here? What are we doing? It reminds me, I think of like VH. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, god damn. Well, hopefully what happened to that dog doesn't happen to this dog. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Ooh, that was a good one too. VHS. Tell you, there's some good ones in VHS. And yeah, I remember the alien abduction, short in that one. That shit was creepy as all hell, man. Woo, creepy. And then yeah, they put the camera on the dog eventually. Man, like I think it's like the last part of that whole segment where when everything's like going crazy, they end up putting like whoever puts the camera on the dog, and yeah, the dog got abducted too. You hear? I mean, it's that's the bad part. The bad part, I mean, when it comes to this Good Boy movie, I'm like, the dog is cute as shit, of course, and you already know. I mean, I don't think the dog's gonna die. That'd be fucked up. But then again, if it's a sacrifice thing, maybe it'll be commendable. But I mean, you're gonna hear a lot of like his cries, and I don't know. There's just gonna be a lot of moments where, and it's already been shown at some film festivals. And from what I gathered, yeah, it's gonna punch you in the fucking heart a little bit with some things. And I'm just like going, God, but it's such a unique, cool idea. I'm like, yeah, because how many times have you had your pet just look at the corner of your room and just be like ears perked up and like, what the fuck? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Because they, they are on a different frequency. They don't understand TV. I've never had a dog. I could never get any dog that I've owned to look at the TV with a dog on it. But yet, they're probably seeing like a demon in the corner of my goddamn bedroom. It's crazy. You can't explain Wi-Fi to a dog or a cat. They have no idea. But hey, anyways, all right. Take those off. So bright, so bright. All right, I sent all the invites. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. All right. Let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps on here. Let's turn off that lovely music right here. All right, we got everything. All right, cool. So, hey, you know who this is, because we do a little stream once a week, but he is showing up on the Vodka stream. Scott! There he is.
I was really interested in the person who just asked you, did you like the Snyder cut? I was like, where have you been for the last 4 years?
I know, it's funny.
We even did a watch party on this thing 3 years ago.
Oh my God. I mean, so many conversations, so many videos, so many long vodka streams that we had.
So many drunk vodka streams.
So many drunk vodka streams, man. And there you go, busting out. What is it? What is it? What is that one?
Woodford Reserve.
Woodford Reserve. I couldn't remember. I was like, yeah, because we have a bottle of that down in the kitchen. So freaking good.
Oh man, been too long. Been so long.
Yes. And you're on vacation now, right?
I am, as of 6 a.m. this morning. I am. Yeah, y'all. It's one thing. 3 weeks. 3 weeks of overnights, and now I'm on vacation. And then when I go back, I'm back to like my normal like 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. shifts. But these 10 p.m.s to 6 a.m.s, 11 p.m.s to 7 a.m.s. Oh, I woke up today at 2:15 in the afternoon, and that was only because the alarm went off because I had to do carpool.
Oh, yeah.
Because I pick up all the kids in the afternoon, and that was the only reason I got up at that time. So, I am ready for some vacay.
How long do you have for a vacation again?
A week. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a week off. I mean, that's pretty standard, so I get my week off. I was supposed to actually have it 2 weeks ago, but we had inventory, and when I moved stores, which is why suddenly I disappeared from the Vodka stream, because I had to be at work every Saturday morning, and I actually had to move my vacation because the inventory dates were different. And they were like, and I volunteered. I went, it's inventory, because I actually was in my right to be able to say, sucks to be you. And I went, no, let me push my vacation a couple of weeks. So now the vacation has begun, and I am ready. Everyone's like, where are you going? I'm like, my TV.
Yeah,
because I'm growing roots, and I have 1 week to catch up and binge as much as I possibly can while the family is not at home while I am.
See, that's the thing. It's like, when you take a week off, sometimes you just want to just sit and catch up and just relax at home, especially if you're not going to have, family around too much. You can get some shit done. I mean,
there's going to be some. I will probably be productive in the way that I will do the thing where like I binge watch a show while I'm folding laundry. Like that. Yeah. That's going to be because there is laundry everywhere in this house right now. So I need to bring some hampers, put it on the ottoman, and use the ottoman as a folding table as I get through. I mean, season 2 of Severance, season 4 of Slow Horses. I've got one more episode to catch up on season 4 of Only Murders in the Building. I need to watch this new Alien Earth show. I haven't watched the first 2 episodes yet. there are shows that I don't even know. I've forgotten. Like, I got to go and like find all my watch lists.
Yeah, I still got to watch The Studio. I haven't.
Oh, I still need. Thank you.
Yes,
I need to watch The Studio.
Yes.
So I got that. I need. Heather watched it without me, but I need to go on Paramount Plus. I need to watch the first 2 seasons of Lioness because I've heard that's incredible.
Yeah, is that with
Zoe Saldana and Nicole Kidman and Morgan Freeman, and it's Taylor Sheridan. So it's like, pretty much it's like, if it's Taylor Sheridan is on Paramount Plus, I need to be watching it. Because that guy is amazing.
That guy is a machine of like writing and creating. It's crazy.
Yes, and he's got his movie coming out. I'm like, I'm there. Yeah. I mean, it's been so long since I've seen, because he did write. For those who aren't aware, he wrote the 2 Sicario movies.
Yeah,
hello,
the guy knows how to write.
Yeah, and he wrote, and I think he also directed Wind River. Which, if y'all haven't watched Wind River with Jeremy Renner and Elizabeth Olsen, that was so good.
I didn't see that movie. That's on.
Oh, dude, then put that movie on your list.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about that one. So I'm gonna write that down right now. Actually, I'll watch that this weekend, maybe.
Yay! Yeah, I got. For anyone who's watching the Vodka stream that didn't watch Fanimated, I have a lot of movie watching that's happening in the next several days.
And see, he did Hell or High Water too, right?
He did do Hell or High Water.
I saw that one. Loved that movie.
That movie was amazing.
That movie's fucking great.
It is fantastic. So he wrote it, didn't direct it. That was just one that he wrote. So I think Wind River was the first time he actually directed something that he wrote for film. And but the rest are just these great movies that he wrote. So anything that he writes, I am down for. So the only thing my wife and I need to catch up on is that we've got like 2 or 3 more episodes of the 3rd season of Mayor of Kingstown, and then we still need to watch the 2nd season of Tulsa King.
Yeah, Tulsa King I've been wanting to watch too, and I've heard Mayor of Kingstown is also really good. Yeah, there's just so many shows, and I'm just like, but I did watch the first episode of Alien Earth because I was like, all right, I didn't watch the 2nd episode, didn't have time, but I'll fit it in this weekend. But it's interesting, because I'm a big fan of this franchise, and the only thing I'm disappointed about this franchise is the fact that we're not going to really see much more of the Prometheus storyline.
I still need to go back because I have loved Prometheus since I saw them. I was a day one Prometheus defender. I was someone who has always appreciated Prometheus. What I need to go back, because I need to go back and I need to rewatch Alien Covenant, because I was one of those people that, because I loved Prometheus so much, I saw what Ridley Scott was forced to do in Covenant, and it kind of irked me. I was like, no, you just made him, you forced him to make like a full-blown Alien movie when you didn't just let. I've always been the person who believes that there's a movie missing in between Prometheus and Covenant. Like there's
could be, yeah.
And so I was like, no, there's a movie where we should have been paying attention to David. And
that's what sucks too, because it was probably like a studio thing where it's like, people want to see the Xenomorph. Where's the Xenomorph? And I don't hate Covenant. Like when I did my rewatch before my rewatches, I think post Romulus, I was like, Covenant better than I remember it, because I did, it's not one of those I frequently
that's watch. What I need to do is that I haven't watched it since I
saw it in
theater.
One. I would say it's the goriest Alien movie though. Like I was like, fuck, I forgot how gory it was.
Alien traditionally is not a. That's the thing. It's traditionally not a gory franchise, which is funny because it leaves so much to mood and the impression you get. I think because everyone just thinks about the chest burster scene, but even when you watch
the goriest part,
that's always the goriest part. And even then, you go back and watch the original, it's really not that, like, by today's standards.
The chest burster is the goriest part of that movie.
Yeah,
the first one, and that's, and back then that was, you could watch the behind the scenes stuff, and they, I remember even the actors had no idea of how much fake blood was going to be spraying out. That reaction when, I forgot that actress's name, when she gets hit by it and goes, ah, like she had no idea.
She had no idea, yeah.
Face like that, which is great because you get an authentic moment because she literally got hit in the face by fake blood. I mean, and yeah, they had no idea it was going to be like, like that. But yeah, I mean, but when you see the rest of the movie, you see people it's all about the mood and all about the buildup. And then all of a sudden you got Tom Skerritt in like a vent, and then he turns around and shines a light and you see an alien go, and that's about it.
That's why I love, okay. So that's why are you an alien or an aliens guy? That's why I'm always an alien guy. I love it being a horror movie and not as much. I mean, and once again, don't come at me. I'm not saying Aliens is bad. I think Aliens is great.
Oh, watch out, guys.
But if you ask me, if you do one of those make me choose between two movies, I'm going to pick Ridley Scott, and I'm going to go with Alien. But
I'm kind of the opposite because I grew up with Aliens so much more because Alien, as a kid, freaked me out. That's a horror movie.
That is a horror movie. Yes, absolutely.
Aliens, not as a horror. It's more of a sci-fi action movie, which is nothing against it. Like I said,
which is why Romulus was just so chef kiss because it was it was the best of both worlds, and it was so good. So I'm excited to see Alien Earth. I'm also excited for the Synthoid being in Predator Badlands, and I'm like, okay, Trachtenberg, what you doing here?
Exactly.
Because I love Prey. I love Prey so much. It was such it. I need to go back and do a rewatch of the Predator films because I'm one of those people that I will defend Predators all the live long day. I thought Predators was so good.
Oh yeah. I would say Predators is maybe, I don't know. It's like, because the first Predator movie is like the best, of course, but I have a soft spot for Predator 2. Love it. But then Predators is like, God damn. I mean, it's such a good concept. It's such a good, and there's elements in this new Predator Badlands movie that kind of fit along with Predators. I mean, it's a predator going to a planet that he has to survive and take on like these creatures. So it has like a feel of Predator.
But I love the concept of it being, it's the Predator's first hunt. So we're not getting like a grizzled one that's got like tons of trophies. We're literally watching a Predator go for his first trophy. And and once again, I loved Prey so much. And it's one of those movies that I hate that because of when it was released, it was a Hulu release and it never got like, where's the theatrical release of Prey? Because I want to see that. I also still need to watch the version that's done entirely in the native language.
That's right. I forgot they did that.
Yeah.
Did you watch The Killer of Killers?
No, I once again, thank you for reminding me. Dave, thank you. You were just like you're just low.
I should be sending these to you right as
really should. Because after this stream, I'm going to forget about everything I'm supposed to be watching for the next week.
I'll remind you. I'll try to remind you.
And then there's all the movies I'm going to go see because I saw Riff Tracks do Time Comp last night.
Oh yeah, how was that?
Hilarious.
Remember you telling me about that? I'm sure it was fun.
It was so, and here's the thing: I like Time Cop.
Yeah.
So it was really fun to finally watch I've never watched a riff track of a movie I actually enjoy, and it still works. It's like if you have a good sense of humor, and it's a great test of can you stand someone making fun of something that you actually like I grew up on Time Cop. It came out when I was 12. I read the novelization that I got from
Dark Horse, right? It was Dark Horse. Was that Dark Horse?
It was based on it's based on Dark Horse comic. But the novelization of the movie was one of those. I think I've told the story before that on my family summer vacations when I was a kid, it was always like a tradition that like when we'd either get someplace or we'd hit it on the way out, we'd go by Walmart and I'd pick up a book for me to read like on the trip. And I remember that summer it was the novelization of Time Cop because that was an R-rated movie. No, I shouldn't be watching that when I'm 12. And so that was fun. And then today I went and saw the 35th anniversary re-release of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh yeah, you got that too. God damn it! I know AMC's like holding that, and I'm like thinking, where's the closest AMC around here? I'm gonna have to travel. There's not many AMC's around here.
Yeah,
but we got somebody else who's gonna be joining because yeah, it's good with us and Scott, but
It's good, but it can be better.
when you have, you know what? I gotta find a drop for you, Chris. You know, I've been lagging on like getting more drops, and I was like realizing because now that Scott's here and Ray's come back, and I've been using the drops. I'm like, I need to find one for Chris, and I was like, that's a good one.
That'll work for now.
Yeah, that'll work for now. You know,
You got
it's good. It can be better.
it can. You're talking about aliens, you're talking about predators, you're talking my language. I mean, I've got like 4 Omnis collected, the entire Aliens Dark Horse collection. I mean, it was such a good night on Tuesday, just watching that stuff.
I didn't watch the second episode, sadly.
Okay.
But the first, and Scott still hasn't seen it, but so we won't do any spoilers or anything.
Nope.
But I mean, the aesthetic is so like when they're on the ship, it's like, this is the first Alien.
I got texted by a friend who was like, who said to me, as a Blade Runner fan, you are going to love the look of Earth. And
there's Easter eggs to Blade Runner in this too.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't even think about that.
And just like you're not an apologist for certain films in this franchise, I do appreciate, and one of my favorite quotes from the franchise comes from Alien 3.
Does it?
Yes. When they're getting ready to get everyone together, he says, when the first time they heard about this thing, it was crew expendable. The next time they sent in Marines, they were expendable too. What makes you think they're going to care about a bunch of lifers who found God at the butt end of space? Encapsulates the entire franchise right there in that moment. I love that quote.
That is a good line. Yeah, I mean, Alien 3 has its moments, and we all know that David Fincher obviously always talks about how that was just like a horrible experience, which I get it. This is his first movie. It was a franchise movie, and he didn't make the movie he wanted to make. Luckily, it didn't prevent David Fincher from, making
everything else.
All the good shit. All the good shit that came after that. Thank God. Yeah. It didn't ruin him for filmmaking. I remember especially watch the director's cut. Director's cut obviously better, and I mean it's just like I think it was such a jarring
step back.
Aliens was so happy with kind of like the ending. Yeah, sure, everybody kind of died, but it was like Ripley, Newt, Hicks, kind of Bishop. They got fucked up, but they still lived. And then it was just like, oh yeah, Alien 3, they crash, everybody dies. Ripley has she got impregnated, by a fucking face hugger, and she's in a facility with a bunch of dudes and has to shave her head. I mean, they went hardcore, like wow. But then at the same time, I kind of appreciate that, like well, why not do something like that? But but I could see why it was. And the visual effects were really bad. That's just
the dog alien was rough. But
this is when CGI was like really coming to its folds. This is 1990, two? Something? Two?
Yeah, it was early 90s.
It was.
I remember the video game. The video game for it was awful. The game for it was unplayable, in my opinion.
Let me see. Alien 3. Yeah, 92. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 92. I remember. I didn't see it till later on. It was weird because, like I said, when Mom was away, Dad was like, "What do you want to watch, guys? Aliens, Predator." I mean, that's why I grew up with like these movies. I mean, but what was cool about my dad was like, "Hey, this is a graphic part. If you want to shield your eyes." And I remember specifically when it came to Terminator 2.
Oh, Terminator 2, yes.
There was like 3 specific graphic parts that he told me. He warned me. He's like, "Hey, it was of course the when the T-1000 is a stepmom and shink, just totally kills a step. And when you see you actually see that." It was like, cover your eyes with that. It's graphic. And then of course when it came to the eyeball, in the hospital with the fat security guy, which was kind of cool because it was 2 twins as opposed to like the split screen. I know that was like always like a thing. And then the other one was where he cuts the skin off his arm, And so I was like, I remember being a kid and covering my eyes on those parts, and then I slowly was like, oh, this is not that bad. It's like, but it was cool. That was cool. Like my dad would warn me. He was like, anytime when it came to these movies, he goes, this is a graphic part. If you want to cover your eyes, go for it. So.
And to your point, Scott, about like how you prefer Alien versus Aliens, like I like them both, but there's different moods that if I want like the pure old action, like I just want to sit back and just like
game over, man. Game over.
Yeah, game over. They mostly come out at night, mostly. And I'm a fan. I usually just do director's cut for that one. I love all the extra scenes for that.
Absolutely.
Well, that scene where they have like the motion machine guns.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And it's one of those scenes where I wish they kept in there, because it's the way that James Cameron shot it. It was just basically they had like those machine guns propped up, and so you're seeing like shots intertwined with them looking at the screen, seeing how many rounds are left, and realizing like, oh shit, we're not gonna have enough fucking bullets. And then they keep cutting to just and you seen the aliens get fucked up, and then they're cutting back to the screen, and they're seeing like it just like the bullets just counting down, empty, and it's like, shit, we're fucked now. But it was just such a good shot scene right there. I wish they kept that in the actual movie, but we still have it.
And to the point of Alien, he taking what Spielberg's doing like with Jaws at that point, but making it better in the sense of the fear of something lurking in the shadows, the confinement of being in space. I mean, what the best tagline? No, in space, no one can hear you scream. Yeah. I mean, that redefined a whole genre right then and there about how to do suspense horror.
Especially when you watch that first trailer that has no clips from the movie whatsoever. It's just the egg. And the trailer just makes you go. I mean, it's like, why don't you do more like that where you don't really show us anything? And
look at Weapons. Weapons didn't really. I mean, they just showed you like the initial concept, really.
And you know what? And that's all. And that's
all everybody needed.
It's all you really need, because that's a movie that I've said, go in that movie knowing nothing. And even knowing that concept is fine, because it tells you like literally in the first 30 seconds, like it's 10 kids from the same class disappeared at 2:17 a.m. You're going to know that within 1 minute of the movie starting. So cool. Tell me that. It's what
you're just like, how is this going to unfold? And I think that's again, they had a hook, and they didn't need to show more. They could have just had that one first trailer, and that's it. But of course, they have to, let's have another one. Let's do.
It's
really they didn't reveal too much.
I got to ask a question here. I appreciate some of the people that I see online who are like, okay, I'm going in and know nothing about it, and I haven't seen any trailers, and I'm just sitting here going, how is that possible? Like, I think
what's food like on your planet?
I know, because I see so many movies. I mean, I don't have the luxury of not seeing a trailer. Like, if there's a trailer to be seen, it's not like I'm online searching it. I go see movies. I am held captive.
I mean, that's the thing. It's just the way it is. I mean, like, because we're personalities. We talk about this stuff, so obviously we can't really avoid it. We can try to avoid it, but I mean, when I see something, I mean, like say today, the teaser to the trailer of this movie called Good Boy, that's about paranormal through a dog's perspective, and I'm going, oh my god, this movie's gonna. I'm like scared and also excited for this movie because it's such an intriguing concept. Because, like I said, we've all had animals, and they've all perked up at like staring at the corner of the house. What are you looking at? What are you barking at? And blah blah blah. So they teased like, oh, next week we get the trailer, and it just shows a TV, very old school horror-esque, and you have like even the score that's with it, and then the dog just like props up. Of course, it's cute as shit, and it's just like. Yeah, and it's just like looking, and it's like, oh fuck, this movie. But I'm like, that's all I need. I don't need anything else. The concept and just that right there, that's all I need. But of course, I'm gonna watch every goddamn trailer that comes out.
Okay, here's the question:
Yeah.
You say that, but are you seeking it out online, or is it just that you know you're going to end up seeing it when you go watch another movie?
Well, yeah, there's that because, and I love seeing the trailers, especially when I'm like with my dad or with other people, which I know that they probably have not seen it. And I'll be like, oh. I still remember because I remember watching The Running Man with my dad, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Mhm.
Obviously, he showed me that one. And, and then the first time that we went to a movie and the new Running Man trailer came out, I elbowed him. I was like, he's all, what is this? I'm like, you'll see. And then probably about 20 seconds into it, he goes, they remade The Running Man? I was like, yes. And he goes, oh, we got it. And of course, he's like, we got to see that. I'm like, yeah. So I love that. Yeah. But I sometimes I don't seek them. Obviously, there's people online that tag me, when trailers come out. But then, sometimes there'll be times where I maybe if it's like the third trailer, like I'll be like, maybe I'm not going to watch that, but I'll still see it on my feed and I'll see like little spots of it, but
you
I
just
won't
keep scrolling.
Yeah. I think like sometimes I just go, I don't need to see another trailer. Like I think that happened with Weapons, where I saw the first two saw the teaser and then the initial trailer. I don't think I really saw too much more of it because I was like, no, I'm in. I mean, I know the concept. I'm in. I think this was going to be a gem of a movie, and it turned out it was. So I was just But hey, we also got Paul.
Hey guys, what's up?
What's happening, man?
Hey, Paul.
How you doing?
Yeah, doing all right.
Yeah, we're just talking movie trailers and Alien franchise and everything like that. Were you big on the Alien franchise, Paul?
Sort of. I mean, a lot of those movies, the big ones, really came up obviously before I was born and stuff. But my friend loves James Cameron and everything, and Ridley Scott. So eventually, I did watch Alien and Aliens, and and I've seen the director's cut of Aliens, which this is also really good. I like those. I haven't watched 3. I haven't watched Resurrection or anything else.
And you don't need to. You know what, Paul? You're good.
Resurrection.
Resurrection was great.
I've watched Prometheus, which I thought was an interesting experiment of a movie. I was intrigued by it, but I didn't think it was like a masterpiece.
Okay, Paul, you can leave now. You can log off.
No, I mean, I liked it. I didn't love it.
Bye.
And then Covenant came out, and there's a few things on that because I had heard that at the time Fox was going between that and basically redoing Aliens 3, but with the guy that did District 9 and Elysium. And it was Michael Biehn.
Neil Blomkamp,
Neil Blomkamp was going to do it. And he was going to do it. Basically, it was one of those ignore everything that came after Alien. Yep. Right. And we're going to have the concept where it's Ripley, an older Newt, and Hicks is just scarred. He lived, they were going to have it. And again, that's what we were kind of talking about when it came to how jarring Alien 3 was from the happy ending of Aliens, where obviously everybody died except for the 4. Bishop got really fucked up, Hicks got fucked up, but Newt, it was essentially, if you want to dig deep on the layers of Aliens, it was Ripley finding her motherhood. It was all about motherhood because you have her. And you find out she had a daughter, and of course she was out in space for 60 plus years or whatever the hell. So she didn't have her daughter anymore. And then she finds this little girl who is, in this place who lost her entire family, which the director's cut shows her family before that. And I kind of go, kind of cool, but I get why they removed it, because then it just kind of added more mysteries in Newt.
Yeah.
But when you actually see that facility in the director's cut working, and then you see, there's a moment where her dad, when they were investigating something, and her mom's like, we got an emergency, and then Newt screams and sees her dad has a face hugger on her face. Cool shot. But then I kind of get why they removed that, because it removed the mystery of Newt, because you were just like, why the fuck is this little girl just running around? What the hell is this?
Right.
But when you see the I understand the decision but
I like the theatrical cut of Aliens and I like the director's cut. They both have different things, but I think less was more with that. But you're talking about motherhood and about Alien 3 and how it derailed
because who does Ripley have to defeat? The Queen.
The Queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I was always
Big Mama.
it's basically it is like a mother. It's about motherhood. That's what Aliens is about. And I was like, and then the happy ending. So then when you get to Alien 3 and everybody dies and Ripley has a fucking, she's about to have a chest burst or, at any moment, it's like, Jesus Christ, it just went from happy to dull. Like,
I think the other problem too is, I mean, again, I don't know much about Alien 3, but I do know that, like, again, it was David Fincher. And I think if they had let him cook and not fuck with him, Fox, the reason why Fox is, or what it became and like where it ended is, you can look at so many projects that they just kept like shooting themselves in the foot, and reminds me of other current studios. But like, regardless, it's a whole what if scenario if they had just let that happen. And then back to before this new stuff, Alien Covenant, and I get it, you want Ridley Scott doing another Alien movie, maybe doing a full-on Alien movie that's not a what if Alien movie. Oh, it is an Alien movie, that kind of thing. I get it, but Neil Blomkamp doing Alien 3, I think would have been fun. It would have been interesting. I was invested when I heard that, and then it got scrapped to make Alien.
They even
Covenant,
had the concept art and everything. For it.
My roommate at the time was a humongous Alien fan, and he likes the original Alien more so because he likes the mystery and the upbeat, and as opposed to the action picture, which I get. But I love both for different reasons. It's it's like T1 and T2. They're different movies, but they do different things.
It's almost the same thing.
It's almost the same way. One's a horror movie and one's an action movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, Alien Covenant was so bad. And again, I didn't see the theaters. I'm saying this is him telling.
How bad was it?
His room was. I have a 2-floor house, so his room was upstairs. He kept pausing the movie like every 20 minutes and come down and tell me like what was happening in the movie, and he was like venting to me. And after like the third time, I was like, "Bro, I do not care. Like, I just want to watch my videos online. I want to play some games." He was like, "No, please, I need this. I need to tell someone." I'm like, "Okay."
Did he lose a bet with someone that he wanted to keep watching?
No, he just had a hard time. He's a what's the word? He's a completionist. He has to get through.
Fair.
If something is there, he'll have to watch it. Like, just because.
That makes sense. I mean,
fair.
He didn't like Last Jedi, and he owns it. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you don't like the sequel trilogy. You know it's not great. It doesn't go anywhere. You hate Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, it's just he has to have it. So so that was rough. So I didn't even watch the movie, but I heard how trivially bad it was. It was really funny though, because once he told me what the movie was, and he had told me like even the because they made like a mini prequel with like James Franco in it for some reason, because I guess he was like the captain of the ship. Yeah, I figured out how to improve the movie in like 5 seconds. I was like, "How does it end?" And he's like, "Oh, it ends like this." I was like, "Oh, dude, I know how they could have saved that movie in like post." And he was like, "How?" And he was like, "It's wicked simple. You told me that James Franco was like the head captain, right? And then he gets killed before they even land." And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "It's simple. He was killed on purpose, and all the rest of them are just idiots." And they get, eaten by the alien or whatever. And I was like, you just go back to the company, whatever. I always forget the name. Yutani. You go back to their offices. You have a boardroom scene, which they could easily shoot in the volume or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, all right, the crew that we sent they've lost all contact and they've most likely all been killed. Wonderful. Send the A team to go get them. Like, basically they were the B team, like meant to be killed and destroyed and harvested by the aliens, and then Watani's now going to harvest their corpses as eggs and then bring them back. That's all you needed to do to set up another sequel, and it makes reviewing the whole movie like a whole different process if you think of them, because there's a scene, I guess there's a literal scene where like Fassbender tells Billy Cudrup to look in the egg or something, and I'm like, that really happened? Like, I was like, wow,
something that happens like that. Well, it's like, it's interesting because you could tell that they told Ripley, like, hey, they told not Ripley, they told
Ridley.
Ridley.
I was waiting. I was going to let.
I was like, wait, not Ripley, Ridley Scott. They told him, like, hey, we need an alien movie. I mean, Prometheus,
Mhm.
I think at the time, they probably didn't, obviously we're always talking about box office and everything. They probably were just like, oh yeah, but people were like, where's the Xenomorph? And he's trying to tell a whole different story of like how the Xenomorph came to be. And of course, at the very end, you do see like a Xenomorph looking creature that,
Right.
does eventually arise. But so then he was like, no, we got to get back to this. But you could tell that Ridley Scott was still trying to keep the David story. I mean, I think a lot of people, again, it was like almost jarring too because of the girl, I forgot her name, but the actress is
Numi Rapace.
Your piece.
There you go.
She like survived the first one, but then of course when you get to Covenant, spoiler alert,
Things happened.
Things happened where she is no longer alive.
My roommate explaining to me the opening of the movie, I already like cringed because I was like, anyone who went through Prometheus, the last thing they would do is trust the android, and then it like, and I'm just like, how did they watch Prometheus before they did? So anyway, you cut to years later.
You get Walter and David, and then
okay.
I actually do like the fact that you have like the dueling, Fassbender androids,
right?
Because you have Walter who's different than David, and of course David has this whole idea of what he wants to do. So then of course there's a thing when it comes to that, because David's been on this planet that they crash landed for a while where the engineers were, and then of course you find out they wiped them out, and there's some concepts in there I do enjoy, but for the most part you could tell that they were trying to pivot, and Ridley Scott was still trying to keep some of the initial story, because even at the end,
that's the thing. I wish some of these suits would realize that when you try to pivot, we notice.
Yes.
Like it shows. Like you watch Rise of Skywalker, you can so tell that you're trying to erase the existence of Last Jedi. You watch Covenant, you can see you're trying like it really is. They think we're dumb as shit, and they don't think that we could see the seams. It's like, oh no, we see. We see it. It was like me. It's like me watching Birds of Prey and going, oh my God, I see the reshoots. Oh my God, I hear the ADR. Like it's one of those things where it's like, I can tell. Now,
go ahead.
Let's not even talk about this. Let's not even talk about Suicide Squad. But yeah.
But you think about this. What people went in with I'm not defending. I'm just saying, like, people went in with an expectation. Oh, they're going to reveal the origin of the aliens, and then they saw it as like, oh, this is nothing that like I thought this was going to be. And here if this sounds familiar. Oh God, they turned against us, the audience. We need to pivot really hard to show them an alien. We're going to make sure we're going to put it right there on the poster to make sure that everyone knows we're going to see an alien in this movie. You know, the one that you saw, the bug that they hunt down, the xenomorph? Yeah, you're going to see that right there, right on the poster. And it was Ridley Scott was really trying to not just tell the origin, but like send, and again, it's very high level, but a lot of the general audience was just like, just show me the alien. And I'm like, I want to see more than that. I've got alien movies. I know I'm going to see them eventually. I kind of want to know more about where we're going with this.
Yeah, where are the origins? Now, the thing is that like, and I say this mostly with studio executives, not necessarily like, people that, the creatives. But studio executives just think that the audiences can't hold their attention or anything like this, and it's just
or Paul, I'm gonna pivot a little bit from, or either it's they're the idiots and they think that the audience is like they don't understand. Right. Yeah. Because I'll tell you, I just read David Mamet's memoir, Everywhere and Oink Oink. It's when you read a David Mamet nonfiction book, you got to be prepared for it. It's not really a book. It's more like a collection of essays that occasionally have a running theme in some of them, but you have to be prepared for it. It's that you're not reading a chapter, you're reading an essay, and then you turn the page, and then this is a different essay with a different point. But of course, he's also like old and salty and doesn't give a fuck anymore, and so he's
earned that.
He did earn that, and so I love reading him talk about Hollywood, like the difference between the people making the movies and the people running the studios.
Yeah.
And the way he talks about them, of course, he's probably being a little hyperbolic, but he tells stories about actual conversations, and you're like,
Huh?
wow.
You hear about that? But we actually hold on before you start. We got somebody else coming in.
Ray!
There he is.
Raymond. Who are you? I don't know who you are.
So now I have no. Thank you for. I don't need to watch Covenant now because I was 2 or 3 movies behind, and never mind that.
You should.
We made the sacrifice so you could.
No,
I'm to that point. I'm still gonna watch it because I am a completionist as well, and here's my proof. Scott, hi. How's it going? Scott will appreciate what I'm about to show you. This is proof of how much of a crazy completionist I am. This is the steelbook of Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh my god!
Oh man!
Why do I own it? Because you can't own part of a set, and I have to have all of the MCU.
At least it's a cool cover. At least
that's
pretty cool cover.
That and the third act. That's about it. That's literally
Christian Bale gave it his all. He tried.
Christian Bale was in another movie with that film. Yeah. Like he was from another movie. I want to make a point because you're wearing the Superman T-shirt. And Scott was just giving an example of bad executives. I think this is real. I'm pretty sure Zach talked about this at one point. He said that an executive note from Man of Steel was, "Oh, why doesn't Superman just send the bad Kryptonians back to Krypton?"
Yes, that was a note.
That is real. Yes,
that is a real.
It shows you right there. These guys that are in their fucking offices on the top floor, drinking their scotch and whatever. They don't know shit. They just want to. There's like, what's going to
here's what Mamet wrote in his book. Okay, read. I think this is interesting because you talk about like screenplays.
Yeah,
it's like read a screenplay, and there will be all these descriptions and like backstory of characters written in like the thing. And Mamet says you do that for the executives because they'll ask you questions and they'll want to know things. And not even the executives, the secretary, the script reader, the assistant of the assistant who's actually reading the script and then reporting back to the executive because the executive's not actually going to read the script themselves. Yeah. It's like this is for script readers. He said, because if you have a real script, the only thing a screenplay should do is tell the camera what to do, which would be terribly uninteresting to a script reader, because as his point was, a screenplay should be a how-to manual for the camera. Tell the camera where to look. Tell the camera what it's seeing.
I mean, it's hey, what's on the screen? This is what's happening.
That's what a real screenplay would be. But then people have to write screenplays in a way for script readers to be interested enough to tell the executive, yeah, this sounds cool. We need to make this movie, when a screenplay really should just be what's on screen. It's a fascinating, this is why my quote unquote film school has always been books and commentary tracks.
But that's what film school actually teaches you, though. Like that's what I was taught with respect to the economy of the page. A page is a minute.
Yes.
Right. And so, and don't. This is not the time for monologues and all the dramatic stuff that you see in Heat, or this is not the time to write that. It's all about the economy of the page. And it is like executives, aside from not knowing, they also. I don't think it's so much that they think the fans are stupid. I think they think the general audience is stupid, and that the general audience won't know the seams, or rather that they won't care about the seams. Here's the problem. The problem is that even if the general audience can't see or care about the seams, you're still fucking with the story.
Mm-hmm.
And the general audience knows when you're being disingenuous above all. And so that's the problem, right? And honestly, even though I am a defender of the sequel trilogy, I like all 3 movies because I live on the island of there are no bad Star Wars movies. It's all subjective. But I still can see in Rise of Skywalker where this is of course correct.
Yeah,
I get that, but it's weird because you experience two like whiplash flips in that trilogy, right? You go from Force Awakens to Last Jedi, and then you go from Last Jedi to the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
And it's not even like Rise of Skywalker brings you back to Force Awakens. It takes you somewhere different.
Yes. Well, yeah, and the big problem with that movie is they were doing a trilogy and didn't plan the ending. They should have planned for the ending first, and they didn't get. I'm fine with them getting, what ended up being what should have been 3 directors at that point, but they all should have got them in a room and say, all right, let's plan this out in the sense of we're not going to dictate it, but just let's start with the ending in mind and then work away so everyone's kind of in line with it. You still get to do your own thing, but in the end, it has to get to this point.
Is it weird
that was boggling for me too? Because I remember I was in disbelief. I was like, "There's no way that they didn't know where they were going to go."
Nope, they didn't.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden you see Rise of Skywalker and go, "Oh no, they fucking didn't." Did.
Is it weird that the only planned trilogy ending in the entire saga is Revenge of the Sith?
Yeah.
Because not even Return of the Jedi was planned.
Right. No, that's
Yeah, that was planned well before. Yeah.
But it's also but it's also why of the 3 trilogies, Revenge of the Sith is the only one where the third one's the best one.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I rewatched it in the movie theater, and I was like, God damn, this shit still holds. I mean, I was like, I hadn't watched Revenge of the Jedi in a while, and when I saw it on big screen, I was actually impressed. Like, man, it's 20 years, and these visual effects are actually good. I mean, there's some ones that get wonky, but for the most part, I was like, wow, these look better than some Marvel Studios movies.
Well, see, the funny part about that though is like, I feel he started doing. It wasn't green room, it was blue room.
Right.
There was a lot of blue room in, like, I remember seeing a behind the scenes sequence of, it's the sequence in Attack of the Clones where Padme is like ducking from all of she's on that conveyor belt.
In the trash compactor.
Yeah. And she's like running like in a pattern to evade things. And you see the video of
she's playing Dance Revolution,
Yeah, she's playing DDR in a big blue room, and then you see it like how they added everything in. It's like, oh, she was, and at the time it was like, wow, this is amazing. And then you look at what they do in the MCU, and it's like, okay, this is bring back props.
Okay,
bring back physical manifestation.
Okay, but here's the thing. Okay, I want to rewind it even more. I want to rewind it to where the first time this ever happened, and I feel like too many people don't remember Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
that movie was ahead of its time.
Great. Ray,
but I know where you're going with on this.
Ray, put that on your. I know your list is like a mile long.
Yep.
But
at least
put Sky Captain on your list because that movie, it didn't do a lot of box office, and I mean you can see the movie and go, well, I know why it didn't do bangers of box office, but I loved it. It was definitely made for Scott.
Great steampunk atmosphere.
Oh, amazing steampunk atmosphere. And it, well, not really steampunk. It's steampunk, but via the 40s.
Yeah.
No. I was going to say, isn't there kind of a Rocketeer vibe?
Yes.
With it?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Much.
Right.
Yeah. So but it's also in the vein of like a Sin City because just the world. I mean, they shot it so many green and blue screens and
the point was they never built a set.
They never built a set, right?
They built a set for that movie. That was a movie that pioneered.
Okay.
Everything was CGI. Like the only thing that maybe was real was maybe if they picked up a phone, the prop, but like the room they're sitting in.
Just like the immediate set, but everything in the background, of course,
was CGI, and it was the first time that happened. It was revolutionary. It was proof of concept, basically, for what we've got now. But yet, do it with a Rocketeer vibe, where the whole movie is kind of sepia, and it was revolutionary. And I know Shout Factory just did a 4K release of it. And
oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to look that one up. Okay.
Oh yeah, because I remember it was like Shot Factory went on a spree there where it was like that and Man in the Iron Mask and Glengarry Glen Ross, and it was like yes.
I feel like I have the Glengarry Glen Ross. I think maybe I don't remember. Yeah, I do. I do have it. Yes, but
that's a movie. I feel like everyone forgets about that movie. And I'm like, no, that was one of the first ones, and it looks good. Like,
it does look good.
That was a movie that got good reviews. It came and went. I remember as a kid,
it was weird.
Oh yeah, so the guy who made it, he made like a short or something like that. That got attention. They greenlit him to do the movie. He wrote and directed the movie, and then it bombed, and he was never heard from ever again. Like that was it. But I remember when it came out as a kid, like, I mean, I would think it was high school when it came out, but like it did nothing for me. Like in terms of the trailers and stuff, it just looked like a weird movie, and I had no desire because it wasn't connected to anything that I knew, or it just was this thing. And then I saw it like, I want to say like pre-pandemic, and I was like, wow, this is like a great movie, because I love the old style like adventure movies like Indiana Jones and stuff like that, and it just reminded me of that, but like with the flair of the Rocketeer in black and white, and and it was Sin City before Sin City. Basically, it was just this very innovative movie. But,
okay, this is crazy. The director, Kerry Conran,
I was just looking,
is from Flint, Michigan.
Now you have no other option.
That's right.
Like what is this? Okay.
It was Jude Law and Gwyneth Paltrow and Angela Jolie and Michael Gambon, and it's an old movie serial. That's what it is. It's got that Pulp Fiction movie serial vibe to it, and I think Paul, you're a perfect. It was an original IP. It was if it was one of those movies that probably if it had been released now, it would do better, because it seems like now original films are doing better. I mean, look at this year with Sinners and F1 and Weapons. Like, audiences are kind of boomeranging back to, I want something original and new and different.
Yeah, God.
Well,
and I have felt that way myself. Like the three movies I just named off, if we're talking about like my top 5 of the year, like, and it's weird to go back and realize, and this year I also got Black Bag and Warfare, and like it's I have been much more jazzed this year in particular with these original films. Like when I if I made a top 5 or top 10 of 2025, I know my top 5 are all original movies.
I could see
because
that
that's what they have been on fire this year. Like I said, Sinners, Black Bag, Warfare, F1, Weapons.
Warfare. That was Garland, right?
That was Garland and an Iraq war veteran.
Yes.
They wrote and co-directed that film because it's based on an event that happened to that veteran and his squad in Iraq. So it's also interesting because when you watch the credits, they invited surviving members of the squad to the filming. They were being like consultants and like showing the guys like, okay, this is what you do, and it's definitely one of those movies that you stay through the credits because you're getting basically like a behind the scenes documentary in the credits.
And what's great about that movie too is like the first probably 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, where it's just the soldiers just waiting and seeing how they have to deal with just waiting. They're hot. I mean, you're in all the gear. It's hot as fuck. And you got just like a dude, the sniper is just on a bed, just peeking out the window and just there. And then he's like, hey, can you, he asked somebody else, can you just like watch a little bit while I take like a little pee break? And you just kind of just see how they're dealing with just like that. And then once the shit goes down, it does not stop until the very end. It's like,
because the movie runs in real time.
Yes. You don't have any breaks. And then as soon as the shit goes down, you're like, all right, you're just gripping on the edge of your seat when some of these guys get fucked up.
Sound design in that movie was whoa.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's one of those movies that I hope doesn't get forgotten. Like when,
it should.
When like sound editing and sound design Oscars come out, it's one of those that's like, that's usually not a thing that I pay attention to in a movie, but it was weird seeing the movie going. Like, I'm kind of doing that thing where I'm like turning my head and like looking at the speakers because I'm paying attention to like the noises that are being made, and I'm just like, this is awesome. Yeah.
No, but you're right. I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I think people are craving. I mean, that's why horror is doing so well, because there's so much original. You could just get so original with it, and weapons. I mean, and it's so funny too, because I brought this up on Film Junkie Live, and we talked about it, Scott. You were not
animated, yeah.
You were not all about seeing it because you're not a big horror, fan or like super fan or something like that. But then you saw the hype, and then you asked me, you're like, is it gory? And is it gonna, is it gonna affect me as a parent?
It's gonna fuck me up as a dad.
Yeah, I'm like, no. I think if you go in there, it's kind of got a dark comedy element because Zach Krager and it's the gore is very it's subtle. Like there's gory moments, but it's not like just like in your face, like it's just got some moments, and you actually ended up really enjoying it.
Yeah, actually, I turned away from the screen more. Like I turned my eye. I did not avert my eyes for any of the gory moments. I averted my eyes when I felt like you're about to fucking jump scare me, and I don't. And I do that. Like I will avert.
Oh, I cover one ear when I know a jump scare is coming. I'm one of those. I'm like, I start covering an ear. Like, oh god.
I do this. I do the thing where when my head's pointing at the screen, but I do my eyes where I look down so that my peripheral, like I'm still like I'm seeing like half the screen. At the top, but I'm like staring at like the row below me because I'm just like, you're gonna fucking do a jump scare, and I know it, and I don't want it, and but Ray and I had this conversation on Fans Without Borders Plus where we talked about how Ray used to think he wasn't like a horror fan, and then he realized, oh, I just like good movies.
So this was 6 years ago. The whole reason we were doing this show is because there were movies that Scott and I wanted to see that Brent had no interest in seeing. So we literally called it Fans Without Borders, shit that Brent won't watch. And
great title. All true.
And so this included, because that year there were 2 Stephen King movies. There's It Chapter 2 and there was Dr. Sleep. And I hadn't seen Chapter 1 yet. So I'm like, all right, so that day I rode the high seas, watched Chapter 1, and then bought a ticket and saw Chapter 2 that night. I was like, oh, okay, all right, cool. And then the next month I saw Dr. Sleep, which is to date still the only Mike Flanagan thing I've ever seen. But I saw that movie and I was like, okay, now I get it. I it's not that I don't like horror movies. I just need plot and character development. Mm-hmm. If I get plot and character development, I'm good. But the gore fests and just just an hour and a half of
torture porn.
You don't want to see the Terrifier.
No, you know what's funny about that? I've met that guy.
Have you? You met the guy who plays the Terrifier?
Yeah, I did. Not. I've met him and the director, but not in costume.
But, of course not. Yeah.
But no, it was like. But that's my thing because that's what both of those movies. That's what It and Dr. Sleep had. Dr. Sleep, I really like that movie,
and that's why I'm telling you, dude. You just need to do a deep dive on Mike Flanagan's filmography because you're going to find some.
I definitely want to do that before Clayface. I know he's only writing Clayface, but I still like Midnight Mass and
Haunting of Hill House.
Haunting of Hill House. Did you see Gerald's Game?
Gerald's Game.
I didn't see Gerald's Game, but
Gerald's Game. Oh, so good. Life of Chuck. If you just want to feel good about life.
Oh, that was him too. Really? Okay.
Yeah, that was him.
Okay. Interesting. No, I want to go through his filmography. I was also thinking about this earlier when I was recording on my Patreon. I also need to watch a handful of Craig Gillespie's movies before Supergirl. Because I haven't seen I, Tonya or Cruella.
Yeah, I haven't seen Cruella. But
And then there's a third one. He did. Is the Fright Night that he did? Is that a remake?
The what?
Fright Night?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so there's the
Fright
80s.
Night.
There's the 80s version of Fright Night, and then there's the 2010s version.
So his version is a remake.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Okay.
So.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Okay.
No, the remake was actually pretty good. The original one is very 80s, obviously, very 80s. But the remake, actually, I was very surprised by it and I actually did enjoy it. I thought Colin Farrell was actually a good, the good vampire Fright Night, right? That was that one, right? Yeah.
Yep.
But and then of course it takes place in Vegas, and what's his name?
David Tennant.
Yeah.
Oh, Anton Yelchin. Yeah.
Yeah. Who,
okay.
Yeah, he's the main character, and I thought they did a pretty good job of modernizing that one, because the original one, it's too 80s. It's so 80s. You have to be in a mood for that. I can actually say, if I were to pick one of the two, I'd probably pick the newer one, to be honest.
I hear you.
I didn't realize that was Craig Gillespie, though. Yeah.
This came up because there's a quote that is circulating today that comes from one of the featurettes with Superman.
Yes.
Where he talked about how Gunn told him to treat each movie like a graphic novel.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I saw that and I was like, oh, okay. So first when I saw it, I'm like, where did this come from? And then down the rabbit hole, it's in a featurette that I can't watch because I'm not buying it until I get my Steelbook in 5 weeks.
Yeah, it's a good segue into the whole Superman home video thing. Yeah.
Oh boy,
we could talk about. But I mean, but I'm just that's cool. I love when I saw that whole thing and the fact that Craig Gillespie said that, I was like, yes, that's the approach, and I think Gunn has always kind of said that. It's everybody is going to treat their movie as its own little graphic novel, where you can have, because in graphic novels, when you read them, other heroes are going to pop up. They're going to show up because they exist in the world. That's fine. But we're not going to have to worry so much about, it's not going to be what Marvel Studio formula of what comes next, even though, there's going to be a little bit of that because there just has to be. But at the same time, it's, I loved when I saw that. And I'm kind of on the fence too. Do I purchase the digital, or do I just wait and start, because I've been wanting to build up my physical collection.
Well, what was a little bit annoying, and I don't know if they're going to be able to correct it, and Brandon Davis brought this up on his Phase Zero thing, and he asked James Gunn on the Peacemaker stuff about the director's commentary track, because that's not on the physical. That's only online.
Really?
And James Gunn acted like he had no idea, and he kind of called people over. It's like, what's this about? Now the problem I think it is, and Brandon Davis brought this up, was that he just, or as one of his co-hosts said, he might have just recorded that weeks ago.
He did. No, he posted about a week or so ago on Threads. He posted that he was doing it, was asking for questions.
Yeah. So he did not sound like, according to him, he did not sound like he knew that was not going to be on the physical, and it was only going to be through the digital.
Yeah. See, I mean, that's the thing. Is
and that's tough. I live and breathe commentaries too.
And I think I've also heard some people express, and I don't know how definitive this is, but they're saying that there's some featurettes that are digital only.
Yeah.
That won't be on the physical release, and that's, and again, this is where studio marketers. This is where the difference between the suits that are like, oh well, we've got to hammer digital, we've got to do this, and it's like, okay, stop forgetting the physical people, because you're still making the discs, and we wanted those features in the first damn place. Why wouldn't you just put them? Are you telling me the disc isn't that big? No, I know what you're using. The 4K discs are 100 gigs. You can fit all that.
Yeah.
I know you can. For a 2 hour and 9 minute long movie, there's no reason why it shouldn't be there. Yeah. So I don't know if they can get that fixed, because we're 5 weeks away from the release.
Yeah. But what these guys have to realize too is people want physical things now, because I mean, with all the streaming and everything that we do that is online and streaming and stuff like that. I mean, look what happened with vinyl. I mean, vinyl made such a big comeback, and it's still there are still people that talk. That I remember where I used to live at the mall that was there. There was literally a record shop that was still the very active the entire time that I was living there, and I lived there for 6.5 years. And every time I went to that mall, that store stayed open because people were always in there. And it's like you got to realize that people still, especially when streaming and digital, that could just go away. It could just poof, gone. It could be gone. You have a physical copy, you always have it, and that's why I want to get into, really like start building up more of a physical collection. But
okay, so sorry guys, I had to go tuck Declan in. So are
how dare you be a dad?
Yeah. Jeez, Scott.
So are they putting featurettes on the digital copy of Superman that aren't on the disc?
Correct. Yeah. Commentary is the big one.
That's what we're kind of talking about right now. Yeah. Like a commentary track from James Gunn, which is weird.
And
he didn't know.
According to Chris, he didn't know that it was like Brandon Davis told him about this, and he acted like he had no idea that the commentary track that he just recorded like a week or so ago won't be on the disc apparently.
He was calling people over and said, "What's going on with this?" Brandon was saying.
It just shows you that as much power that he has with DC Studios, he still has to fucking, he still got Zazzy pants.
Well, okay, here's the thing. It's like commentary. It's an audio track.
Yeah. Put it right.
I mean, normally, okay, because normally, I know what you just choose a different track.
Yeah.
The thing, because normally what I'm used to when it comes to lack of special features or special features is normally what happens is that it comes on there's a 4K Blu-ray combo pack, and the 4K disc tends to be just the movie, and all the special features are on the Blu-ray disc.
Yes.
Right. I'm used to that. I'm used to the special features.
Or there's a third disc that's just special features.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Those tend to be the options there. Usually, if you're getting just the 4K disc, you're just getting the movie, which they're moving a lot more towards these days. Which is the Blu-ray is disappearing, kind of like the DVD disappeared. It's like you get the 4K. It's almost like these days I get the 4K disc and a digital code, or I get the 4K disc and the Blu-ray, but no digital code. And and of course, usually that has to do with what studios, because some of these more boutique labels don't have digital copies. Because your Kino
Lorber, Vinegar Syndrome, Umbrella
Arrow,
Entertainment.
These are people who don't have the digital codes because they have. I'm always curious about these boutique ones because they're the ones who technically own whatever, like if they're doing a 4K restoration or something, usually they have the rights to that restoration, because if you get the movie from a different boutique, it's a different restoration. And it's like there are movies that you can get from like KL, but you can also get from the Criterion, and they're actually like two different restorations. Because they're done by different people, or because some of those they do the restoration in-house, and then sometimes someone else has done the restoration, and this label has the distribution rights to whoever did the restoration. That's why you've always got to be. It's why you actually need to like read the fine print when it goes 4K restoration by, and then it tells you who actually did the restoration. And I don't know. I am such a physical guy. I will buy these physical copies of movies because, like Nolan said, no one can walk into my house and take it away from me.
Challenge accepted.
I know.
We're gonna invade.
I own a sword and a gun. Watch yourself, Balga. And so it's like I see these people online who are like, I can't watch this movie streaming anywhere, and I'm like, yeah, not a problem for me. Here, like I just saw Jezebel on X be like, why isn't Gattaca streaming anywhere? And I went, because Sony. And then I sent her a link to the Steelbook on Amazon, and I went, problem solved.
Now you want to talk about
Great
boutique? Oh man, Scott, it's been a minute. I don't have a collection. I have a library.
Congratulations. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the party, pal.
No, but you don't understand. Like, you just brought up Gattaca. Like, you remember Everything Blue?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of went nuts with a bunch of those on eBay, and I have that one. And it's really nice. It's really pretty. So yeah, I don't have that problem either. Like, at all.
I've gotten to the point now that I've started, like, with Arrow. I used to always buy them on Amazon.
Did you see what just got put
I
up
just
for
hit my
pre-order?
pre-order.
What did I see?
4K restoration.
I pre-ordered the Arrow store exclusive version.
Okay, yeah,
Same.
there it is.
Same.
There it is. Yep, there we go.
Same.
Got it. Same here. Yep.
I'm like, okay, if it had just, because here's the thing with Arrow. Arrow does something that I absolutely love as a physical media collector. They commission a brand new piece of artwork for their release, but then they also have the OG poster art for whatever the movie is. And when you get to the case, they have a reversible sleeve.
Yep.
So what I always do with Arrow is the slipcover is always the new art.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I then do is that, well, if I've got the new art on the sleeve, then the reversible case, I just reverse it to the OG poster art. So a best of both worlds situation.
Yes.
Because I've always done that since I started getting Arrow. That's what I've done, because you know what? Old movies had gorgeous poster art. It is practically a lost art when it comes to
floating head.
I would have gotten that version if the Arrow exclusive one just didn't look that much more badass. Also, the disc art's better. The disc art on the Arrow exclusive version is better.
I didn't even pay attention. I didn't even go that deep. I didn't.
No, he didn't.
I'm not sure how long you've been backstage, Ray, but I have been working overnights for the past 3 weeks. So it went on sale at 9 a.m. What day? Yes, it was yesterday. I don't even know what day of the week it is anymore.
That was when I got my email. I got my email yesterday.
Well, I follow highdefdiscnews.com on X, and he
does the Lord's work.
He does do the Lord's work. And he gave me the heads up. He literally sent out a post that went, it's 36 hours away. And that's when I was like, and what he did is he reposted the announcement, because this wasn't like Arrow announcing, stuff, here. This wasn't like the Friday where they like announced like 8 different titles. This was, oh no, we're just announcing, this one, and it was a whole bunch of pizza boxes, and High Def Disc News was like, there's like 4 pizza boxes. And then when the news came out, I was expecting just the first film. I was expecting a freaking box set of the entire
whole trilogy.
The whole trilogy on that.
Whole trilogy.
And then, like I said, I've started ordering directly from Arrow, because even though I have to pay the shipping cost, which I wouldn't get with Amazon, sometimes they'll do some discounted prices on the website, but they also do the rewards thing where you can, like, once my Ninja Turtles one with either Ninja Turtles or Spawn ships, I'll have a $15 off code. And of course, now all I'm waiting for is Excalibur, because Arrow's doing the 4K of Excalibur, and I'm just like,
what I've been
cannot
doing,
wait for that.
I started, because like last year, I think was when I started getting into Arrow, and my gateway was Barnes and Noble. I'd been going, because I got during one of the 50% off sales, which, by the way, there's one now.
And the problem is I already have everything that I want.
Yeah, right. No, I think the next one I'm gonna get is, it's either Spawn or Lost in Space. One of those two.
I've got Lost in Space. I've got Lost in Space comes out September 2nd.
Okay, so
I've got Lost. I've got Lost in Space. By the way, there's an underrated movie that
yeah,
not a bad movie at all. I don't know why
no,
people.
I didn't see it until home video.
Oh, I saw it in the movie theater. I enjoyed it then.
I missed it in theaters. It was one of those that I missed in movie theaters, and then it came out on home video, and I watched it and I went, "Damn, this is
look at the star power in that movie."
The reason we saw it in theaters is because a year or two before that movie came out, we got the Sci-Fi Channel, and they were showing the original. So I had spent the last 2 years like watching the original and was like, "Oh, they're making a movie? Let's go see the movie." And that's the thing, is like, I feel like a lot of the people that didn't really like it or didn't get it just didn't understand how the show operated, because the movie operates exactly how the show operated.
But also the thing about the movie though is, I don't want to spoil the twist in the movie, but it like, yeah, I knew about the old show, but then I went, "Oh wow, you guys went like real sci-fi with this movie." Like,
oh, they'd go really.
Oh, they did. No, that is true. Yes, they did go more hard sci-fi than the show did.
Movie, and I was just like, "Oh, dude!" And then of course you have William Hurt and Gary Oldman, and like, you know, like you said about star power, like that didn't hurt at all.
Yeah, but Heather Graham, Matt LeBlanc at the height of his powers, you know.
Yeah. And the other guy that's in that third act is Dumbledore's son. I can't remember the name of that actor. The original Dumbledore, his
Richard
son.
Harris.
Richard Harris, his son.
Dang it.
He plays Moriarty in Game of Shadows, Sherlock Holmes.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, really? That's Jared Harris?
Yeah, that's him.
Jared Harris.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Jared Harris.
Oh my God! I had no idea that Jared Harris was Richard Harris's son, and now it all makes sense now.
He's like I think the biggest thing I know him. I mean, he's been in a ton of things, but the biggest
Mad Men was a big one for him.
David Robert Jones in Fringe.
Oh, okay.
He was such an asshole antagonist in Fringe.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
He's very good at that.
Yes,
he's very good at that. Yes.
But yeah, like the first, I think like Christmas or two ago, I got Demolition Man, the 4K limited edition.
I missed out on the limited edition because I waited too long to get the limited edition, so I got the special edition.
So that was like the first one, and I was like, "Oh, this is all right." Like that, because like branching out from just Steelbook, because I was exclusively Steelbook for like a year or so, and then I'm like, no, there are other like limited and collector's editions that aren't quite Steelbook, but I like the rigid slipcases like a lot.
Yeah.
I also like it when they do like when some movies are big enough, they do like it's an entire box set just for the one movie because of all the goodies they put in it.
Like Inglourious Bastards.
I didn't see. I missed out on Inglourious Bastards. I've got Dune, the David Lynch movie.
Yep, I got that.
I've got Wild Things.
Yes,
because
I don't have that yet.
I'm sorry. That is actually, I've defended it on here.
Yeah, it's a great whodunit movie. Like Erin and I watched it, and she was like, "This is actually really good." I said, "I see. It's not just eye candy.
It's not just the titties.
It's not just Denise Richards.
Yeah,
you know,
and also Kevin Bacon. You know,
Bacon
sticked in there.
Yeah, you actually, but at the same time, it's a fucking good movie.
Like, the ending, just when they start piecing it together, it was just like, oh my gosh, like it was great.
Kind of,
it's a noir. It is
a noir, right? It's
Everglades noir, and it's.
I'll defend that movie too. It is a very well written movie.
I've got that.
But it was sold with the two, you know.
Yeah, well, of course, you had to. The studio needed to do something with it.
And then I also have I got the box set for. I got the El. Oh God, I can never pronounce it, but the Desperado. The Rodriguez.
Oh, the El Mariachi.
Yeah.
I got that trilogy box set.
Actually, I think it's called the Mexico trilogy.
The Mexico trilogy. Yes.
Right, yeah.
I got that. I've got the remake of Clash of the Titans with Wrath of the Titans in the box set. I got that.
All right.
That's the one with Sam Worthington.
Sam Worthington.
Yeah, but with hair. The second one, he's got hair, and it's weird. Yeah. I don't know that guy. I'm just used to him being with a buzz cut, but he had like hair in the second one anyway.
And there's some other ones that I
got the RoboCop one. That was.
Oh, that's.
I know that hurt. I know that hurts you, Ray.
I'm hunting for that one. I'll get it, but it's gonna be painful.
I got the Steel book.
Same.
of RoboCop. Yeah, that's what I got. So
funny because I saw a meme just like not too long ago that said, I mean, I actually like have it up right now. It shows RoboCop. And it says, like, if you have a bad day at work, remember that this guy died at work and they resurrected him so he could go back to work.
Yep.
I was like, that's good. That's good.
There are so many layers of way too real dark comedy in that movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Always a classic. I got a box set, I think, from Umbrella Entertainment that was for the 1993 Super Mario Brothers.
Thank you, Paul. Nice. Thank you for bringing that up. One moment.
Okay.
Now he's doing the thing of pulling,
Ray's bringing props.
There you go. That's the one.
There, look at that.
Look at that.
So there's actually two versions. There's the Trust the Fungus version, and then there's the One-Up version. Now the Trust the Fungus version is just a purple version of this with like one or two extra things in it that it sold out. There was only like 2,500 of them made. This is the One-Up version that I got last year on Mario Day. And I got it before they sold out. It was like $70. Like, it was heavily discounted. So I was like, this thing is suitable for home defense. This thing is heavy.
Yeah.
Because it's got like...
I just did Vinegar Syndrome for the first time.
Oh, what'd you get? What did you get?
Okay, here's a blast from the past. Virtuosity.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. I got that.
Denzel, baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got that. I got that. Yep.
And when I got it, I was like, how many of you people actually remember this was Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe's first? I think it's Russell Crowe's first American role.
That's the first movie I saw him in. I literally discovered him in that.
And he's Sid, whatever.
6.7.
6.7. That
he's a
movie,
virtual villain.
Virtual. I mean, it basically he's a 3D printed villain.
Yeah,
and I love that movie. Denzel just the man just doesn't miss. Another Denzel movie that I wish he Denzel's it. He really does. Yeah. I love that movie.
Love that.
Virtuosity is so cool. But another Denzel movie that I wish would get some sort of upgraded release, because the only way it Fallen.
Oh yeah.
It's
also a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn.
Now I'll tell you
I
what.
remember watching that as a kid. Holy shit.
That's one. Keep your eye, because Vinegar Syndrome, like, it's weird. Like, was it them? Yeah, I think it was them. Out of nowhere, I got because I bought Virtuosity, I bought Daryl, and I bought Congo.
God, I love Congo.
I got all those at the same, and the Vinegar Syndrome, like, their cases, I love their cases.
Oh, their cases are so unique.
Yeah.
I missed out. They did Showgirls, and I missed out on that one.
But they did one, like, out of nowhere. I was checking their site and I got a notification. Like, they did one for Drop Zone.
Oh,
with Wesley Snipes and Gary Busey.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and the reason they did it a 4K remaster is because it's a John Badham film. I completely forgot that John Badham directed that. And there's like a whole bunch of essays like, oh, this is a 90s classic. I was like, 90s classic? Really? I mean, I watched it religiously on like HBO, like on cable, but I didn't know this was
I like Executive Decision a little bit better.
So
they're both planes.
Like Executive Decision is a 747. Like Drop Zone is exclusively skydiving.
Yeah,
it's
and then there was also Terminal Velocity with Charlie Sheen back in the night. Remember that movie?
Charlie Sheen and
Natasha Kinski,
John Gandolfini, James Gandolfini, playing a Russian
there too. Yeah,
with Christopher McDonald, I think too.
Yes, he was also in that. He had like blonde. Like
really the weird bleach blonde thing.
Bleach blonde hair.
No, that's
but there was like those movies that had to do with like planes, and I'm like, when you said Drop Zone, I thought Executive Decision. That was cool because that had to do. But what was crazy about Executive Decision was the fact that they made the decision to not make it a Steven Seagal movie. Even though it was marketed as a Steven Seagal movie,
and that's like the craziest great decision that movie made.
The movie improved. The movie improved when he died, and within the first 15 minutes.
Right, like it's because I mean that's another like reasonably loaded cast, like Kurt Russell, John Leguizamo, Halle Berry, Joe Morton, Oliver Platt. Like there's some who's.
It's a fucking good movie, man.
It is.
But like I said, Steven Seagal, if he was actually throughout the whole movie, it would have been shit because Steven Seagal is,
literally the smartest thing they did for that movie was whack him in the first 20 minutes. Like like he does not survive, and it's such a shock to the system. It's like, oh, that's it.
They killed Steven Seagal,
right? That was like, and it's supposed to be like a shock to the system. Like, okay, and then like, okay, we're going for all right. We've got a movie here. Let's go. All right,
and then it ended up being a really like.
It is really good. But I would say just keep an eye out because like. If anything gets remastered that isn't remastered, like Fallen, it's going to be one of them. It's going to be like Umbrella. It's going to be Vinegar Syndrome. And I could totally see them do. You know what they just also did that I got Golden Child.
Oh yeah,
Golden Child.
They did Golden Child, and I got Jade. I've never seen Jade, so that's a blind buy. But I love the Golden Child.
Jade is with
that's Fiorentino, Linda Fiorentino, and David Caruso. Right?
Yeah, and then the Golden Child is pretty much the black sheep of the Eddie Murphy 80s movies.
That's right. That was Eddie Murphy. That's right.
And also, more than likely, depending on your age, the first time you ever saw Charles dance.
Really?
Oh yeah. Well, it was that and Last Action Hero.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. Depending on your age, because obviously there's like a 6 or 7 year gap. But yeah, depending on your age, it was one of those two. Either you saw Masato Numspa or Benedict, one of the two. Which I also have Last Action Hero. I have that steelbook. Scott, we need to catch up. I have so much physical fucking media now.
I know for trivia fact for Last Action Hero, Alan Rickman was originally offered that part. He turned it down. So Charles Dance got it, and then he wore a T-shirt around the set saying like I'm cheaper than Alan Rickman or something like that.
Hey,
I'm pretty sure that was a real thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you're muted.
Scott, you're muted.
Can't hear you.
You're here. Things aren't working.
No, I literally pressed the mute button on my microphone. Instead of using the mute button down here on StreamYard.
Yeah, I do that too. It's easier just to hit the button sometimes. Yeah.
And so sorry, the cat. Louis the cat has been doing this thing the past couple of weeks where because he knows that Liam is down here and Liam is the primary for this cat, and he's been like doing the thing where he like paws at the door and I was sitting here and all I could hear was this boom, 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 boom. I just had to go upstairs. If we put a towel in front of the door, he like because we'll do is that we installed the door when we redid the floors upstairs. There was now this gap between the door and the floor, so we put in this foamy sweeper for the bottom of the door to close the gap. But because the floor isn't even, or the floor's not even, or the door's not even, you had to get a sweep that could squish and adjust to fill the space. But he's been getting his paw in it, and he's got his claws, and he's been like tearing at the foam on the sweeper. So we've had to put the towel down so he doesn't completely rip through the bottom of the door. I'm just like, dumbass cat, stop it.
Gotta love cats.
Yeah, we're cat people. What can I say?
Yeah, it happens. But so when it comes to Superman being released, obviously the rumor was it was going to come out on the 26th, I think. But then they like bumped it up, and then of course James Gunn was like, "Oh yeah, we wanted to get it out there before Peacemaker came out, so then people could see it." And I'm kind of going, "Okay, yeah, that could be something." Or you didn't have the decision, so you have to, you have to play the game. Obviously, there's sometimes like again when. Even though James Gunn's like the head of the studio, he still has to answer to Warner Brothers. They probably were like, "Hey, let's get it out there early." Even though, like I said, it had legs, it has better legs than Fantastic Four. But then you look over at Universal, and Rebirth had big time legs, and they released it after a month.
Yeah, and I talked about this on Flightcast the other day because Rebirth, 34 days, and it crossed 800 million like last week.
Yeah.
But like also Warner Brothers this year has had a history of doing this because they released the Minecraft movie. Minecraft movie came out like March 30th. The digital release was May 13th.
Yeah.
So that was like 35 to 40 days. And they kept it in theaters, and it got to like 955 million. And
they also did the Block Party edition too for Minecraft.
They did, and also Sinners had a 91-day run. The digital release was on day like 45 or 47.
Yeah,
and it still was doing good, right?
And they were smart. One with the Minecraft movie continuing on because summer was coming up and kids wanted to, it's an easy thing for them to go see. And then Sinners just kept on being part of the conversation. Everyone's like, "Have you haven't seen it? Well, go now."
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that's one of the few times that like the second weekend I went to go see it was a bigger crowd than the opening weekend.
Yeah.
For Sinners.
Good word of mouth.
Yeah, very good word of mouth. I would say Sinners and Weapons are doing very similar in that word of mouth because So I've seen Weapons twice and the theaters were pretty packed both times. I was more because it was a smaller. I think it was I think it was a smaller group the first time, but for the most part, I was paying attention to the actual audience reactions for Weapons this time, and it was hitting on every note. And the friends I went with, they both loved it, and I think my friend Haley said it was like her favorite movie of the year. Weapons and Sinners is up there the same thing. So yeah, definitely a good year for horror and like the original movies and everything. I mean, yeah, Superman and Fantastic Four I was looking forward to this year, or at least to see how they would come out and everything. But yeah, the original stuff has been much more plentiful this year in terms of like diversity and like all these different things that they're trying to do, and like whether it be horror or action or whatever. But yeah,
and quality, like it's like they're taking swings. Like I've been happy to see how well F1's been doing, and the fact that they've actually brought it back into IMAX.
Yeah.
Like it leaves IMAX for like a month, and they're like, "Let's bring it back." Because there's a movie. That's what you want to see.
They also did the same with Sinners.
Yeah.
They brought Sinners back to IMAX as well.
Yeah, I do know they did that, and I could be wrong because I know Box Office Mojo has to refresh quite a bit, but I think like Superman and F1 are about the same on the worldwide take in terms of the money coming in. Basically,
I think you're
F1
right.
F1 is like 530, and like Superman is like
Superman's like 586.
Yeah,
I actually just looked at it earlier today.
Yeah, so I mean that and again, like we're talking about movie, this whole thing. I mean, obviously, in the past few years, when it comes to Warner Brothers, I mean, obviously they've made some shit decisions and everything. Warner Brothers is having a fucking run in 2025, and it's great to see. And because I saw, like, I remember, I was seeing some tweets from the film, like discussing film and some of the other ones that were saying like, "Hey, Warner Brothers, look at what they released." The biggest thing that I saw from like the tweet that I quote tweeted was half of these are original films. We're talking about Sinners and F1 and Weapons. It's like, yeah, you have like your Minecraft, your Superman, and but at the same time, I'm like, wow, half of these are actually original movies that are fucking killing, that are hitting. And that's what I really love to see. And I'm going, yes, this is how you bring this company back that has been kind of like, not been doing good, not making the best decisions. Everything has been kind of firing off. Yes, sadly, Mickey 17 didn't quite hit, even though I enjoyed that movie. And I thought, fuck, I hope people can find like a little cult following, because I thought it was a pretty cool original movie. Yeah, it was a little out there and crazy, but that's just, that's Bong Joon-ho, that's what he does. And I really like that. But
even that technically doesn't count as original because it was based on a novel.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it's based on a novel series.
That's right. I forgot
Mickey
about that.
Mickey 7 and Antimatter Blues are the name of the two books.
All right.
Okay.
But at the same time, it's just like, it was just nice to see that, and especially because, when I see the Warner Brothers logo, I love seeing the Warner Brothers logo. I hate the fact that it got this bad reputation because of what happened in the past decade. And yeah, it's deserving that it got that bad reputation. But at the same time, it's just nice to see, because I'm still rooting for that studio. It's still, I love Looney Tunes, Bugs Bunny. I would love it if they brought back the, Bugs Bunny leaning on the fucking Warner Brothers logo that we used to see.
I was gonna say I think they do that, or they did that when it was mostly an animated movie, or if it was a kids film. If it wasn't, they won't do it. But I want to preface on this because you guys know I'm kind of mixed on DC, but I'm gonna give props to Warner Brothers, the studio. I think it's Mike DeLuca and Pam
Abdi.
Yep. Pam Abdi. I think they're doing a good job as far as that goes, because since they've been in there, I think they've been picking solid films, and you have the occasional one that doesn't work, but a lot of the movies that they've picked and they've gotten through either themselves or through New Line has been doing well.
Yeah.
I don't want to give any real props to Zaslav because I think that guy's a piece of shit.
No, I'm with you. Like, I saw somebody post a couple of days ago that we owe David Zaslav an apology, and I'm like, the fuck
no,
we
you
do?
don't.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you a shareholder or something? That you owe him something?
You don't.
No,
it's
not at
him
all.
that's making these decisions.
No.
Most of the bad decision making has been rooted going back to Zaslav. Like almost everyone has been unanimous on that, whether it's up front or behind the scenes. That has been the fucking case.
Including the dumbass HBO Max branding decision.
Oh, well, I think personally, and again, I don't disagree, but I definitely think that they did that to avoid certain lawsuits at the time, and then once the lawsuits have passed, they put it back on HBO Max. I could be wrong about that. There was something, I remember seeing an article about that the reason they even changed was because of certain lawsuits predicating HBO Max, and so they changed the name so as to avoid some legality. I don't know how any of that works, but like it was a
could
weird
be right.
article.
Yeah, there could be something with that.
Interesting. But no, I'm with you. I like, as far as the like DeLuca and Abdi, yes, certainly, and they already had a pedigree coming in when they took over the operation, and then certainly the creation of the existence of DC Studios. Like, however you feel about Superman, like this is already a far more well-oiled machine on all sides than anything DC Films did.
Oh yeah.
Period.
Like, it's not even close. Like,
I think there's much more focus for sure. And yeah. I mean, however I feel about the DCU and all that stuff, it's definitely James Gunn calling his shots and doing what he wants to do. There's no argument there. So however that goes out, or where the future may bring, we'll see. But yeah, it's more focused.
Well, I don't even just mean that, Paul. I also mean in terms of the PR and the marketing, because and however people feel about him posting online, just the marketing approach that we've seen. And Dave, we talked about this before about how the marketing hasn't stopped.
No,
and it literally has not stopped. It just, he's rolling everything right into Peacemaker season 2. I'm like, does this guy sleep like at all? Like, I feel like the Horowitz Happy Sad Confused interview that ended his press tour for Superman was only a week or so ago, and since then he's been talking about Peacemaker like this for the last couple of weeks. The premiere was the other night, and at the premiere of Peacemaker, he's talking about the Superman saga. He just finished another treatment. It's like, okay, the train just keeps rolling. And we never saw this before. Focus is a good word for it, but it isn't just focus. It's also direction, because there was none. And
then the fact that that Gillespie said, like, oh yeah, James Gunn said one thing. It was like the fact that he wants to have every filmmaker treat their film as their own graphic novel. And it was like, yeah, that's good. Treat it like that, where it's like, you don't have to worry about connecting certain things. Of course, there's going to be connections. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in Supergirl that maybe, that's going to lead into the next, Superman saga, movie, which, now it's sounding like it's definitely going to be it's going to be Kara and, Clark and Crypto and who knows who else that's going to be showing up in this next movie. Probably a Brainiac thing, because even in that behind
off of that picture.
Yeah, you saw that storyboard where it showed the three of them lifting off, and then the next storyboard that was kind of cut off showed Brainiac, and it was like, okay, yeah, can we finally get a fucking Brainiac in a movie? God damn it! How many times did they talk about it? I think they were even trying to pull it off with the Christopher Reeve movies at one point.
Well, that's what Superman. That's what we got. 3 was
it was supposed to be something.
That is Richard Pryor builds a low rent, cheap ass Brainiac knockoff. It's literally what it is.
Especially in that, it was supposed to be Superman Lives.
I hate that movie so much.
Man of Tomorrow, I think, was supposed to have Brainiac in it. So yeah, Brainiac's always like
always the next thing, because
and
even
by the way, this is your daily reminder to go watch Krypton, the TV show, to see an amazing version.
Absolutely.
That right now, that's the best Brainiac.
That's the best Brainiac.
The best Brainiac, right? Like
live action animated series, still good.
Okay, live action.
Animated series is great.
Yeah.
No, but we've never had a cinematic, and they've always been like, oh, that's always the next thing. It's always the next thing, and then that doesn't happen. I mean, even Zach talked about it, like, oh yeah, Brainiac, and he even teased it. When you see the World Machine, you see the three, the three symbol.
Mm-hmm.
So he was already kind of teasing it too. It's like, oh yeah, Brainiac's the next thing, but then it's like, well, what about Batman? And then that turned into a whole different thing, obviously. But they even thought about if they were going to do Superman Returns sequel, or like, Brainiac would be the next thing. And it's always Brainiac. It's like, all right, can we finally fucking get a Brainiac? And I think we're actually going to get that.
Yeah. Well, and going back to, tying all this together, truthfully, like with respect to the resurgence of original films doing well, and also like the rebirth or the birthing of the DCU. I think that what we're seeing here is, like, for all of the people that keep misusing, in my opinion, the phrase superhero fatigue. Like when they say superhero fatigue, they mean the labels. The real superhero fatigue that I absolutely will 100% agree with is the quantity. Yeah. There have been too many, especially in the last number of years, and you have to stop releasing so many a year. 2023 was by far the worst. Never do that again, ever. Either studio. You should never have 8 freaking movies, like 8 comic book movies in one calendar year. That's insane. It's beyond insane. And so I think that's the actual fatigue, is there's just too many of them, and not a whole lot of originality, not a whole lot of event films left anymore, right?
And that's what's nice about this. Like, we're gonna get this nice break.
Right.
We're not gonna have superhero movies. We're gonna get some shows. I mean, Lanterns is gonna be obviously Peacemaker, and then Lanterns when it comes to shows, and then we're gonna get some probably obviously Daredevil, Born Again, and all shows, sure. But when it comes to movies, it's kind of nice that we're getting like a year break, right? Till Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Well, Supergirl's first.
Oh yeah,
Supergirl. Okay, Supergirl first. And again, it is a show, but the Punisher will be sort of like a
special
precursor.
presentation.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting.
So we have like little things, but I mean, it is kind of nice that we're gonna have this little break, especially after all the madness of July and all the box office talk.
Yeah, so they're gonna get a nice break to give everybody a breather. But also by the same token, I think Gunn also understands, in this part of his pitch for DCU and DC Studios for the next 8 to 10 years was, you have to be different. Yeah. You have to show us things that we have not seen before, which that all but certainly assures us Brainiac, because we have not seen that before in live action. Well,
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I like Superman a lot. I was entertained by it, and it was a Superman movie that was different, because it was like, oh, this exists like this, and there's other heroes. Cool. You treat it like that, and the fact that, like I said, if you treat everything like, oh yeah, it's like your own little graphic novel, cool. And I'm really looking forward to Supergirl. I'm going, okay, what is that going to be like? What is that going to tease? What is that going to Clayface? I know some people, I always hate it when people online just go like, who asked for this? I'm like, yeah, well, nobody asked for anything for a lot of things. I
don't remember asking them their opinion.
Yeah, exactly. If just kind of going, hey, you know what?
My favorite GIF is Jack Nicholson from '89.
Mm-hmm. I didn't ask. Yes. No, and always, like I always say, well, clearly somebody asked, because the fucking movie's about to exist.
Yeah.
So
maybe it's good that nobody asked for that.
How about, instead of saying who asked for this, saying, I'm glad for those of you excited about this, not my tempo, and then move on.
No, you can't have that.
Well, no, absolutely not. I can't.
Right. No, because it's kind of like, for me, I'm just, I am.
Just show me something.
just show me. Like, I am interested in Supergirl because it's not going to be a James Gunn movie.
Yeah.
And if like, show me, but that's also proof of concept of show me that these movies are going to have different flavors.
Yeah.
You know, like that got to be, and I said this, that got to be my problem with the MCU.
Certainly.
Was that they all got it was all vanilla.
Yeah.
You know,
like, what, casserole again? Yeah.
You know,
Right.
My favorite, it didn't do well, and I don't care, because my favorite MCU movie this year was Thunderbolts.
Yes, well,
because
Thunderbolts was
because Thunderbolts was so much its own thing.
Yep.
Like, and I really enjoyed Thunderbolts because Thunderbolts was the first MCU movie I had seen in the theaters, if you don't count Deadpool and Wolverine, because for me, Deadpool and Wolverine was a Deadpool movie. Like, you know,
it's an event film. That was an event film.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Was Guardians 3.
Yeah.
You know, and before Guardians 3, the last thing I had seen was Doctor Strange 2.
Yeah,
like
multiverse. Yeah.
Okay, so you were going at one a year. That was your pace, one a year.
Because
Right.
post Endgame, the MCU movies I'd seen in the theater were Spider-Man: No Way Home, because it was Spider-Man.
Right, 21.
It was Doctor Strange 2, because it was Doctor Strange and Sam Raimi.
2022.
Deadpool and Wolverine. Guardians 3.
2023.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
2024.
And then I broke the mold because I saw 2 this year, because I saw Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four.
Okay, now see, but I'm glad you said this, because I feel like what you have been doing is exactly what the general audience has been doing. It basically, like, okay, listen, there are three Marvel movies, we ain't seeing all 3. Pick which one we're gonna see, and they pick which one they're. And funny enough, like 2022 was the last year where all 3 of the movies did really well. Like all 3, like that was Multiverse of Madness, Thor: Love and Thunder, which made $760 million. I can't believe it made that much. And Wakanda Forever. And it was like a combined 2.7 million plus that they made. That was the last really awesome year, like for all of Marvel's movies, right? And then the year after that was Quantumania, which bombed. Guardians Volume 3, which did well, but still finished like 20 million behind Volume 2. And then the Marvels, which bombed, right? So like, it seems like from 2023 on, the general audience has basically said, we're not seeing all of your movies. We're going to pick whichever one we really want to see, and that's the one we're going to go to.
And then when I eventually want to catch up on them, Disney Plus.
Okay, and this year, like, there was, like, I knew when Captain America: Brave New World was on Disney Plus, because all of a sudden there was all these reactions like, wow, that movie was actually not that bad. That movie, it's a mid movie in my opinion, but there was a resurgence of like appreciation for it.
Well, because but I've seen that, you know, with this whole streaming thing, suddenly, like, it's like the movie just came in theaters. When I start seeing all the social media reactions, I'm just like, did I go back in time? Like, and I'm realizing all the people. I mean, Chris and I have had this conversation where I tell him it's gonna be a great movie, and he's like, "I'll catch it when it's on streaming," and I'm just.
But it's a time thing. I don't have the time. It's not necessarily not for want.
No, but and Chris, I wasn't.
Oh no, I know. I was just making sure. It's like, hey, it's for those we have a relationship where you and I know. I was just putting it out there saying, I want to see this stuff.
But right there, like, and that's like whenever people have discussions about these comic book movies, they ignore the most logical reasoning for why these movies aren't making as much. They always have to go to the fan reasons, like, oh, well, the brand is damaged and the movies aren't as good, or, you know, the marketing isn't as good. It's like, no, people don't have the time or the money. Like, why do you not go to those reasons first?
Well, it's like tomorrow night. Dave knows this because we talked about it. Heather and I are going to go see Nobody 2 tomorrow night, because
you're going to have fun with that movie.
I know I am. You know, as I said, my favorite line: "I am going to fuck you up." But guess what happened today? Turns out we never secured a babysitter.
Oh no.
So guess what happens? The ticket that I had to get for Heather that I can't, it's not like my A-list reservation where I just cancel a reservation, then I pick another time, and then I just go, whoop. Oh, my ability to switch my ticket at a moment's notice with A-list is fantastic. I can't do that where I literally have a physical ticket in my wallet that's Heather's because I redeemed a free pass because I didn't. There was a technical difficulty, and I didn't get to see the tax day early screening of The Accountant 2. The file was corrupted, and they couldn't show it.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, they couldn't refund me, so they just gave me 2 free passes. So I used 1 free pass for Heather to go see Superman the second time around when we took the boys, and then I used the second one for her ticket to Nobody 2. Well, I can't exactly exchange that because it was a free pass. It's a physical ticket. And the whole refund exchange thing. So what we're doing is Heather's going to go to the 8 o'clock showing, and I swamped my ticket for the 10:30 showing.
Oh wow! So you're seeing it.
see, and you know what?
That sucks, though.
Right. But I would still say that you were an exception because I feel like any other couple, any other family in that scenario, oh well, find someone to give the ticket to, and they just don't go. Instead of alternating times.
Right. It's like, instead of it being a date night, it's like we're playing together, but separately. We're going to go see the same movie.
Oh, man.
2 different showings.
Yeah.
Because we have to be our own childcare. And
but that is part of it, right? Whether it's finding a babysitter or whether it's the price of concessions or whether it's...
Or as I bitched about, finding a convenient showtime these days.
Yes.
Because post-COVID has fucked me over when it comes to showtimes. You don't get I luck out if I can find an 11 doing a weekday. Finding a showtime that's before 1 p.m. that I can get the movie seen before I have to go do carpool at 2:30 in the afternoon. So it's like, can you give me an 11 o'clock or 11:30 so the movie's done by carpool? Or giving me a weekday that's not a weekend night where you do a 9 or 10 o'clock showing so that, I can do the thing where I tuck everyone in bed and then I just, go to the movie. Because now that I'm on a retail work schedule, it's like, I might have to work 4 in the morning the next morning. So I need that morning thing where I can catch it on, on a day off or a day where I don't go into work till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I can catch the movie before I go into work, right. Or the next day's a day off. So I can go to a 10:30 because I can sleep in the next morning. But it's like, if it's not the 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9 o'clock, and sometimes I don't even get the 9 o'clock. It's like 7 o'clock and that's it. I'm just like,
yeah, that screwed me over today because I totally wanted to do a double feature. I wanted to see Nobody 2 and Highest to Lowest. And Highest to Lowest isn't even playing in every theater. There's only a handful of theaters.
It's not even. I can't see Highest to Lowest. It's just not here.
That's such bullshit. That's so ridiculous.
Because it's Apple TV, right?
Yeah, it's going to be on Apple TV Plus.
It's going to be on Apple
September
TV,
5th.
but yet it's Apple TV, but it's also A24. So it's like
a Spike Lee A24 movie with Denzel Washington. Why the fuck isn't this in theaters? What is that?
I'm lucky it is playing near me. I was going to do it today, but I ended up doing Weapons again with my buddies. But I'm going to try and see that tomorrow. And I like High and Low by Kurosawa, so it should be interesting to see Spike's take on it and stuff. But no, you're not wrong though. It's Spike and Denzel are a winning team. Why is
absolutely?
This not
but Spike and Denzel and A24.
And A24.
Yeah, how that's a trifecta. What the hell?
But maybe it is some, and I don't know. I mean, if it's already guaranteed for an A24. If it's already guaranteed for an Apple TV release, how much is the distribution? Because, I could see it being one of those movies that maybe they either isn't or is perceived that it's not going to make a lot of money. But I'm guessing with the Apple money in there, it's like it's like I had to go do a special screening at a independent theater in downtown Birmingham to go see Macbeth, because because once again, A24 with a Coen brother and Denzel doing Macbeth. And
you're right. Yep.
And so it's just one of those situations, but it gives me time to watch High and Low, which I have never seen, and it's on HBO Max. Since HBO Max has a lot of HBO Max has a lot of the Criterion movies.
Okay.
And in that same David Mamet book I talked about earlier, Mamet was critical of the ending of the Kurosawa movie, the way the third act turns out. And so and I've never read the Ed McBain novel that the story's based on. So I'm really interested because it's Denzel. And I'm there. Like, if Denzel's in the movie, it's like you've pretty much won me personally because I love Denzel, and Jeffrey Wright as well. And so because Jeffrey Wright plays the driver,
you also still need to expand your Spike Lee.
Oh no, we've talked about this. I've literally seen one Spike Lee movie, the Five Bloods. I own Malcolm X from Criterion, the 4K Criterion release. Still need to watch it, but I have it. And
so good,
epic,
so good.
Yeah.
You gotta watch Inside Man.
And I own
Inside
Man.
You know
that
what?
That movie is so goddamn good.
That's the one where
Lockers.
that one shocked me a little bit because I'm like, I would have never thought of him doing a heist movie.
Clive Owen was so good.
But because you watch it, then it's like,
Man is like one of his biggest box office successes.
Well, because it's a heist movie, but what I love about it is he's such an auteur. It's still his heist movie.
Yep.
All of his touches going all the way back to School Days, Do the Right Thing is in that movie, and it's fucking brilliant.
Oh, yeah. Well, and so Highest to Lowest, I really want to check out. And like I said, and then what I love about it is like, hey, it's going to get me to watch another Kurosawa movie. Oh, boo hoo! Make me watch another Kurosawa movie. And then I can figure out if it's another movie that's going to end up on my Criterion wish list or not.
See, that's what I did for my last year's Criterion sale. I just went all the missing Kurosawas. Yeah, all of them. Went searching.
Yeah, I was thankful that I started doing something this year, which is I go on the Criterion website, I add stuff to because I have an account on the Criterion Collection website.
Same here.
And then I add movies to my wish list, but I've gotten smart because even if it's on the Criterion, it's not always a winner for me. Like I have blind bought some Criterion movies that I've then watched and gone, I chose poorly. And
see, that scares me because I've blind bought so many Criterions that I haven't watched yet.
The worst one that's happened to me so far was Purple Noon. Which was the very first. It was a French-Italian co-production that was the first adaptation of The Talented Mr. Ripley. And it is not good. It is not. And of course, it didn't help that I watched it immediately after watching the Ripley miniseries with Andrew Scott.
You set yourself up for failure on that one.
Oh God, because read my Letterboxd review, the essay that was my Letterboxd review for that limited series. I love that so much. But that was a bad one. And then this past summer, during the month of July, I took all the movies. I started going through my wish list, and I started doing the Apple TV app search because it will search all the different streaming services that are connected to Apple TV. And it was like, oh, this is on HBO Max, this is on Tubi, this is on Prime. And I started previewing movies that were on my wish list. And it was a good thing too, because I struck a lot of movies off my list going, not my tempo. And I took a lot of movies off my wish list because when I finally saw the movie, I was like,
which one was the most surprising you struck? The one you were was there one you were looking forward to and then realizing, maybe not?
This is gonna
okay.
You know what? Here we go. If he says a movie I bought, I'd say, oh no.
You know what? I'm gonna go. If you're gonna go with surprising, I am going to go with Bound.
Okay.
Oh, I've seen that. No, I've seen that movie. I like that movie.
I haven't seen that.
That's Wachowski's.
Wachowski's.
That was before they did Matrix.
It was before they did Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
I remember watching it when I was younger, really just for the
Aesthetic.
scene.
Yeah.
No, the scene.
Yeah.
And now that I watched the movie start to finish, I was like, yeah, no, my tempo.
Yeah, Bound.
Yeah, but I was like, no, my tempo. But because I did it with Bound, I struck that one off my list. I struck Elevator to the Gallows off my list. I have a hard time with French movies. I have learned that French film is not
French film can go off the rails. If you want to watch a good French movie, I recommend The 400 Blows. That one's really good.
Oh, okay. I've heard.
Okay, and that's on the Criterion. Yeah, I'll tell you what surprised me was I ended up buying it at the end of the month. I did get Le Samurai with Alain Delon. It was because he's actually the guy who plays Ripley in Purple Noon. And but that one was a really good French noir because pretty much I've learned that the two go-tos I have for Criterion are samurai movies and French and film noir. If it's a film noir or a samurai movie,
that's your bag.
That's my bag because I did get The Big Heat with Cliff Robertson. Oh, that one was really good noir, and the 4K had literally come out. I think I bought the movie on a Thursday because it was 4th of July because I went and saw F1 with my dad, and it had just come out on the 2nd. And so I was like walking around Barnes and Noble, and I went because the title says The Big Heat. That's a film noir.
That's a good title.
That's just a film noir.
That is a noir title. Yeah.
And I just went,
you see that and you're like, oh, there's narration all over that shit.
And then you look at the cover art for the Criterion and you're just like, hot damn.
If there's other French movies, granted they're more modern, definitely check out the Three Colors trilogy. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Yep, I've heard about that.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah. But I also struck off Richard Lester's The Three Musketeers.
That's right. We were talking about that.
And Richard Lester, I've just
I have bought I do have a Richard Lester Criterion. I bought Hard Day's Night.
Okay.
Oh yes, I
you did Hard Day's Night.
Richard Lester.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, for me, I'm always going to think Superman.
Of course, Superman.
Thing.
Yeah. But then I was like, Scott was telling me, I was like, oh, he did that first, or not first, but one of the Three Musketeers movies. I was like, oh shit, he did that one. He's in the 70s, 60s,
the 70s, 73.
Yeah. But then we agreed that the 90s one is still just
the 90s is just
it's just
yeah.
But I what else did I don't know if I struck. I struck Anora off. Anora was not my tempo. I know it won Best Picture.
I had a feeling that would be your tempo.
Yeah, you steered me away from that one.
Sean Baker is an acquired taste.
Sean Baker. That's the thing, Paul. This was not my first Sean Baker movie, and I've realized Sean Baker. Not my
so that's a blind buy for me. I haven't watched it yet, but I did get it because of the whole the attention.
Yeah, same. I also own Honora and haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
but I like Maggie Madsen though. She looks
great.
She's
she wasn't the problem in the movie.
No, of course she's not the problem. We got Phil joining right now. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Hello.
Apologies for the wait. My alarm didn't kick in after the snooze. It really pisses me off. So I am here.
Yeah, you're here.
I am.
I'm still waking up.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
I had a wondrous thought of whether or not like Weapons was a movie that I'm just like yay or nay on.
Yeah.
Because of the director. Because I loved Barbarian so much. And, I talked about it a little bit on my show. Like, I think I liked it. And I think it's a better made movie than Barbarian. But I still like Barbarian more.
Well, that's fair.
And Phil, I've never seen Barbarian. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So I get what, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. But I think it's interesting when you like a filmmaker's previous work and that creates, and Ray and I have had this conversation for years, and it creates an expectation. And then sometimes it feels like you've shot yourself in the foot because it's not the movie's fault. It's your sometimes it's your expectations. Fault.
That's something I thought about too, of like just how high were my expectations for this, and that kind of leans on Barbarian just a smidge because that is his last body of work and the only comparable volume.
Yeah.
But even still, I was just like, how much do I enjoy this movie? And do I enjoy it more than the previous body of work from said director? Honestly, I walked out of this movie and I was like, there were certain things going on in Weapons, and I was like, oh, this is exactly why Zach Kreger wrote a fucking Resident Evil script. There are some things that happen in Weapons, and I'm like, yep, that's in Resident Evil. Yep, that's in Resident Evil. Yep, that's in Resident Evil.
Yeah.
So
interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see his Resident Evil movie too, because it's not going to be a legit Resident Evil movie. I mean, his Resident Evil movie and his DCU, I guess, pitch are both like, hey, I have stories within a world that people know about, because the Resident Evil movie is not going to, I mean, that's what I was kind of wondering. I'm like, why is he doing a Resident Evil movie? What is he going to add to it? Oh, he's doing a story within the world
universe.
Yeah. So it's not going to be, oh yeah, I'm trying to reboot the franchise. No, this is a story within the franchise. And I saw a recent interview and he's like, yeah, I just had this idea of like this story and it's fucking crazy. And I'm like, thank you. Just say that, Zach Kreger, because that's what you've given me with your 2 movies at least. And I'm like, yeah, bring it.
And his next one after that, he's penning a sci-fi movie. So even if that DC one actually comes to pass, it's going to be a while.
It seems like, you know, like, I mean, he might be up James Gunn's, you know, style. Maybe James Gunn would give, but at the same time, who knows? It probably won't happen.
Yeah, I just loved. I had so much fun the day that Henchman movie came out, because everyone was like, "Why does this sound familiar?" I went, "The man who killed Batman. It's the man who killed Batman."
Oh,
right. Sid the Squid.
Yeah,
Sid the Squid. All I can think of is Harley playing taps on the kazoo.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
But I love it because it gave me an opportunity to put up that tweet that said, normal person. I vaguely remember this BTS episode. Scott, here's the title, the art card, and I give you a detailed synopsis if you want from memory.
I was like, well, that's cool. And then all of a sudden,
here's a video you could watch of where we break it all down.
I was like, oh yeah, that is that fucking yeah. And then, you know, I'm like, yeah, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But
no,
I mean,
but like, it just gave me a moment where I was just like, I'm doing that thing where I'm looking at everyone else going,
did you come on, people?
Come on, guys.
What an innovative idea.
Right.
Yeah. You know, I wasn't even dogging it. I just saw people going, well, that's kind of interesting. And I just went,
well,
it came out 30 years
and then
ago.
Nobody should be dogging it because, hey, Mike Flanagan, what was his inspiration for his Clayface movie? Feet of Clay. Yeah.
But
that's
even
the thing,
still,
like
I just think that like it's a fun idea, but there's not enough meat on that hook for me to really give a shit.
I don't think Gunn's gonna go for it.
Well, see,
not even that, but just like, it's so much so like, what warrants a Clayface movie over something like this? Well, number one, Mike Flanagan took time and was like, "Hey, I have this idea. Here you go."
Mm-hmm.
And Zach Kreger is currently just doing like press for Weapons. Like, oh yeah, I have an idea. I haven't pitched it to the studio, and that to me just kind of indicates James Gunn either A, hasn't had time to hear it, B, he's too busy doing press to hear it, or C, he knows of it and he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
But the thing is like. Is that premise enough to warrant a mid-level budgeted film? Or is that story strong enough to warrant a green light? No.
And not only that, it would also it would be an addition to whatever he's already got in the hopper, what he's already got scheduled.
But even think of it like this. James Gunn may look at it and may just say, hey, let me just take a look at it. May not go for that, but may have another idea for him because he would like him to do something. You know, how many times does James Gunn have a house of people and actors and creators that saying, not for this one, but I'm going to keep it in the back pocket, and they end up working with him later on?
Well, and then also I think of how people use different movies to make different deals. The one that always blows my mind is like the idea that Sydney Sweeney did Madam Web so she could get the deal to make Anyone But You. And wasn't that just a brilliant business decision? Because it's like, Madam Web ended up being not a great movie, but Anyone But You like snuck under the radar and like, for what it was, did well.
It did well in the box office for a romantic comedy.
Well, and it was we talked about this, Scott. Catwoman was similar for Halle Berry, wasn't it? Like she had to do that movie because of some other contractual obligation or something to that effect.
But it's always that one. But we've talked about it's that one for you, one for me.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or I agree to do this so that you'll listen to, this other idea. Kind of like how Nolan did Insomnia, because that's what the studio wanted him to do. Yeah. And then Nolan used Insomnia to get into Warner Brothers to do everything, everything else up through Tenet that he ended up doing with Warner Brothers, which reminds me, I still need to go back and watch Insomnia. I have not seen that sucker in 20 something years. And it's the least Nolan feeling movie. And because it's a remake. It's a remake of a Swedish film. So,
but speaking of Nolan, this goes back to what Phil was saying, because that is a perfect example of exactly what he's talking about in terms of like our expectations. Because I've been through the ringer a couple of times with Nolan movies. Because like, do I think that his best made movie is either Interstellar or Oppenheimer? Yes. Is my favorite of his movies Inception? You're damn right it is.
See? My favorite is still Memento, because that's just there's something
that's
about
right.
that movie.
I
still think like,
don't you love having a filmmaker that Nolan is one of those filmmakers, kind of like a Fincher for me as well, where you just kind of look at all of his movies and we can all have different favorites, but every one of us would look at each other's favorites and go, "Oh no, I see, no."
And then at the same time, it's like, but I still think like, I think Interstellar is like his best movie, and Oppenheimer's up there too. That's like, and the Odyssey's probably going to be, holy shit.
Right, we're going to have this conversation next year.
We're going to have the conversation again.
Yeah.
So,
Paul, you were like trying to say something earlier.
Yeah, you were.
Sorry. Yeah.
I was trying to say a few different things. I was just suggesting that. No, it's fine. No, you guys. No, look, I'm just Paul. I don't even have any platform. I'm just a guy.
Still one of my favorite things. Creating Memento. It's still DVD, but it's an amazing package, because you open it up and you get this lovely dossier.
Yeah. Well, there's a ton in there too. I used to have that set.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But anyways, back to Paul.
Yeah, no.
Is it just cut Paul off for the night? Is that what we're doing tonight?
No, we just keep talking.
So mean.
Paul needs to Paul. We're gonna have I'm gonna be a life coach for you for a second, okay? So Paul, you've got to understand. With this group of people, you just have to fucking start talking and roll the rest of us over. It's what the rest of us do.
You also caught us on a crazy night where me and Scott are here. Game fucking over.
We haven't had Scott and Ray on the Vodka stream in
years.
It's been a couple of years. Yeah, but anyways, go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
No, I don't know. I'm trying.
So anyways, I'm just
come on, Dave. Come on, man. Really? Okay.
I'm kidding.
No, I really am losing my train of thought. No. So I was just suggesting for this Sid the Squid Zach Krager movie. I think if James were smart, or if anyone will give him the money to do so, if not the DCU, give the money for the Elseworlds projects, because if you really want to do something different and new and interesting, or take creative risks, Elseworld is the plate to go with. Because I don't know what his plans are for the Joker and Harley and his DCU, but if you were to give Zach Krager at least a $50 million budget and cast his own Harley and Joker mixed in with this like one-off story of a henchman just trying to make it through the night alive, I think that's a very intriguing story.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, sorry, go on.
I was just going to say real quick, It's Johnny Frost and Brian Azzarello's Joker.
Exactly. Bingo. Or it could be fucking Bob the Goon. I don't know, but it'd be fun. It'd be interesting to just see it from a different perspective. You know, Twitter posted this, and I totally agree. Zach Cregger making a Resident Evil movie about a random guy having the worst day of his life in Raccoon City sounds like the best shit ever. Yeah. And I immediately, because I'm a huge Whitest Kids You Know fan, immediately thought of the skit of the 911 caller receiving a person like who's basically like, hey, listen, so I can't explain it, but I think I'm in the middle of Terminator 2, and like all of these things are happening, and then and then the caller finally just is tired of the person recounting Terminator 2. He's like, don't worry, sir, I'm pretty sure that, like, you know, the evil Terminator will be attacked by a better Terminator, nicer Terminator, and then he'll fall into lava and then give and die, and then the other one will die, and a thumbs up. I'm not the kid. I'm a random bystander.
See, that's the thing. I even had those ideas too, where I was like, man, imagine having like some kind of romantic comedy while Independence Day is happening or something like that. Or that's in the background or something. I've always kind of thought, like, you know, what is the next day that John, you know, what is the next day for John McClane? Like when he wakes up the next day and he's just like, oh, fuck. Oh, he can't even get out of bed.
He has to go back to work.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go back to work, but he has to, like, he's feeling the pain. He's feeling, because after that sleep, everything's stiff, everything hurts. You know,
I was gonna say that the next day for him after which one?
I know, exactly. Yeah,
that's fair.
Because if it's after the first one, then his feet are all cut up. He can't walk straight.
Yeah.
Right? If it's after the second one, he's got like pneumonia because he was in the cold out in the airplanes. If it's after the third one, he's lost too much fucking blood.
Yeah. I think he got the most fucked up in the third one.
Oh my god!
But I don't know. It's just like when people think about those scenarios, it's like, yeah, obviously the John McClane thing, that's different from just having a random character within the world. But I love the fact that, you know, and I know Zach Cregger. I haven't like delved into like the Whitest Kids like sketches and stuff. I know like one of the main guys like died not too long ago, a couple of years ago or something like that, and that was, you know, and I started watching some of the sketches, but it's just so funny that he came out of that, and he was also in that there was a TBS show where people got stranded on a desert island, and he was part of the cast, and it was like a comedy, and I was like, wait a minute, that's the guy who made fucking Barbarian? I was like, oh, the guy who said like, oh yeah, it feels like a hot fart in my face, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah, he said those lines. Yeah.
When I heard Barbarian, and then I found out he was doing it, I was like, that's awesome. But like I didn't know it was going to happen. But then I heard about him being supported by Jordan Peele, and then Weapons was such a big deal. I guess because Zach and Jordan shared the same agent, and something happened. There was either a conflict of interest, and Jordan Peele lost out on having Weapons go through Monkey Paw Productions, that he like fired his people basically. And after seeing Weapons, I kind of understand, or at least get the hype. I mean, I go back and forth because I have a friend that was kind of like you, Phil, with loving Barbarian to death, and then Weapons he was just kind of mixed on, if anything. I think he's still kind of mulling the movie over a little bit too, but I do know that, like, I agree that Weapons is the better made movie, but I don't know. It's a little bit, it's weird because it's like, I feel like it's a little bit more simple. There's definitely stuff we don't know about the Gladys character and stuff like that. I'll say that without spoiling the movie pretty much, but like, it's Barbarian. It just seems like there's a much more, there's a lot more going on in it than we even.
There is.
Yeah.
Oh man, when I was
so
watching
many more layers.
Yeah. When I was watching that movie, I'm like, why are these cops acting like this? They know shit. They know something. Like when you see like these cops that show up in Barbarian and they start questioning, I'm like, what is going on with it? And I was like, I'm in my brain. I'm going, oh, there's more meat on this bone. He's setting some shit up, and I'm like, wondering if and then of course, you know, when it comes to Weapons, when the whole marketing started kicking off, I mean, they had a website that also had something tied to Barbarian. I'm like, all right, is Zach Cregger like trying to create his own little universe here where things exist in the same universe? And it could, We don't know yet, because obviously they talked about doing a prequel for Weapons, which I get because, especially when it comes to the Aunt Gladys character, they could do
Gladys.
they could do, which still crazy when I was going, why do I recognize her? Oh, it's the fucking, she was in Field of Dreams. Yeah. She's Kevin Costner's wife. God damn it. That's her.
See that would be a cool thing though. Cause I feel like there haven't been that many directors that have like built their own universe of original movies. I feel like Tarantino certainly has.
Oh yeah,
like he has a
M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah,
Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith. That's right. Yep.
Kevin Smith was the first one. I would say he was like one of the first to be like.
Well,
hey,
and like how far? Because I know it's the first 5, but how much further past Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back like is the View Askew?
Well, they did the Jay and Silent Bob
Clerks 3.
That's right. That's right. There are 2 Clerks.
Like Red State was like a whole thing, like a whole other thing.
Yeah,
and
then,
Clerks 3, Jay and Silent Bob.
He made another Jay and Silent Bob movie.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
So he's pretty much continued it. I think he wants to do more Jay and Silent Bob stuff.
Yeah.
So.
He wants to go 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing is I wish, because those distribution rights are just all over the fucking place. I'm still wishing that for like the New Jersey saga that I could get like all like because Mallrats Arrow just did Mallrats in 4K.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
And because I did get the limited edition of that one. They just made a big deal that Dogma is getting a 4K steelbook by Christmas.
Yep.
I have the Criterion DVD of Chasing Amy, but it's just sitting there. It's like I wish the rights weren't just scattered shot, because it's like that's something that needs I need a box set. I need a box set of all of those of the New Jersey movies.
Yeah, but the problem is that they were done. I mean, those are the first 4 or 5 movies in his career, so he was literally all over the place. I mean, I think at one point they were like most of them were Miramax.
Most of them were Miramax, but now Miramax has been like.
Oh, right, piecemeal completely. Yes, absolutely. So
because that's Lionsgate has grabbed a lot of that Miramax stuff because thanks to going back to our physical media conversation, Lionsgate Limited has been like something that's been nice. Because I got the Basic Instinct 4K steelbook.
Yep.
Nice.
I got the Den of Thieves box set.
Okay.
That looks like a safe. And it's got and that was the beginning of I haven't watched it yet because I just watched Den of Thieves 1 right before Den of Thieves 2 came out. And then for the home release, they finally released a director's cut of Den of Thieves 1. And that's what comes in the box set that came from Lionsgate Limited.
I wouldn't mind watching that.
I know, right? I got the steelbook of the Apocalypse Now final cut.
I am so pissed I missed that one. I am not.
I gave you the heads up on that too.
You did. I am not happy I missed that one at all. But what I didn't miss out on, I got the Kill Bills, and I got Jackie Brown.
Yeah, I got the Kill Bills. Yes,
Jackie Brown is such an underrated Tarantino.
Oh my god! Yes.
I still have not finished watching Jackie Brown.
So good. The way that it ends, oh man.
I need to. I was not in the mood when because Jackie Brown started off
Pam
so
Grier,
different.
Man. Pam Grier,
yeah.
God damn it.
But I was not
Keaton.
in the place when I started Jackie Brown because Jackie Brown was such its own.
Oh, it's a
thing as
black
Tarantino movie.
What do they call it? Blaxploitation.
Blaxploitation.
You know what I would say? It's blaxploitation plus Elmore Leonard adaptation.
Yes,
which funny enough, it's connected to Out of Sight. I would almost say watch them both together.
Okay.
And I just got the is that Kino Lorber? Did they do Out of Sight? I think they did.
Yes. I think you're right.
I just got the 4K of that, and Michael Keaton's in both movies as Ray Nicolette.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a connecting through line between both of those, and they're, I mean, they're similar vibes, but they're different because obviously one's Tarantino, the other is Soderbergh. But they're both like auteur style, like they both have their own style. But
of course they have their fingerprints on. But I always say like Jackie Brown is like that's like if Tarantino has an underrated film, it's Jackie Brown.
Oh no,
By far,
absolutely.
by far his.
But
most
it was really
underrated film.
funny. Was I was when I did my last Criterion purchase, I got Lady Snowblood, and
Nice.
it sold me on it because on the back it said inspiration for Kill Bill, and then you realize, oh fuck yeah, like you're watching Lady Snowblood, which you can stream on HBO Max if you want, and the fight in the snow at the end of Volume 1 is totally the final battle from Lady Snowblood, and there was a song written for Lady Snowblood that the actress who plays Lady Snowblood sang, and it's the song that plays at the end of Kill Bill Volume 1.
Okay.
Yep. So Kill Bill Volume 1 is basically Tarantino's Lady Snowblood, because Kill Bill Volume 1 is a samurai revenge movie, and Kill Bill Volume 2 is a Western. That's what I've always said about those two movies.
100%.
Yes, completely agree with that.
So, but that is definitely like, if you love Kill Bill Volume 1, then you owe it to yourself to go watch Lady Snowblood.
Okay, I'll have to remember that.
They very much are two sides of the same coin. I've always kind of considered Volume 1 a action movie with some dialogue in it, and then Volume 2 is, a dialogue movie with
some action in it.
With some action. Yeah, like it's this. Yeah, I've shown people just the dialogue of Kill Bill talking about Superman and explaining that, like, he's going off of. But it's funny too, because I've seen some just subreddits of just that one. Because again, Tarantino is also like a big comic book fan, obviously, and I've explained, I'm like, well, it would make sense that that's how Bill views Superman. For one, he's also talking about the Golden Age version of the character, because that's the books that he would have read when he was a kid, and just the whole parallel with Beatrix Kiddo and everything dealing with the like, people often talk about, oh, Tarantino should make a comic book movie. I said he did. It's the Kill Bill movies. Like, that's
totally
him.
Is. Yeah.
That's him doing comic books.
He does comic book movies like Stahelski. What Stahelski did with John Wick. It's like, here's all the comic book and anime and manga stuff that we love. But let's put it, because I take the opportunity, that if you guys have not watched the Wick is Pain documentary,
I still have to watch that. Damn.
I have to.
Yeah, I need to watch that too.
Oh man, it's a 2-hour. It's those documentaries we used to get on home video releases. Going back to that conversation.
Did you see Ballerina, Scott?
Loved Ballerina.
Okay,
I saw it. Also liked it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but it's funny because it took me till John Wick 4 to realize that it was a true comic book world, because by the time they got to I forget the character's name, because I saw John Wick 4 like once, but I loved it. Is when they do the backroom poker game.
Oh yeah.
And the big fat guy is basically
Scott Adkins.
Scott Adkins.
Yeah.
But the character is basically he's a Dick Tracy villain. He's
total
God,
cousin to the Penguin. Like just he can't be anything else but a comic book character.
He looks like that, but he can fight.
Yeah, Kingpin. It's comic book Kingpin.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. It's just something that only could make sense out of Sin City or a Frank Miller book or something like that. Just pulp, pure pulp. That's the
and even past that, like the whole thing with that 20-minute sequence on the steps at the end of the, like there's just so much of that type of imagery that just is evocative of. Or
the video game thing, like the shot down movement of like the fire shotgun.
When it was like when he's like with the shotgun and it's
got like the flaming ammo. Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, I remember sitting in the theater with Heather watching Chapter 4, and that scene happened. I just went, like, that was a scene where I just go,
That's good stuff.
That's why I'm so excited for this Highlander movie.
Movie.
Cool. I mean, Henry Cavill. I know, of course, a lot of people report these characters using the names for the original movie, and I feel like that's just like assumption. Like when I've heard they've just been cast as archetypes, and it's not like, it's not like Henry is Connor or Russell Crowe is Ramirez. Like, no, he's the mentor like Ramirez was in the first movie.
Okay, because I was kind of wondering that too. Because what if it's more of a sequel reboot, and like they're continuing the story, and Christopher Lambert shows up I don't know.
See, I think it's gonna. My impression is that it's a complete reboot because they're gonna take the TV mythology and the movie mythology and
blend it.
Mm-hmm. But it's just Henry's the immortal that we're following. Russell Crowe is the mentor. Dave Bautista is the villain. Everyone's calling him the Kurgan. It's like, but they haven't said he's the Kurgan. He's just
it was not verified.
Yeah, he's just the evil immortal. And because even the girl who was I'm going to say this again, but the computer lady who was low key hot in Black Bag is the love interest, but she's also an immortal. And that's actually not something that happens a lot in the movie. It happens in the TV show, but not in the movies where the immortal's love interest is also, immortal. That didn't happen with Connor. That happened with Duncan a lot, but not with Connor. So,
I mean, my buddy who I'm staying with this summer and stuff, he's a huge Highlander fan, and he loves Henry Cavill. He loves John Wick, so this is like a marriage made in heaven for him. But yeah, he goes on about the TV show like all the time, and that show was way too cheesy for me. I remember it used to be on like Spike TV and stuff, and I'd see snippets of it, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And like I would have to turn it off. But like he would tell me all of these plot lines from the TV series, and I was like, man, if they made those into movies, those would have been sick. And knowing Henry Cavill, he doesn't get involved with any nerd property unless he's at least a fan of it or knows something about it. So I wouldn't be shocked if this is a new take, even if they use it being the same characters, but they have better plans for it to be like 2 or 3 movies and utilizing stuff from the TV show and like going off the, going nuts with it basically, in like a good way.
The sword fighting is going to be excellent for sure.
See, oh no, with Stahelski,
Chad Stahelski, that's going to be 87.
The fact that Cavill already is good with the sword.
You watch Witcher, and he's
8711 is going to be all over that movie, and it's going to be all melee combat, and it's going to be badass.
And hopefully it's going to be stuff like when you watch the Gung Fu and John Wick, where it's let's lock the camera and let's just let it.
Yeah,
because I hate sword fights where they edit the shit out of it.
I don't think they're going to do that.
No, it's going to be lock the camera off.
Not with Stahelski. Stahelski won't do that.
No. That's why the sword fight in Princess Bride is so wonderful. It's just, let the two fight. You know,
long takes. Let's not cut
single
too much.
Takes. Yes.
Let's have some single takes, and I'm sure Stahelski is very aware of that. When you get something that's just like there's an edit every fucking 0.5 seconds, it's like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing?
Well, you don't believe they're actually doing the choreography.
Yeah.
Because you think that they're cutting around it instead of letting them do the work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you cut for specific shots, but plan out the whole thing where it's like you're actually doing these long takes, and put the fucking actors through the ringer.
I still go back to
definitely do it. Yeah,
I still go back to the sequence with Halle Berry and the dogs in Parabellum. Like how long she trained to get proficient with those guns. It was just like I did not know she had that in her. As far as that level of ass.
She just had a birthday yesterday, right? Was she 59?
Yeah,
something like that. I'm like, what? You look like you're 36.
What are we doing here? I was about to say that's a Benjamin Button 59.
Dude, I'm like, when I heard her age, I was like, no fucking way. Like, what? Yeah. She's in her late 50s, almost turning 60. What? I mean, that is the definition of a fine wine, right?
God bless it.
God damn it. Anyway,
that's another one.
Salma Hayek is also very nice. Thank you.
Yes, that too. Yeah, Salma Hayek, same thing.
God bless.
She's also aged like a fine wine as well. Where it's like
she's another one of those that I think she looks better now.
Oh yeah,
same with she did. Like there are. It happens. It's like.
You're okay. That Desperado.
I understand Desperado, but I'm like, I get it. Dude, Desperado, From Dusk Till Dawn, you can look at that, but
okay, From Dusk Till Dawn unfortunately is ruined by the second half of the movie.
Oh, you didn't like
what? No, do you know what's funny is my friends that loved Weapons, I was like, guys, I also really love, if you're talking about horror movies, I was like, I really love Sinners. And I looked both of them, and they both were kind of mixed on Sinners. And I was like, "Why are you mixed about it? Like, what were you thrown off about it?" They were like, "It's just like it didn't even really, honestly, it didn't even need the vampires." And I was like, "Go into that."
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, because there's a lot of comparisons from Dusk Till Dawn. Because
right,
there's a movie
I mentioned that
before, and then there's a movie like when it comes to the vampire shit.
I will say that Sinners,
I love that though.
Yeah, see, I love Sinners. I would argue that Sinners is just like the vampire literally drops into the movie, which I think is funny. Whereas like Dusk Till Dawn, the vampire just
appears out of nowhere.
Well, she's there, and then she becomes, and everyone's like, "Whoa!" And then the movie entirely changes, and then you're like, "What kind of movie are we in?"
Sinners
now?
builds up to the vampire at least, because with Jack O'Connell, like you're waiting for these two things to
collide.
There's also, I mean, there's the buildup, and then there's also a ton of thematic and cultural layers. With the vampires even being there. Right. Yeah. And then, I mean, dude, and also like it, because when we were in that period where everybody's like, well, sequels and spinoffs, I still want a Choctaw Nation spinoff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see those dudes do it.
But in defense of From Dusk Till Dawn, you have the mind of Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez meshing together. So, I mean, I would say obviously it was written by Tarantino.
The first half was Tarantino. The second half
was
Rodriguez. Absolutely.
And the second half is fucking Robert Rodriguez. I mean, that's the thing.
Absolutely.
You have to look at those two brains and how they are. And I mean, that's just what it is, you know. And that's what I love about it. You know, I love that they had that relationship. And man, if you've ever listened to Robert Rodriguez talk on a podcast, my God, that dude, I could listen to that guy talk forever. He's got I love his mind. He's the way he approaches
they both love movies so much. The only difference between them that I find really funny, and it's more because Tarantino, he has a gravitas to everything that he does. Tarantino loves B movies. That is very, from his talks and friendships with Eli Roth to Rodriguez, he loves B movie cinema. But for the love of God, he can't make B movies. Like he tries and he can't pull it off. But Rodriguez fucking lives in that shit. And Planet Terror, incredible. Sin City is basically just high octane B movie, and it's great.
And
you're right,
because he does like the cheesy, cheap Columbia film noirs.
Right.
It's this,
that is a crazy way of putting it, because like because you're right. Tarantino tries so hard. Like anybody that puts like missing frames intentionally in a movie, it's like, okay, you're really trying to knock off this aesthetic, but it still ends up being higher quality than a B movie. Whereas with Rodriguez, I mean, he's got Rose McGowan with a fucking machine gun leg.
He knows. Right? He understands. He gets it. And it's not that Tarantino doesn't love that shit. Like, he does. It's just when he tries to articulate it in his style, he just can't. He loves high quality too much because he knows the gravitas of everything he does. But it's like Rodriguez will make a B movie when he probably doesn't even want a B movie. Like I mean, I don't know what you call Spy Kids, but it's there. It's a thing, you know. And it
had like 4 sequels.
In a reboot, you know. And my kids have watched all of them. I mean, they love the ones that I think are complete dog crap. But you know what? Rodriguez knew what he was doing because he was making movies for his own kids.
Yeah, that reboot was some pretty big dog water.
Yeah, but you know what?
Levi.
Yeah, but you know what?
You guys know that
the kids loved it. You know,
do you guys know that Robert Rodriguez is the creator of the Walkaway Explosion by accident?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
We talked about that where, like in Desperado, when they are walking away from that explosion on the rooftop, that it was by mistake because he just, and if anybody doesn't know this, I mean, he explained this, I think it was on Rogan's podcast, and he basically said like, oh yeah, that was a mistake because they needed to have, he was like, yeah, let's just have an explosion and they're going to walk away and blah, blah, blah. But then like the pyrotechnics guy says, oh yeah, I can give you that. But it's going to be like a big fireball. He's like, really? Yeah, we can make it a big fireball. And then they filmed it. And yes, sure enough, big fireball. And they slowed it down because it was so quick. It was literally like a 2 or 3 second shot, but they had to it doesn't look like it slowed down, but it was so quick that he had to slow it down a little bit. And then since then, we've had how many times people walking away from an explosion like that? But I would say that Desperado is like the sexiest one because Jesus Christ, Antonio Banderas and fucking Selma Hayek walking away like that. It was just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no lies detected.
God, both of them.
But bringing it all back around to Sinners.
Yeah.
Ryan Coogler goes, my other inspiration was another Rodriguez flick, The Faculty, which to me is a B movie, but it's also played as a straight A, like coming of age high school movie at the same time.
Yeah.
And I was watching like The Thing and a few other movies with my good buddy who wanted me to watch Faculty as well. And Faculty, and you could watch Faculty and Scream as basically like a double feature because they're both meta commentary on those types of franchises and stuff, or those genres and everything. So
I think the thing about Rodriguez is that he's willing to make a B movie that looks like a B movie.
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
he doesn't mind if the movie. He's probably even doing it intentionally, but he doesn't mind the movie looking like crap. And I don't mean that derogatorily, but be like,
no.
But he will make aesthetic choices that don't look quote unquote high quality.
Well, because he understands that's what a B movie is.
Right. and I think going back to Tarantino loves movies so much, he still wants the movie to look good.
Yeah.
Well, Rodriguez will be like,
roll the dice and see what happens.
And but Tarantino is very self-aware though, because if you guys have seen deleted scenes from like Kill Bill, at least I think either 1 or 2, and it's funny because he includes who this guy would later go on to as well. He's in Dark Knight, and he makes his own parodies of Black Dynamite, and I think he just did a cowboy movie, kind of doing the same thing basically. I know his name. It's going to drive me nuts.
You said he's in the Dark Knight?
Yeah, he's the guy he's one of the first guys that get killed by Joker. Oh, he plays Spawn. He was the original Spawn.
Michael J. White.
Michael J. White.
Yeah.
Michael J. White is in a deleted scene where Beatrix and Bill are hanging out when he's coming up with her and training her.
I didn't even know that. Wow.
Yeah, and there's this whole deleted scene where like Jay White and his like cronies basically challenge Bill to a fight, and he kills them doing just swordplay, but it's all completely B movie quality stuff, and it doesn't work. Like it throws the tone off, and I mean Tarantino was smart to cut it because it's not like the scene in the flashback of 2, I think, where you're seeing Beatrix getting trained, and then that guy just jumps on top of her sword and then kicks her in the face, which is just completely wacko. Yeah. But because you're in like a mysticism kind of world on top of the mountain, you know, the guy who knows all, it kind of works, and you're able to kind of suspend disbelief of what the rules of that world are. But with the deleted stuff with Jay White, it goes completely B movie.
Oh wow!
And he cut it. And I get why. And so Tarantino's aware of it, though, for sure. But, like, I mean, he even will tell you Death Proof is his, you know, is like one of his failures, basically, because it was him trying to make a B movie.
It was so good.
It was. I don't hate Death Proof. I mean, it's probably my least favorite of Tarantino. But it's like the same thing you guys are saying about Nolan. It's like your least favorite Nolan is still Nolan.
It's still good, right? Yeah,
yeah. So it's not.
I know Death Proof was so fucking. Oh, that was so.
See, I love Death Proof because it's one of those that it's like because you had that Australian stunt woman who was like, she's really on the car.
Or Zoe Bell. Yeah.
Zoe Bell, yeah.
She's
really on the car. Like that's what I love about Death Proof is that it's one of it's sort of the precursor of let's go back to action movies where they're really doing this stupid crap.
Well, that's what's funny too. It was so meta because she's a stunt woman character, and then they literally go like, "Oh, let's reenact this scene," and then she gets on the hood reenacting the scene from what's that movie?
Point Blank.
Was it Point Blank? I thought it was something else, but I don't know. Maybe it was that. But they reenacted. But that's what's so cool about it is like she's a stunt woman playing a stunt woman.
Yeah, right.
You know? and that's what made that, and then Kurt Russell is just fucking. You give Kurt Russell some Quentin Tarantino dialogue. It's just like, come on, so fucking good, but I remember seeing. I remember seeing both of those movies, Planet Terror and Death Proof. What do they call that?
Grindhouse.
Yeah,
Grindhouse, which is how that's the steelbook. The steelbook that I have is the Blu-ray, it's just Grindhouse Blu-ray, where you get both Planet Terror.
I didn't get. I've got the steelbook DVDs of like the extended separate versions of each movie. I waited too long on the Blu-ray steelbook. That's the actual original Grindhouse presentation with the trailers like in the middle.
I was gonna say now who saw it in theaters in Grindhouse form?
I did.
Yeah,
dude, me and my buddy, we were like, oh, we gotta fucking see this.
See,
and it was like an experience with the trailers. We had a trailer at the beginning, and a trailer in between, and it was all from Edgar Wright, Eli Roth, Rob Zombie. And it was just such a fucking conglomerate of just like,
that was back in the day when I was working at Barnes and Noble, and we would get the free movie like the free advanced screening movie passes, like in our break room. Because I remember a whole bunch of us from Barnes and Noble went and saw Grindhouse, and that was the same thing. Because happy 15-year anniversary. That's also how I saw Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Was
nice perk.
I know, right?
Yeah, that is a nice perk. But no, actually, you know what? When I was working, we were GameStop, because it was me and my coworkers at GameStop. We had the same free passes. Our boss had them, and we went and saw it at like Cinema Hollywood, which is now Imagine Bertrand. And yeah, it was like a full 3.5 hour long experience. Like the first trailer was Machete. And then like the 3 trailers in the middle, there was Werewolf Women of the SS.
Werewolf
Women of the SS with the Nick Cage cameo as Nick Cage as Fu Manchu.
Yeah.
Then there was Don't Edgar Wright's trailer, and then there was Thanksgiving,
which then eventually turned into an actual movie, which I actually enjoyed. I watched Thanksgiving for a few months.
I really wanted that because they made Machete was real. They made a Machete movie, and they made Thanksgiving. I really wanted them to make Don't. I really wanted Don't to be a movie.
Yes. Well, I think Don't work because it was just the way the trailer with the voice. It was like if you want to enter that dark room. Don't. Yeah. You're gonna go down that stairway. Don't. Yeah.
Yes.
It just works more. Didn't they also make the Rob Zombie movie? Didn't he also make that movie?
I don't. He might have.
Yeah,
he might have made
that one, but it wasn't. Rob Zombie is like he's an interesting one. It was kind of funny too because I know when we're talking about physical Blu-rays and stuff, I think that same guy that you were talking about earlier, Scott, I think he posted something about the Devil's Rejects that's going to be coming out on 4K or whatever the hell, and I'm like, that is Rob Zombie's like that's his masterpiece. If you guys haven't seen that, I mean, obviously it's a sequel to House of Thousand Corpses. Yeah. But the Devil's Rejects, it was like, holy shit, you just made you went total like more serious and more like, I don't know. He just did something different. Like the House of a Thousand Corpses was like a horror movie. I wouldn't even consider Devil's Rejects a horror movie. It's not. It's I don't know. It's something different, and that's his best movie in my opinion.
Okay, Werewolf Women of the SS was never turned into a movie.
Okay, it wasn't. Okay, he did something else with witches, I think. Maybe because I think his fucking wife, Sherry Moon.
The last thing I remember him doing was that Monsters movie that went nowhere.
Yeah. I never saw it.
I never saw it either.
I was never into the Monsters, I was into Addams Family.
I love them both. I prefer Monsters. The shows. If we're picking the shows, I prefer Monsters over Addams Family. If we're talking movies, Addams Family takes the cake.
Yeah. You guys should hear Rob Zombie talk about making his Halloween movies. It's pretty funny stuff.
Oh yeah, he had a struggle with that shit.
The second one, especially, well,
actually,
a little bit of both because I think he was on the Howard Stern show or Howie Mandel. I don't remember which one, but Rob Zombie talks about like the editing process of making the first movie and like leading up to the release of it. Bob Iger would call him and be like, "This is the absolute worst fucking movie I have ever fucking seen." Right? Like, his words, not mine. Like Rob Zombie says, and I quote, "This is what Bob Iger told me about Halloween back when Dimension Films was still owned by Disney, more or less." And then leading up to the movie coming out, I guess like Bob Weinstein and Bob Iger like physically got into a shouting match at, I think, either Dimension or the Weinstein company, whichever one produced his Halloween films. And like everybody heard it, and then the numbers started rolling in for Halloween, and then Bob Iger flipped the script and went, "This is one of the best fucking movies ever made." When do we start the sequel?
Because that's what it is. They only see the fucking dollar bills. That's all they see.
Yep.
Fucking, and I remember hearing that Rob Zombie didn't want to do the sequel.
No,
but then he was obligated with his contract to do the sequel.
So he says that they couldn't find anybody to take over the sequel.
They were gonna pay him out.
They were gonna pay him out,
yeah.
And he was like, "Look, I'll do the fucking movie, but don't make me do a fucking third one."
Yeah. He didn't want to do a third one. He was just
no.
And then the second one, I mean, he took some liberties with that. I mean, a lot of people go, "What the fuck?" I actually was like, it was something. It was something different. I actually enjoyed his Halloween movie. I thought he did a great job with that remake, to be honest. I thought adding that little more depth to Michael Myers, I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah. I actually thought those movies, I thought he did really good. The second one was, it was mythical. Something. He was like, "Hey, how can I put my wife in here a little bit more?"
Yeah.
I always like John Carpenter's response to these movies. They're like, "What do you think?" And he's like, "What I think is that every time they make a new one, they write me a check and they send it to me."
So go ahead, make them all.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he has any. I mean, he's happy that his original movie did well and was a success, but I don't think he has any real connection to it in the sense of like the way like, "Oh, it's my art." Like, no, he's like, "No, I made it." And John Carpenter is one of my heroes in the fact that I love directors that love art and cinema and the filmmaking process and what they created. You have John Carpenter who's having a conversation with Guillermo del Toro, who is a man who has been clearly inspired by John Carpenter and his work, and he goes and says like, "Oh, John, I love your work. Your work has inspired me. It has made me want to be a better like filmmaker." And all John Carpenter says back, he's like, "Guillermo, that's great, but what does that pay?"
See, that's the thing. It's like, Carpenter.
I'm doing this for a living. I need to make a living.
But at the same time, like Carpenter is just like he loves. I mean, the fact that he did the soundtracks to all his shit, and also he didn't just like, "Oh, let me just shut out some movies." No, I mean, every John Carpenter movie that you watch, no matter what it is, you're gonna it's a John Carpenter movie. You hear that synthesizer, fucking score that, like, oh shit. No matter what it is, it's probably gonna, it might not be the greatest thing, but you're gonna feel his it's a John Carpenter film, no matter what.
Yeah.
And I love his more outlandish shit. What was that one I watched not too long ago? I can't remember. It's the one that's in the church. It's the one in the church, and they open a portal. I forgot what that one's called.
Oh no! I saw that one a couple years ago.
Yeah,
the Mouth of Madness.
No. Madness, no.
No, that's almost Sam Neill.
Yeah, they're like in a church and they like open
I know this. It's gonna drive me. Scott's probably looking it up right now.
I'm looking it up right now. Yes.
Yep. See, I already knew.
You know me so well, Paul. You know me so well.
No, but it was
just a tone.
Prince of Darkness.
Prince of Darkness.
That's what it is. Yes. Yep. Prince of Darkness.
But I would say like The Fog, They Live, The Thing.
Fog was great. They Live is one of my favorites.
Yeah, I mean, Red Letter Media did like a list one time, and they said this, and I agree, which is that like, what's the best Carpenter film? It's like
The Thing.
In my head, it's The Thing, but in my heart, it's They Live, and I was like, that's pretty much.
Oh, see, in my head and my heart, it's Halloween through and through.
Yeah, I get that. Everyone love Halloween.
I by default, I have to say Escape from New York because there's a few of those movies you've named that I have not seen.
Okay,
and for me, it's The Thing. Yeah.
But see, fun fact: Escape from New York is what inspired Robert Rodriguez to be a filmmaker. See, it's all connected.
Yeah, he's talked about that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I
which
can
is
see
I
that
mean,
actually.
you could totally see that.
Yeah.
You could see that within, and it sucks too because I mean, when they made Escape from LA, I mean, man, that was a rough one.
That was a cash grab.
So
I'll
totally.
give Carpenter credit too. Like he'll defend his movies even if they're bad. Because someone I think just recently at a convention was like, "Yeah, do you have a question? Yeah, why does Escape from LA suck?" And he was like, "Fuck you."
That's the best response to that kind of a question. Oh God.
I mean, it was not. It tried, but
I saw that one first.
So did I.
Yeah.
So did I.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what's funny? And I've said this before on here, probably like in the past. The reason why I remember when I first watched that, it was a Saturday night. It was like 1996 or whatever. I remember watching that on HBO. Yep. It was like the premiere.
Yep.
And right after that, I start changing the channel. And what do I see on local broadcast? I see a messed up car, and everybody's broadcasting. It was when Princess Diana died that night in that car crash.
Oh, wow. Geez.
Yeah. Because I remember specifically, this is before digital cable and everything, where you just went tick, 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 like that, because it's like 1996 or 97.
97, yeah.
Something 97, yeah. So I remember just like going through like the local broadcast channels, and all I'm seeing is like this broadcast of like a car like underneath like a
that's crazy.
Yeah, and that's why that sticks in my brain. I was like, the first time I watched Escape from LA was the night that Princess Diana died. Yeah, that just sticks in my brain because I remember doing that right after and just going, what the hell? Oh, what? Princess Diana died. What the? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. I did not see like the news right away. I remember like it was like the following morning, and my mom came in with the newspaper and just threw it down on the table and was like, "Look at this." And I was like, the Royals? I was like, "What?" And then and then we were able to turn on the TV and see everything. John Carpenter, my friend who loves John Carpenter will never forgive me for not saying this. If you guys need to see an underrated John Carpenter film in his later part of his career, watch his Vampires movie.
Oh, dude,
I was going to ask you about that.
Yes, I love that. That was a great vampire movie. Yes.
Yep. I had forgotten that the head vampire is played by
Terry Silver.
Yes, I was forgetting the actor's
I don't know his real name, but it's Terry Silver.
Yeah, it's Terry Silver. And James Wood apparently improv'd on that so much that John Carpenter was like at first annoyed, but then he just told him to keep it in. And honestly, like he has some of the funniest lines in the movie. So like it's like, yeah, I guess it worked out
it's
well.
Funny when you watch that movie, you don't. I always go like I don't understand wardrobe because it takes place in the desert. It's hot as fuck, but James Wood's character is wearing a black t-shirt with a black leather jacket and black jeans with black boots. I'm like, fuck. That's got to be hot as all hell.
Yeah,
like,
I just got done watching the first time ever seeing it, and I like the Coen brothers, but Raising Arizona.
Oh, that's such a hilarious movie. Yes. Oh, I love that movie. That movie's
so great.
We watched that movie in my sociology class in high school. Like,
what?
Yes.
I tried to stand up and fly straight, but it wasn't easy with that son of a bitch Reagan in the White House. I don't know.
That age well. And I mean that in a good way. Like, but I just wanted his own film, but the biker bounty hunter guy.
Oh yeah,
anytime he showed up on screen, I was like, I wanted who is this dude? Like just every second he's on screen.
He was also in Ace Ventura. He was in the beginning of Ace Ventura. Yes, that actor was the beginning of Ace Ventura when he goes and gets a dog.
I also just saw him again in Naked Gun, the original, the original Naked Gun.
He was in that. Yes.
He was gonna ass rape Frank Drebin, but then Drebin has like the metal underwear or something like that.
He was
in prison.
I stumbled into that. Like it was flipping channels. I stumbled before even knowing who the hell the Coen brothers were. Right. I'm flipping channels, and I stumbled into it during the failed robbery. Like when he
which one?
When he was trying to buy diapers.
Yes.
Okay.
She gets pissed at him and drives off.
Yeah.
And then the clerk starts shooting at him.
Yes.
Right. Like just that just that whole sequence, and then he's like, "What if me and the baby had been picked up? Me and Nathan Jr. would have been accessory to armed robbery. It ain't armed robbery if the gun ain't loaded."
God, it's just...
Yeah, I was just like last weekend. I literally was like looking on Hulu, and I saw Raising Arizona. I was like, I haven't seen this in a bit, so I put that on. So I watched that, and then of course Hulu picked The Beach. Do you guys remember The Beach?
Yes, I remember
Kenny
The
Gilroy.
Beach.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that movie! I forgot about that. I haven't seen
rough.
that movie. It's an interesting movie, but watching it because I hadn't seen it in 20 plus years. I remember watching it on HBO or whatever when I back in when it came out because it came out in 2000. So I remember like 2000.
Leo in that movie.
What's that?
Yeah,
Who's in that
Leo.
movie?
Yeah,
Leo's in it.
Leo DiCaprio.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
That is.
this was right after. This is after Titanic. Right
Yeah.
after.
Yeah, he goes on the record about that movie saying like that was where he was about to quit acting.
Really?
Wow.
Because all he was constantly getting were Titanic-esque parts in the sense of like, this
So they
love
catch
interest.
me if you can save him.
Yes, that was his comeback in the sense of like Steven Spielberg saved his career.
Okay,
He's gone on record saying like he owes a lot to that because like he just got tired of getting the roles that he wanted to cut his teeth on. He couldn't do it.
That was the movie. Catch Me If You Can was the movie where I finally started to respect Leo as an actor.
Same.
Like,
yeah.
I did that movie because there's always that movie. Brad Pitt happened to me too because I didn't see Fight Club until I didn't see Fight Club and Seven until later.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember the movie that made me go, "Oh, this Brad Pitt guy is actually a good actor." Was Meet Joe Black. So it's always like Meet Joe Black and Catch Me If You Can made me think that the pretty boy was actually, a good actor.
There's a 4K steelbook of that coming soon as well.
Oh yes, I know because I have the steelbook of the Blu-ray.
So do I.
And I was like, and then when I found out there was actually a 4K, I was like, thank you, finally.
Yeah, I always found Meet Joe Black to be pretty underrated. It's very long, but very, very underrated.
Two VHS tapes.
Yes. But Catch Me If You Can. I don't disbelieve any of that because I vividly remember when Titanic came out. I was, I think, in third or fourth grade. I think it was third grade, and of course, Titanic was Titanic, and. But all of the girls in my class, for the love of God, could not stop talking about Leonardo DiCaprio. So I fucking hated him by the end of the year.
Of course.
And Catch Me If You Can changed my opinion on him. And
it was
if it
worse.
had not been for that movie, I would still probably hate him to this day.
It was worse if you were in high school.
Oh dude.
Oh my God. Because that was like, Scott, what year was that? Like sophomore?
97.
Junior?
Because freshman year was Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
And then Titanic was what, 99?
No,
97.
Titanic was 97.
97. Then it was the next. So you're right. It was sophomore year. So it was the next year. So we had 96 to get Romeo and Juliet. We had 97 for Titanic, and it was just like
97.
Yeah. No, I was annoying as shit. Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, he was like all the girls
He
were
was
like,
the heartthrob.
Of course, I still remember him from Growing Pains.
I know, right?
And he's even said recently, I guess there was an interview I guess he gave, and I guess he said that if there's one regret he had was that he got Titanic and didn't get Boogie Night or didn't take
Boogie Nights.
Yeah, that was just recently where he goes, I regret not taking that. I'm like, no, it worked out. It worked out for you, man. I mean, like you took Titanic, that was like a $2 billion movie. And Mark Wahlberg was probably the better choice in that because it kind of fit that mold.
Yeah,
but then of course then their worlds would collide in The Departed.
The Departed, yeah.
Which is funny.
But that's the thing is like this because like Catch Me If You Can, it's like okay Spielberg, but then that also kind of spun him into the Scorsese track.
Yes,
because after that it's just Gangs of New York, the Aviator, then Gangs of New York, right, and then Departed, and like it's just.
Yep.
Down the road.
Shutter Island.
Shutter Island, yeah.
Shutter Island. Yeah. Chris, I know you got to take off. You're feeling the tiredness.
Yeah, feeling the tiredness. Yeah. Long week with the.
You had your first week back at work.
First week back, yeah.
Oh, already, damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, my kids started back. My kids started back last week. So
crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was September.
It was September.
Right.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
The only reason I'm going is that I woke up at 2:15 this afternoon. So you know what? I'm good to go.
There you go. So thanks, Chris, for joining.
Absolutely good seeing you guys, and I hope you all have a great weekend.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, Chris.
All
right, sir.
Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Later.
Paul, I know you said you were going to go too, probably.
Yeah, I got some stuff ahead of me. It's almost 2 a.m. here, and I gotta start prepping. I have to be at a wedding on the 18th, but I have to start prepping and packing stuff and getting stuff ready.
Just like a wedding man, year in and year out, dude.
I was about to say,
I just know. I don't know. I know people. If I'm not going to a wedding, I'm going to a funeral, or I'm going to a.
Or you're going to another
weddings
country.
and a funeral. That's what. Okay.
Wow.
Or I'm
very opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yes.
Celebration of life,
or he's going to another country.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's me planning on vacation, but
great.
yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just living life, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with
I'm
that.
just here. I'm just a guy.
No, Paul,
I'm really
you're
just a guy.
You're living on a prayer.
Living
You're
on a
halfway
okay.
there.
If I'm living on a prayer, most likely I'll be handing Deadpool as we're saving the multiverse or something, and then like explosions, some nonsense. I love Deadpool. Wolverine.
You don't want to be holding cuddly, loud.
Well, hey, it was
crypto.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, man! Like no. I just.
But it was confirmed that Deadpool is going to be in Doomsday. I mean,
that's fine.
Ryan Reynolds, like he teased it already.
Like he wasn't going. Like we didn't all know he was going to be there.
Deadpool was bound to show up in either Doomsday or Secret Wars.
We knew he was going to be Secret Wars.
It's going to be both.
Knew that was going to
happen. I think it's going to be both. Yeah.
One, if not both. Yeah.
The running.
It's only going to be a small scene too. I think it's not going to be.
No. Well, the running joke with him, if he shows up, because one, they're probably going to relate something back to him for something to do with the incursions, depending on what rumors have been saying and all that stuff. But I think they're just going to have fun with doing this one thing where he's going to be in the movie and he's going to try to get away with the one F-bomb that he can do in the film.
Yeah.
And then someone else is going to say it before him, probably Star-Lord or some bullshit. And then he's going to hopefully shoot Star-Lord. And then that'll be,
Dr. Doom.
Hopefully shoot Star-Lord.
What do you got against Star-Lord? Come on. Oh,
no, I don't know. What happened to Star-Lord?
James Gunn character.
No, well, hold on. What happened to Star-Lord? He's back on Earth, right? With his
he's on Earth with
I like
his dad.
Yeah,
he's living on Earth with his dad.
But
grandfather.
That's right.
There is an anti-Star-Lord.
Yeah,
there is an anti-Star-Lord sentiment though, and it started with Infinity War.
Yeah, the second he hit Thanos and caused them not to be able to take off the Infinity Gauntlet, like his reputation has just gone down as a character. And then of course, the stuff with Gamora and everything happened with that too. Like that's just been a nightmare for that character, not necessarily for like the fandom, but it hasn't helped. But yeah. Anyway, I got some stuff to take care of, so I gotta head out. But guys, it's always a pleasure to be on here and just shoot the shit and everything. And
always great having you. Always great talking to you, man.
Thank you. Yeah. And likewise, obviously. But yeah, if you, I didn't say it last time, so I'll say it now. But if you guys need to find me, I'm at PMickey 1988 on Instagram and Blue Sky, and at Paul Panhook on Vero. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So
all right, thanks, Paul.
Great talking, guys.
Have a good weekend.
All right, guys. Thank you, and I can't talk. Be safe out there. So yeah,
yes. There you go.
You too.
All right.
Be safe.
I'm gonna try. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that? It was because I have the IMDb page open on Titanic Cast for some reason. Oh yeah, because we were talking about it. But on the side right here, did you guys know that the main girl in Alien Earth is Kyle Chandler's daughter?
I just heard that. Was it you who told me that, or did someone else tell me that?
Somebody, I don't know. Somebody told me that.
Why is Kyle Chandler that old?
Yeah, but yeah, that is Kyle Chandler's
news to me.
Yeah, he's.
No, I forgot who told me that. Maybe it was at work.
Yeah, I don't think it was me, but I heard about it. I heard about it through my live chat. I was talking about on Wednesday. Yeah,
our new Hal Jordan.
Yeah, or Hal Jordan. Oh man, he's gonna be a good Hal Jordan. But I was like, God damn! I was like, what? That's his daughter? And I looked it up. I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
Have you guys watched that yet? I haven't.
Yes.
Alien Earth?
I haven't watched it at all.
I watched the first episode. I haven't watched the second episode. Okay. It's good. If you're an Alien fan, I think.
Well, I saw one post and it was one of those where it's just like pay attention, because somebody was upset. They were correcting somebody because somebody was mad that the alien spit wasn't like eating away at the person's flesh, and it's like, it's not the spit, it's the blood.
Yes, there is a scene where this character is going somewhere, and yes, the alien spit does hit his face. Yeah, but it's like,
it's never been the
blood.
It's never been the spit. It's been the blood.
It's never been. It's the blood that is the acid.
Completely.
So I don't know why they're complaining about that, because
they didn't pay attention when they watched the movies. They just see fluid and they think, oh, it's supposed to be acid. Again, people. It's when people reveal their stupidity and you want to go, you don't know what you're talking about.
But the concepts in this series is interesting, because obviously we know about the synthetics, the androids, but now they've added elements of, there's also people who get cyborg enhancements, and then of course you've seen in the trailer where, you know, the main.
Actually, I haven't seen the trailer, so I'll take this out when you talk.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, is this a reboot, or is it?
No.
It takes place during the events of 2. Noah Hawley has said it takes place. Okay, Phil, he says it takes place right before or during the events of 2. He said, I saw that quote.
It's like
in
fitting
2120.
It's like where Alien Romulus is almost at.
Right. Because I haven't seen Covenant and I haven't seen Romulus, but I've heard that Romulus is like good. I've heard that Romulus is before the second movie.
Yeah, it's like right after the first one. Yeah.
Okay.
It's in between the first and the second. Yeah.
Right. Which
so this one is after the second. This takes place after the second movie.
No, it has all the after Romulus. So 2120 puts it where, Phil?
So the timeline is as Prometheus, which starts off in 2089 and goes to 2093. Then Alien Covenant goes to 2104. Alien Earth 2120. Alien 2122. Alien Romulus 2142. Aliens is in 2179. Alien 3 is in also 2179, and then Alien Resurrection is in 2381.
Well, yeah, because 3 doesn't take place. I mean, it's like right after 2. Like they're still in stasis when that movie starts. So Alien Earth is before the first one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Like right before the first one.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, I think the aim of the show is definitely more just world building, getting to know like more ins and outs of Weyland-Yutani. Yeah.
The creatures that they find on that ship, or they have on that ship, they're different kind of creatures. And I saw people like shit on it because there's like, what the fuck? What is all this? And I'm like going, well, they're capitalizing on. I mean, it's like you have to do something different, and they're doing something different with the synthetics. They're doing something different with the creatures too. There's not just the face huggers. There's other creatures, and there's some really fucking interesting ones. I mean, there is, you know, obviously, you know, like I said, if you watch the trailer, you know, it just obviously Alien Earth. It's all about like the ship crashing on Earth, and it's got a xenomorph in it, and that's part of the whole thing. But there's other things in there too. And they do a search and rescue. It's like, whoa, you know, there's some shit that happens where you're just like, yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting. I like it.
This show is like almost a weird inverse of the first movie in that, instead of getting a distress signal and going to check it out for survivors, now it's, there's a ship. It's crashed on our home planet, and it's got all these creepy crawlies on it.
Yeah,
on top of a possible survivor case. Let's go. And the thing is like in Alien Earth, you find out that there's more than one company outside of Weyland-Yutani.
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
When I say world building, they basically in not so many ways let you know that in the future, like at least 100 years from now, the world is basically owned by 4 companies, and Weyland-Yutani is one of them.
Oh, well, prophecy. Gotcha.
So that's so cyberpunk. Like that's
yes. Oh yes.
I mean that's
definitely.
And Timothy Olyphant in this is fuck, man, like this might be like one of the best roles I've ever seen him take on.
Dude, when
Which is
he
a bold
in that
statement,
first
'cause he
episode, when
is-
that first episode, and he talks to
Oh, just wait till 2. Just wait till you get to the second episode.
I know I haven't watched the second episode, but towards the end of the first episode, he like says something like to her about humans, and I'm like, fuck.
Okay, so all right, here we go. What's the first thing you saw him in?
Timothy Oliphant,
Yeah,
Scream 2.
Yeah, I was about to say Scream 2.
2.
Yeah.
I actually don't know. I gotta look up his filmography so I can actually answer that question. So give me a second.
okay, I'm gonna wait for
The
Scott's
first thing
answer.
I thought about was Scream 2.
I'm gonna wait.
Definitively, it's Scream 2 for me.
I'm gonna wait for Scott's answer because it might be. I'm
I
hoping
might have a
it's the same
different one.
answer.
I might have a different one.
I
but just
need
immediately
to get past. Okay, here we go. Filmography.
There's one on there that's it's kind of underrated, but it shouldn't be.
There's one on there. Okay, so it's got to be early on, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of shit.
He's been a lot of shit.
He has been in a lot of shit.
He's Cobb Vanth. He's the man who had Boba Fett.
Is it Dreamcatcher?
No, it's not Dreamcatcher. It's earlier than Dreamcatcher. It is earlier than Dreamcatcher.
Because there's a lot of movies that's like but I'm looking at everything before Dreamcatcher, but I don't. It's like I know these titles, but I don't think I actually saw these movies. That's the thing.
Did you see him in Go?
Yes.
That's what it was.
Go.
I knew it. When I was looking at Go is that was like so off the cuff. I was like, that's what Ray's talking about.
I actually never saw
Gaines. Yeah,
I never saw Go.
So Go that's Doug Liman, who did Swingers and the Firstborn and the Born Identity.
He also did the Roadhouse.
Yes,
Sarah Pauly and Scott Wolf is also in it.
You know where I think I end up landing on this? I think it was Live Free or Die Hard.
Wow.
Oh yeah, he was a good bad guy.
All right. He was a good bad guy.
You know what about that movie? I don't consider it a Die Hard movie because it doesn't feel like a Die Hard movie because it's PG-13 and very off crazy, but it's still a decent action movie.
Okay, so first of all, watch the unrated.
Yeah,
watch the unrated because that puts the F-bombs back and it puts it instead of the bullet masking the end of Yippee-ki-yay,
you actually hear motherfucker.
He says it and then he pulls the trigger.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, that's the real Die Hard movie. Yes.
He's in The Girl Next Door too. That's right.
Yeah, he was in a lot of these random movies. He was in Head Over Heels,
even though Eliza Cuthbert was after 24. Like,
yep.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. He was in Head Over Heels. I remember that movie. I remember going to see that movie and being pleasantly surprised that movie was actually really funny. With Freddie Prinze Jr. Yes, there's a movie, Head Over Heels, and who was the girl? I forgot her name. Monica Potter. Monica Potter. Remember Monica Potter? Yeah. And I was like, I remember going to that, me and my friends going, let's just go see a fucking movie because we were in high school still. And we saw that movie and we actually laughed. We were laughing during that movie because it's actually a really funny movie. So don't sleep on Head Over Heels with Freddie Prinze Jr. Everybody.
you know, the first time I think I saw Monica Potter was Patch Adams.
Patch Adams, yeah.
Okay, who is Monica Potter again? Let me see.
He's also
you'll see her and you'll recognize her.
Oh yeah. Oh wait a minute. Okay, wait. Whoa.
She was also on Air.
He's also really great.
Con Air. She's his wife in Con Air.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. She's in Con Air.
Yep.
But yeah, if I'm looking at his filmography, Scream 2, because I remember seeing Scream 2 in the movie theater, and that came before everything, so that had to be it.
Yeah.
But But I would say Gone in 60 Seconds, where I was like, hey, who's this guy? You know, because he was the side. He was like he
was wasn't he Delroy Lindo's partner?
Yeah, sidekick guy. Yeah,
sidekick. Yeah. No, but like
he's the guy who's like, are you okay? You just went through a wall.
Right. That movie's
I love that movie. It's a great movie.
But somebody was at a car show and they took a picture of a Mustang GT 500 and they had the song, bring Sally up, bring Sally down, and everybody knew immediately, oh, that's Eleanor.
Yeah.
Everybody just
that song. When I hear that song, I'm like, that's Gone in 60 Seconds. It's so funny too because a lot of people, car people will criticize the remake because obviously the original is like, oh, you can't. But I'm like, it's still a good remake.
But like our generation, like we know the remake.
Yes, our generation we're like, come on, Nick Cage.
Exactly.
It's kind of like, okay, so
Nick Cage, not John Voight, but who's the old dude?
Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall, yeah,
Robert Duvall,
not John Voight, but Robert Duvall.
Okay,
yeah.
Thinking about generational remakes, I'm going to take this on a completely different tangent because this is something I'm curious about. Okay, Michael B. Jordan is doing a second remake of the Thomas Crown Affair.
Yes,
and I hate to be right now. I'm being that guy because I've actually never seen the original with Steve McQueen and Faye Dunaway. I still need to watch that.
The Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, I grew up with the Pierce Brosnan Renee Russo version.
Directed by who?
Was it John McTiernan?
Yes, it was.
It was John
McTiernan. That's right.
Yeah.
The Die Hard director.
Die Hard and Predator?
Hunt for Red October.
Die Hard, Predator, Hunt for Red October, Last Action Hero. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Last Action Hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how I feel. Like, it's Michael B. Jordan. I mean, he makes good.
Do you want me to be honest with you, Scott?
Go ahead, be honest.
It's the Black Thomas Crown Affair.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be. So I'm going to see it.
That's the take. That's the take.
So I'm going to see it.
That's where I
see it. I like the Thomas Crown Affair as a story. So yeah,
But because I'm not just saying that because it's him. I'm just look at the rest of the cast. They're specifically going in that direction. So it's like, okay, all right, I'll check it out. But that's what it is. Just me being completely blunt with you. That's what it is. So.
Hey, I can handle blunt, that. So it's the McTiernan one. Come on, Brosnan, Renee Russo, Dennis Leary, Frankie Faison, that's just whenever I hear Sinnerman, yes,
that's the first movie I think of.
That's the first thing I think of.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So. And they're probably going to use it again if I had to venture, because it's Nina Simone. They're probably going to use it again if I had to venture, I guess, in this one. But yeah, it's generational remakes. Like I've said this before. I'm not anti-remake. I'm not anti-reboot because nothing erases the one that you prefer.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like I've made no bones about it. I don't like the Lion King live action animation reboot because they took out all the anthropomorphization, but it doesn't matter because I still have the animated one sitting on my shelf that I can watch at any fucking time, right? So I'm not against it, but by the same token, it's like I don't know how much of I'm in a hurry to see a generational reboot. It depends on what it is and what they're doing with it. I'm not against it, but I don't know, like if this one I'll see. But it's not always a blanket rule for like, oh, I got to go check this out, or I'm not going to see this one. So,
but then you got like situations like I brought up earlier, like The Running Man, that's a remake, but just like the Total Recall remake with Colin Farrell, which is severely underrated, because Running Man and Total Recall are based on books.
That's a unique take.
Right.
And the fact of the matter is like the fact that they're specifically basing it off of that, but then it doesn't get the love. And I'm wondering how Running Man's going to do, because obviously Total Recall suffered from, this is not Arnold. What are we doing here? But Scott and I have even talked about it where, because I think he's read the book, obviously.
Well,
but it's a good story. And it's like, it doesn't do the Mars thing. It's all about Earth and like whatever, and they really base it on. And if you were to watch that Total Recall remake without even thinking about the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, it's a good fucking sci-fi movie. Like I've watched it numerous times and I actually really enjoy it.
So I don't remember if I brought this up before, because the original short story is We Can Remember It For You Wholesale by Philip K. Dick. And I remember the reason that I read it is because my buddies were pissed they saw the trailer for the remake and it wasn't Arnold, it wasn't anything like that. And they were pissed about it. And so I remember like, okay, wait a minute, this movie's based off of a short story. Let me read the short story and really see how accurate it is. And that's when I discovered that the short story that Total Recall is based off of is just the 10 minutes at Recall.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
that is
exactly.
literally it. It's not even told from Quaid's perspective. First of all, his name isn't Quaid. His name is Quail.
Yeah.
And it's not told from his perspective. It's told from the perspective of the guy running Recall.
Yeah.
Because the idea is this guy came in to get a procedure done. And while he's getting the procedure done, he starts saying random spy shit that's freaking everybody out. And they're like, oh my God, I think he's a spy. Right. And it's all about it's all about the people working at Recall being paranoid that this dude that has come in for this vacation procedure is
if they do a remake again, that would be the best way to approach it, probably.
Right. But as soon as I read that story, I went to my buddies. I'm like, okay, even the Arnold version is not accurate to to the original story. So I don't give a shit what this reboot does.
They took that idea and they ran with it, and they made a great, obviously I love the Arnold Schwarzenegger one where it's like, get your ass to Maz. Get your ass to Maz.
Right.
2 weeks. 2 weeks, and of course the 3 boobies. We all remember like the certain moments in that movie. But again, when I watch the remake and the Colin Farrell, Bryan Cranston, Jessica Biel version, I'm like, it's a good fucking movie. But the fact of the matter is, it had the whole, the Arnold Schwarzenegger one where people are like, are you kidding me? What are we doing here? But if you actually watch it and you don't even think about it, it is a fucking really good sci-fi action movie.
You know what I really, and I've never I like the Arnold one better, but I've never disliked the reboot. But the one thing that I really did like that they did was I like how they basically, even though I love the fact that like Total Recall is the first thing I saw Michael Ironside in. I will, no matter what he does, I know he's been in a ton of shit too, but he'll always be Richter to me.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that in the reboot, I love the fact that in the reboot, they just basically fused Richter and Laurie into one character and made it Kate Beckinsale.
Yeah.
She's basically both characters at the same time.
We're talking Total Recall right now, Scott, the remake, and how I know we both have a love for the remake, the redo.
Oh yeah, because it's oh, speaking of which, Minority Report is finally getting a 4K release.
Oh, yeah. Is it?
Oh yeah.
Who's got it?
I don't have. I think it should, because it's Paramount. I think they're just doing their own.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's
because that news came out at the same time that I realized I missed out, and I gotta get, because they did the 4K release of War of the Worlds with the Tom Cruise Spielberg version that I need to grab.
And that movie, like, I won't say it's like the greatest story, but it's visually one of his most stunning movies. Like that movie, like War of the Worlds. I remember seeing that in theaters.
Yeah.
Spielberg, yeah. And I mean that scene of obviously, did you guys see the New World?
No.
I
threw it on the other night. I saw like 20-30 minutes of it before I fell asleep, and I was
man.
Steven liked it. I think Steven liked it. Steven, yes.
Like Colbert?
Yes.
What?
Really?
I think it's one of those. My buddy.
He would just
is it like a Sharknado thing?
Well, I think it's one of those.
Totally.
Like my buddy who I went and saw the riff tracks of Time Cop with. He says it's to him. It's like, it's so bad. It's good at being bad.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not lying. When I watched it, I was like, oh my God, this is so terrible. But I was like, what's going to happen next? How are they going to fucking resolve this? How is this? And I'm not going to lie. I had a good time with it. I even tweeted about it. I was like, I had fun just laughing at this movie because it is so ridiculous and it doesn't make sense, right off the bat. It's like, Ice Cube's this guy? Do you know how Ice Cube has a type? He's his roles are a type. This guy, okay, well, let's see. And then I even said, I was like, the best character is his son in the movie. I liked his son in the movie the most out of all the characters, and I won't spoil anything that happens with his son, but it's like he was the best character for sure. But it is, wow, they made
go back and look at Steven's X account, and he was like, he was enjoying himself with that movie.
Wow. You can enjoy it. I enjoyed it because it was so bad as well, where I'm like, oh my god, they're doing it like that. But then it's just like, yeah, it is. But like you saw, Scott, when my tweet, it's funny when the credits roll and it says based on the novel by H.G. Wells. I'm like, no, it's the only thing that they pull from that is the pod looking
tripods.
That is it. Yeah, tripod. That is it. That is the only thing. That is it. Everything else has nothing to do with that fucking
H.G. Wells.
Yeah, nothing to do because it's just yeah. But it's but if you just want to laugh, if you're sit down with a drink, fucking you're sitting with friends, you can have fun with it because it's so like, man, it is. But anyways, back to the Steven Spielberg and Tom Cruise one like you guys were talking about. I mean, that movie, that the running scene, the one-shot running scene with Tom Cruise running through like the little town while people are getting fucking just zapped, vaporized. That is, goddamn, that scene is so goddamn good.
I also love because this is because you brought up Minority Report, Scott. Like because they came out really close to, like, Minority Report was 2002 and like War of the Worlds is like 2004, 2005.
05.
And so like what was cool was like because Spielberg has always been able to do
Impossible in between that. Sorry. I think 3 came out between
that, right? 3 came out either the same year or the year after.
Yeah, it was like 2003 or something, maybe or 4.
But like Spielberg's always been able to do sci-fi. Yes. Like going all the way back to Close Encounters.
Oh, he's got a new Alien movie coming out too. That's coming out this year. I can't wait for that.
Oh, perfect. But what was cool was that like when I went to see War of the Worlds, it was like I could see stuff that he did in Minority Report, like for example the scene where they're hiding in the house, and they're trying to hide from the alien eye that is that's the spider scene. Yes, that's the spider scene in the bathtub.
Yes,
from Minority Report. It's the same damn scene, and it's there's like a classic feel to like the alien and like the spider tech like in both movies. Like it's almost like I know they happen in like different continuities, right? Like because one's Philip K. Dick, the other is H.G. Wells, but it's almost like he had a similar aesthetic.
Yeah,
when he made both of those movies, as far as the visual effects.
If you think about it, like in Minority Report, he's in like this old rundown, like apartment, and he has to like get in the bathtub, and it's like it's all run down. And in War of the Worlds, it's a fucking rundown little fucking shitty basement. So you have technology creeping into like this, decrepit. Yeah. So I see exactly what you're kind of saying. And there's like a similar kind of vibe to it. Of course, like, and it's hard to even pick which one has more tension. I think I would think the Minority Report one, because he has to go underwater in like cold, and that if you like put yourself in that, and Jesus Christ,
and then also like because he had the eye, this is when he had the eye thing done.
Yes.
And he's got to lift the bandage so the spider will scan the eye. Yeah. And it's even more tense because like he told you don't remove the bandages. You've got like 2 days.
Yeah.
Is he going to be blind now? Is this going to work? Right? Like, it's
God, that scene. And then and I love how Spielberg like shot that when he did like the overhead shot of like all the different like people. I mean, you had a couple arguing and they just like stop and get scanned, and then they go back to arguing, and then you have like a couple having sex. So you have like all this shit, and like I love that overhead shot. So cool.
That reminds me of one of my favorite shots from earlier in the movie, where they first try to, where his coworkers, where they first try to apprehend him.
Yeah,
and it's the rocket. Like he's on the back of the rocket, one of the rocket cops, and they like fly into that woman's kitchen.
Yeah.
And she's like, get out of my kitchen. Get out of my kitchen. Like, just like, never mind. It was, they were just intruders.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with like the rocket was normal. The conflict was normal. Just get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah.
Basically.
I just remember when that got posted, I quote tweeted it and was like, finally, the second greatest Philip K. Dick movie gets 4K. And I love someone replies that what's the first? And I was just like, oh,
hello.
Hello. Because wait, I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was like, what did you think it was? It's like,
well, but I feel like a lot of people, assuming we're talking about the same movie, I feel like a lot of people don't know that that's a Philip K. Dick adaptation.
They probably don't.
Yeah, I just went Blade Runner.
I have the book. What's the book called?
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah. But
I have not read. I have not read that book.
Oh yeah,
it's like if you actually read Philip K. Dick's books, there's some trippy ass reads.
I read that book and I was like, oh wow, this is like it. You kind of go, all right, man, he's got some fucking interesting. He has some interesting thoughts.
You know the Philip K. Dick movie that still needs like a 4K re-release. Richard Linklater,
Scanner Darkly.
Oh, that's a good.
Mm-hmm.
That is a.
I love the fact that they chose that little like live action
rotoscope.
Yeah, rotoscope. That's what it's called. It's Keanu Reeves, Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
God, there's so many people in that. Yeah. No, man,
well,
that was a movie ahead of its time.
They got into this habit like late 90s, early 2000s where they just went through like his catalog. Yeah. Like, okay, let's do Minority Report, let's do Scanner Darkly, let's do Paycheck, let's do the Adjustment Bureau. Right? They just went down the list.
Adjustment Bureau. Jesus Christ. God damn, I forgot he did that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Matt Damon.
And Emily Blunt.
Emily Blunt was in that. Who's the guy with silver hair that was in Mad Men? That guy.
Oh, John Slattery.
He was like the dude. Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Speaking of Emily Blunt in like badass science fiction movies, the other day we totally watched Edge of Tomorrow again.
Oh goddamn! I watched that not that long ago, dude. When she does that little, pose where she like when the first time you see her and she does that little like yoga pose where what's that pose called where you lift up?
Christ. Like upward dog or
whatever the hell it is. But she does that. I'm just like, John Krasinski, you're a kudos to you, sir. I don't know. She's just, I don't know, how she does it. I'm like, Jesus Christ, just hot.
Well, I'm interested to see her role in Smashing Machine.
That's right. I'm interested on fucking Dwayne Johnson. I'm like, dude, are you gonna finally show some acting chops? Like, you're not gonna do your normal thing. And it looks like he's not. When you watch that trailer, I'm like, man, he committed to this. I'm like,
yeah.
I think losing out on DC Studios helped Dwayne Johnson, because obviously, we know that he was fighting for that job and he was trying to do whatever. But I think that was the best thing he could have happened to him.
You just reminded me of that one video you did like a couple weeks ago where it was Gunn like censoring himself when he was talking to Horowitz, and you were just like, say it.
I was like, say it. It's Dwayne Johnson.
Right. When I was listening to it in the car, I was like, we know who you're talking about. We know who it is. I appreciate you being diplomatic, but we all know who the fuck you're talking about.
What was the comment? Because I didn't watch the interview. So,
well, he basically, James Gunn was saying that there was other people, like when Henry Cavill, this is how Henry Cavill got screwed over again. It's like when Cavill got announced that he was coming back, literally they were basically signing the contracts for Gunn and Safran to do DC Studios. Like Zaslav already did that, but other people, and then he just kind of said like, there's, and then he even says like, I'm trying to be diplomatic about this, but there's others that were trying to, swoop in kind of thing. But, again, Hollywood's such a sleazy business where it's like, Zaslav is like, all right, you're the guys, while other people within the company are like, hey, we're going to do this and bring Cavill back and Dwayne Johnson. And, it was just like a whole thing. So, because
if I remember correctly, I think DeLuca and Abdi were in on Cavill coming back.
Yes. So DeLuca and Abdi were, they were, I think, and I don't even blame them for it. I know a lot of people were like, got upset with them, but I was like, I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to figure out certain things when it came to their jobs, and they saw that Cavill was a draw, and he is. He was a draw. He was definitely a draw, and everybody was kept asking Dwayne Johnson, like, "Oh, is Black Adam going to fight Superman? Who's your Superman?" And and I think that was like a whole thing, and I think they were just worried that Black Adam wasn't going to be super successful. So then they're like, "Well, if we inject a Superman thing, maybe that'll help." And of course, it didn't. And again, I mean, Cavill got so screwed by Warner Brothers, and it sucks that that's the case. There should have been 2 more movies with him, at least. I mean, obviously, if they just would have let Zack do his thing, he could have just fucking finished his whole thing, his Justice League saga, his Superman saga, and they could have just rebooted and whatever the fuck. But even if they weren't going to go with what Zack did, they could have still did things with Cavill. But
that's why I love that Deadpool joke in Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah,
and the
We'll treat you so much better than the shitheads down the street.
Down the street,
Fuck,
yes. Love
what do they
that.
call them? Fuck sticks or whatever.
Yeah,
something.
Fuck sticks down the street. Yeah,
but right there, like, this is why I said I was talking the other day, like, and I've been saying this for a minute. It's like, listen, like, as a Batman fan, it is time for the Superman fans to have their day in the sun. Because they have been fucked over so badly with respect to cinematic interpretations of that character. 19 years in between Quest for Peace and Superman Returns, 7 years in between Superman Returns and Man of Steel, 12 years in between Man of Steel and Superman.
Yeah.
That's in that same time period. Burton's movies, Schumacher's movies, the Dark Knight trilogy, Batman v Superman, and the Batman have all happened.
Yeah,
it's fucking
ridiculous.
Batman.
Yeah. I mean, it was time. But for the most part, I mean, now that Superman it's just so crazy that it's already out on video. I'm like, God damn. I mean, obviously, this is like almost it's like almost a month, right?
This is
July 11th,
4 days.
Yeah.
This is the new era. This is the new wave, and I think people really need to readjust their expectations with respect to this. This is not the old school game anymore. Because it's not just Warner Brothers. Jurassic Park or Jurassic World Rebirth, 34 days.
Same thing.
This is Hollywood is. This is what Hollywood is shifting to.
Well, it's funny too, because I had somebody, I remember in my mentions, like, the other day, that was like, and it was just like, I think it was even today or yesterday, but they were like, "Oh yeah, it did so great at the box office, and they just want to make, they're not going to make any money." I'm like, you do realize that it's not on streaming, right? You have to still pay to buy it or rent it. And I'm like, and of course, diehard Snyder fan. And I'm like, I almost wanted to, like,
Zach's argument was the units that they would sell with the home video release.
I almost wanted to, like, find the clip where he talked about BVS having such great DVD numbers when he was talking to the Russos. I'm like, do you realize, because BVS, and I've brought this up, I'm like, when BVS initially came out, huge box office opening, big time drop because it had a bad word of mouth. And I remember talking to coworkers and friends going, "What the fuck was that?" I'm like, and I was defending it. But then you get the Ultimate Edition, that extra half hour. And when people revisit and see that extra half hour, they go, "Oh, this is actually a good movie." It's like, yes. And that's what Zach was talking about when it came to the release of the Ultimate Cut and everything. Those sales were so freaking, they spiked it and made it like, a thing. And it's like, yeah, it's what happens, guys. It's not just box office. Well, obviously we've been talking about box office like crazy, but they felt like it was the right time to put Superman on digital. I mean, obviously it's not on physical yet. I think that's September, right? Or
September
whatever.
23rd is the physical release.
So they're going to wait.
And I'm just hoping, because I pre-ordered still, like I said, it's mid movie for me. Like, that's just that.
It wasn't like,
it didn't blow smoke up my skirt, but I'm still going to own it because I own every other Superman movie. You
enjoyed it enough. So
I enjoyed it, and my kids enjoyed it. My kids will want to watch it. Declan will want to watch Crypto all day long because he loves Crypto. And but I also, if I can own Quest for Peace, I can own this movie.
There you go. There you go.
You know, if I could, sorry, not Quest
Still
for Peace.
better than Superman 3. Still better than
Superman 3. If I can own Superman 3, I can own.
Do you have the set? Do you have the ice?
I do. The one that apparently has the fucked up discs that now they're doing a re-release with it's an Amazon exclusive that has corrected discs.
What's fucked up about the original discs?
Okay. Superman 3 is perfectly fine, funny enough.
Not as a movie, but
no. There's
not a lot to fuck up there left. So
yeah, I know. Superman 4 has a lot of fucked up sound mixing issues, wrong musical cues, like temp musical cues, not the original stuff. There's some compressed shots instead of having like the full thing. Like you literally just open up a browser and type in Superman 4K disc issues, and you just get like a laundry list of mistakes in that original set release. And and the new set release that comes out on September 2nd is going to be an Amazon exclusive because they're doing a Superman and they're doing a Nolan Dark Knight trilogy, 4K Steelbook trilogy, both of which are coming out on September 2nd and are Amazon exclusives. But the Superman one specifically is being said corrected 4K discs. The fucking thing that's pissing me off is that Warner Brothers is not offering a disc replacement program.
Of course not.
For those of us who bought the original set. Now, the original set, I don't want to get rid of because it came with a 5th Steelbook that was the Action Comics #1 cover and had all the special feature material. But I have a plan. So I will leave it at that, and I think
I know what your plan is.
Yes.
It's okay. All right. So I will make you feel better.
Okay.
A little bit.
A little bit.
So you
understand that I have no moral objections to what I'm gonna do. So
okay, fair enough then. Then never mind.
Go ahead. I want to hear your story though.
Okay, so you are aware of the Batman, the Burton and Schumacher Steelbook set?
Yes.
And
I didn't get it because at the time it was 4K disc only, and I didn't have a 4K player, and there was no when I realized there was no Blu-rays on them, I canceled that.
Yeah, and also they were like single disc sets, so it was 4 discs total. And so then I discovered that in the UK, and this is very common, especially with Warner Brothers, where they'll pawn off the cheapy versions in the US and sell the badass versions in the UK only. This is also the case with the Matrix Deja Vu collection in the kick-ass white steel with the green code. Had to get that one overseas. No regrets. Anyway, so the one in the UK is 8 discs, the Batman Steelbook set. And I couldn't find it. So I secured one that had the 4 discs and then found a guy in like Taiwan that was selling the individual 2-disc versions together. And I just swapped them out.
Wow.
So I technically have an 8-disc set, but I also have extras. So does anybody want any extras?
Interesting.
So yeah, that's
a way to do it.
Definitely. It is, and it's I don't recommend it for everyone. Like it's weird, Scott, since I switched jobs, and it's like, without getting into detail, let's just say that my income rose. And suddenly, things that Ray wanted, he could now get, even though he probably still shouldn't. But he did.
That's always the case.
But he did. But he did anyway. Look behind me. You see that red box?
Yeah.
See what that is?
Star Trek.
Do you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
That is the Picard Legacy collection. This is literally like It came out. It's like individually numbered. This is literally everything that Jean-Luc Picard has been in, like all of TNG, all the movies, and all of Star Trek Picard. And it comes in this awesome, like individually numbered, like red box, and like has like card set and like coasters, like certificate of authenticity, and an art book, poker set, and like all this. Like it's
Poker.
Like, well, because you watch TNG.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always play poker.
Yeah, they always play. They always play.
Yeah.
Poker.
The officer game.
Yeah.
So like all of this, like it's it's. I mean,
engaged.
Yes.
I couldn't not.
You got to get that shit.
Yeah. So
God damn.
Yeah. So
you might have just given me a gift idea for my dad for Christmas. Right
there.
Oh,
and I think there are like, because I don't think they sold out of these. I think you can still get these on like Amazon and whatnot. But yeah, so
might have to look into that. That might be,
And as far as
enjoy, because he loves Picard.
Oh my god, dude! Like seriously, like that's lately I've discovered that probably Deep Space Nine might be my favorite of the shows, but TNG, dude, seriously, that was where I got started.
I grew up with TNG, but Deep Space Nine is my favorite show. That's we've had this conversation before.
We have, yeah. Why? Because it's so many fucking good things about DS9. But yeah, like no, my physical media like library has like, oh my god, I've Shonda's a saint. I'll just say that. Shonda is a saint.
So is Heather. She just doesn't.
Heather just doesn't know.
She just doesn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, when everyone heard the story about how her reaction when she finally found the dark side statue, and she just doesn't know any better.
She just looked at it and went, "Okay."
So that was one of the. I think that was one of the last things we recorded for the Patreon. Scott, I forget what it was that we were reviewing. Me, him, and Tim, and Scott starts off telling us, like, giving us the epilogue, because we had done that whole series.
Scott is a dead man,
right? And so, like, Scott gives us the epilogue, and I'm just, and after he tells us this whole fucking story, and I'm just like, how the fuck did you, how?
It's like, you got away with it, you fucking son of a bitch.
Like, mission accomplished. I can't believe it. Like, she just assumes, like, best case scenario, she doesn't know when you got it. She just knows it's creepy and she doesn't want to see it anymore.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you pull that off?
Yeah, I love it. It's so funny because there's literally like a whole Vodka stream, or not a whole Vodka stream, but there's a Vodka stream where he's opening the thing where literally Zack Snyder and
Ray Porter
is present while that is happening.
Insane.
She's never watched a thing I've done. She's never listened to a thing I've done. My parents watched that, and my dad had a great time. And so it's just, yeah. And I still love the fact that Tim used Ocean's 11 as the thumbnail art for that episode.
Perfect.
Speaking of which, I don't know if you guys saw this, but Ray Porter was at San Diego Comic-Con for the Project Hail Mary.
Yes, he was
panel.
Is he in that movie?
He's making a cameo in the movie.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Because he and the author Andy Weir were doing videos outside of Comic-Con advertising the book and the audio book. Because remember, the audio book for Project Hail Mary won an Audie for Best Book of the Year, and Ray won Best Performance of the Year when Project Hail Mary came out. And they were doing questions. And one of the questions was, what's your favorite part of the movie? And Ray said, when the narrator shows up. And he kind of winked at the camera. So I think, I'm interpreting to go, Ray has a cameo in Project Hail Mary.
Wow.
Now, have you read that book?
Oh, I love that book. That
Okay.
book is wonderful.
Okay, so help me out here. What's this thing? Because there's this thing where people have been freaking out about the trailer.
Because it reveals too much.
It reveals too much. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
if you, there is something in the trailer that if you read the book, it was like an oh fuck moment when it happens in the book.
Which is the alien showing up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So-
I mean, we've all
Well,
seen the trailer, right?
Yeah.
Was it gonna be?
No, because it was where did I see it? It wasn't Superman. Where did I see it? It's something I saw
I've
recently.
seen it like I've
I
seen
think
it like
I got-
four or five times.
I think the first time I got it was in front of Superman.
Yeah, I saw it in front of Superman. I saw it in front of Fantastic
Well, yeah,
Four.
you know what? Okay, it was Superman. It wasn't the first because the first showing was Amazon. I mean, it wasn't in the first showing.
Yeah,
It was in the
The
second
Amazon showing I got out of it. I think the first time I saw that trailer was the Amazon showing for me.
Okay.
But yeah, but you could, but I totally like. I remember Scott, we talked about.
We
this
did
too.
talk,
Like, yeah, because it was like, and I understood exactly. Oh yeah, they revealed too much. I'm like, oh yeah, it's when the alien ship shows up. That was they didn't have to do that, but of course,
no, because no, and honestly, also I read the book not knowing any. Like I didn't even read a description. Like all I needed to know was it was Andy Weir because I love The Martian.
Yeah.
So I just read the book because it was a Andy Weir book, and then Ray was doing the narration for the audiobook, and because of something that happens in the book that I'm not going to reveal, listening to that book on audio is actually a really cool, like it adds to your reading experience if you listen to the audiobook of Project Hail Mary. So I would say, like, I listened to the audiobook and then went back and bought the book physically. Because one, I love the book so much, but I was glad I listened to the audio because there is something plot wise in the book that made an audiobook a perfect way to experience the book. But yes, the revelation of Rocky was like, okay, I can see why you put that in a trailer, but you didn't like just the mission. Like, shit,
it seemed like there was enough there to get.
Is it the biggest? Are there any other twists though?
Oh yeah, that's
what he was talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so then in that case, then maybe they just reasoned that there are bigger twists that they're still going to get if they see the movie that they're not going to put in the trailer.
It's like one of those things where I get why they did it because it's like, oh, that adds another level of intrigue. But it was like, but I remember talking to Scott and I was like, oh yeah, I'm like, why do they? And I even saw other people too. It's like who read the book on my feed going, why did they have to reveal Rocky? I mean, that was like a cool little twist to it. But I'm like,
a cool oh shit moment in the book.
Yeah.
You know?
But I mean, I kind of get it because I kind of get it, but I kind of don't with the first trailer. The first trailer, maybe the second trailer, they could have done something, but first trailer could have just been like, hey,
Ryland's going to space
we're going to space. And literally like Ryan Gosling in the trailer goes, oh, that's why you call it Hail Mary because a
long shot. Yeah.
It's a long shot kind of thing. And it's like, there's enough there where you got star power, and
a cool concept,
a cool concept of him. Yeah, you're saving the Earth, and it's somebody who doesn't need to, go to space, even though it's like one of the best looking people ever. It's like I always find that funny. It's like, yeah, but I get it. But at the same time, yeah, they didn't need that. It almost seems like the trailer when you watch it, they could have just had, they could have had that part, and then when that ship shows up, it's like that could have been a whole other trailer kind of thing, But then they, of course, make light of it, like, oh, so I met an alien today, kind of thing.
But that also matches the tone of
it does
the book. I mean, if you've seen The Martian, like if you've seen the Ridley Scott movie, that's a pretty good representation, especially if you see the extended cut of Martian, which is another recommendation of Ridley Scott's another one of those directors. If there's an extended cut of a movie of his,
you better watch it.
Watch that one instead.
It's weird too because it's not like it changes the structure of the movie.
It just adds,
but it does add to it. It does enhance it a bit.
You get a lot more NASA stuff in the extended cut, which is in the book, which is really nice because there's always that back and forth of, Mars and then what they're doing on Earth to try to get them back. And Project Hail Mary has and I'm wondering if they'll keep actually it's Drew Goddard. the same guy who adapted The Martian is adapting
this. Yeah.
Project Hail Mary.
Okay, that's good. Drew Goddard
Makes me feel really good.
Yeah,
because there's a cool. So, Phil? Have you read it, or am I the only one here who's read the book?
Yeah,
I haven't read the book.
I haven't read the book.
Shocker, Scott read the book. But it does do a cool, and the trailer does not reveal something that happened that the way the book starts, but the structure of the book is Ryland's in space, and then we're flashing back to Earth.
Okay.
It's like, here's Ryland in space. Here's how we got there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I wonder if they're going to structure it like that. They probably will structure it like that.
Probably.
Really, when I'm looking at the trailer, I'm going, yeah, that'd probably be the best way, because like
and there's something that I'm not revealing.
I'm sure
that makes the structure really work. Like there's a reason for the story to be structured
I like that.
Based on, and this is something that you would literally get if you read the first chapter of the book. Okay. You would go,
that makes sense because just the way the trailer is structured, it's like, yeah, the movie's probably gonna be like that. Oh, okay.
Then I could, whoever was cutting the trailer, just reason, okay, well, we'll keep that out of the trailer and put this other thing with the alien in the trailer.
Because it does cut back and forth where he is in the ship and then he's, wow, I kind of like that. I like that.
I'm saying, I know some of you guys might be like, hey, I want to watch the movies, but I like at least get the audiobook. I mean, like, seriously. Yeah. I mean, Ray has always been an amazing narrator.
Reading it, Jesus Christ, of course.
I mean, Ray fucking won the book of the narrator of the year award for that book.
Oh, good.
And it's so good. But when I saw that video on X from Audible, it was all from the Audible account. And Audible was advertising the audiobook with Andy Weir and Ray Porter. And when I saw that little wink to the screen when you're like, oh, Ray's gonna have a cameo in the movie, it's like, because they included Ray on the panel.
That's
like,
so
they did a Hall H presentation for the movie, but Ray was there. I thought that was so awesome.
God, man. Good on Ray.
No,
so
that's
great.
That's good. It's good. He's
nice guy.
Oh, he's
what was it? Sweetheart.
How long ago was that the Christmas vodka stream that he was on?
I think that was.
It was like 4 years ago.
Yeah, that was probably about 2022 Christmas.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was 2022.
Either 21 or 22. One of those.
And then I remember him reading a comment during that where he started laughing. He goes, somebody called me the heavy metal Santa Claus. I'm like, and then we all started laughing. We all started laughing because it was like, yeah, it's perfect because he loves metal and beard and everything. And it's like, he is a heavy metal Santa Claus. And it was just, that was good. No, Ray is no longer active on Twitter, probably because
he's on Threads.
He's on Threads. Okay.
He's on Threads. Yes.
But I wouldn't mind, getting on back one of these days. Hopefully we could do that. But I mean, just talk about a sweetheart of a guy. I will still never forget when I went during the Snyder Cut stuff where I surprised him with Zach. I don't know if you guys remember that.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where Ray. I mean, like when you watch it, I was like, oh, Ray, there's a fan that's going to come on. And he wants to he loves your work and he wants to talk about it. And I remember Ray was like, okay. And then all of a sudden Zach pops up and he literally went, oh, like he just jumped back and went, oh my God. And I will never forget that moment where I was like, oh man, I'm going to get Ray because we got Zach. I specifically remember that too. When I saw Zach pop up, my heart started going boom, 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 boom. I was like, oh God, I'm going to get Ray. This is going to be so great. Such a great moment. And that was a fun conversation, with Zach. I remember that was when Zach was just like, oh yeah, let's do this. Let's, pop in and do all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that was a fun time. Man, that was good times. And well, We got Peacemaker coming out. I know Phil's looking forward to that in a couple of week.
It's funny. A lot of friends in my chat today trolled me at that same dialogue too. Oh, you're looking forward to next week, right? And I'm like, totally, most definitely. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, it's getting a lot of praise that it's better than the first season. It's going to be interesting to see what comes about.
I am most curious about the world building because he's really hyping this idea that it's going to world build a lot for like the DCU going forward.
And then he said there's a big cameo that happens towards the end. Who are we thinking that? I'm thinking Booster Gold.
Here's the thing.
Booster Gold's going to show up in this fucking season.
I think we're going to see.
He doesn't. With all the pocket universe and multiverse shit. Come on.
We're going to see we're going to get introduced to like a newly cast someone at some point. But in all honesty, like I was just excited, and I'm probably getting my hopes up. I realize this. I'm probably overinflated. Probably going to be disappointed, but. When they asked him about Margot Robbie and he said that will be revealed down the line, my brain went, don't fucking toy with me.
I know. That was interesting because we had news like a couple days prior, because I remember I talked about it, I think on Monday's show, where it was like basically Hollywood Reporter and like one of their little email things. They were like, oh yeah, Margot Robbie's most likely not to come back. And then all of a sudden James Gunn gets asked and he goes, well, it's going to be revealed. And I was like, okay. I mean, she had her time. She had 3 movies. I mean, I'm like, I wouldn't hate it if they got somebody new, but then I'm kind of going, well, if she does come back, I'm not going to hate that either.
Right. And that's the thing is like creative freedom. I will respect that. But by the same token, like I keep going back to his Suicide Squad movie.
Yeah.
And I remember going into that, my non-negotiable as a fan was you got to bring Viola back as Waller, which he did, and even put her in Peacemaker season 1. So it's like, okay, cool. Like I'm good with that. And he just has these through lines back to that movie. He kept Crowley. He made Crowley the director of the FBI after she knocked Waller out at the end of the movie. So now she's browbeating Lex like, no, you can't have Planet Watch or whatever, right? And then the Rick Flag thing, the whole that through line is through that movie. So I'm just sitting here like, okay, just one more, just go ahead. Because here's the thing, like if he has other designs for what he wants to do with Harley, okay, fine. But he's already worked with her.
Yeah.
And she's already been part of that.
She's an A-lister too. It's like
right. And she's already been part of that aesthetic. The other part of that Entertainment Weekly article that he flat out said he wants to bring Bloodsport back.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so you're pointing to another part of that movie, another A-lister in that movie that you did that you want to bring back. Just go ahead and bring it. Look, recast Joker. I don't give a shit. Go ahead. Like I like.
Yeah, he's not bringing Jared Leto.
No. But the thing with
he's made it clear he doesn't like him at all.
Yeah, he does not like Leto.
But the thing with that though is that he's not even really that connected to her. It's really just the first Suicide Squad movie because she had a whole movie by herself.
Yeah,
where the one glimpse that we see of him is not even him, right? It's like the back of a guy's head, and then she's by herself in the Suicide Squad. So you don't even need. It's not a package deal to get her.
Yeah.
So I hope that happens.
Interesting to see what happens. But it's all up to Margot Robbie. Obviously it's all up to her because I mean she's
her own production company. She's
producing movies. She's a newly mother. And it's like, so I mean, I remember when I heard like, oh yeah, and if she's not going to come back, I went, hey, she had her time. She had her own trilogy essentially, and she had her time. I don't care. Like I said, either way, I'm good with it because obviously it's Margot fucking Robbie. She did great as Harley Quinn. She comes back, sweet. She doesn't, I'm good with it because we got some good. We got a trilogy of movies with her doing it. Yeah, not they've all haven't been stellar, but but at the same time, she fucking knocked it out of the park when it came to her portraying.
And that's just it, right? Like
Yeah.
she's been consistently great
Totally consistent.
in the role.
Yeah.
And when you look at who he carried over from that initial movie,
Yeah.
it was Joel Kinnaman, Viola Davis, Margot Robbie, Jai Courtney.
Yeah.
Right.
There might be one more in there, but I think that's
I think it's those
You
four.
got it.
Yeah, I
Those
think it's
four.
those four. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Who's still alive at the end of that Suicide Squad film? Viola
Yeah.
Davis, Harley Quinn. You know,
So,
Right.
I think the likelihood of her coming back is more favorable. And then if you just look at like the grander world of it all, like where she comes from, you know, where is Harley Quinn as a character rooted from? Batman. It's easier to get away with having Harley Quinn be the same character and actor and actress across from one universe to the next. Number one, because she's not that. She's actually, she doesn't even look like she isn't aged all that much. Not that age really matters, but the fact that you're doing a Batman with a Damian, that means he's going to be like somewhere in the ballpark that Ben Affleck's Batman was. Roughly speaking.
Roughly. Depending whether you do the like you had the stupid New 52 thing where they artificially aged Damian up versus the original Grant Morrison creation where he was 9 or 10 years old because it had been 9 to 10 years.
I will go ahead and say that it's probably going to be that one.
That's what I'm
more
thinking
than
too.
likely. Yeah.
And there is very easily a way that you can write where Batman in this universe, his year one, in theory, could be age 26, 27, whatever. Year 3, he gets Dick Grayson as Robin. Boom, him and Talia do their thing. 10 years later, you now have ample room for a Nightwing, Red Hood. Tim Drake is probably your current. Here comes Talia with, surprise, you're a dad.
yeah.
I think Bat Family fans. I think yes. That's going to happen.
And then you look at
that's definitely gonna happen.
you figure, you know, if you want to be like super picky and pessimistic and like nitpicky and real about it, Margot Robbie being 35 and her being the Joker, the Harley Quinn from the last universe, but having her be older would then kind of justify the timeline of her just starting out at Arkham like 10 years prior, like right as Damian is being conceived or whatever, because then you jump forward 10 years. Where is she now? Fuck the Joker. I'm not with him. I'm with Harley, maybe something. I don't know. Like there is so much ample opportunity for this character. Dare I say it? Margot Robbie is probably in a similar position with Harley Quinn that Hugh Jackman was in with Wolverine.
Okay, that's what I've been saying. I've been, because the passion that she had and the fact that Lucky Chap was involved with like Birds of Prey and like her appearances prior, like I said that. I said she could be to Harley Quinn what he is to Wolverine till they're 90. Right?
Sure.
So like that's but again, it is up to her. And
yeah, she's got that new movie coming out with Colin Farrell, that Big Bold Beautiful Journey, which I totally want to see.
Yeah, it looks really good.
And she's going to be in Emerald Fennell's new Wuthering Heights adaptation.
Oh, that's Emerald Fennell? Okay. All right. I saw that it was Wuthering Heights. I didn't know who directed it.
Yeah, and so I'm guessing that she's going to be Catherine with Jacob. I never pronounce this guy's last name. Elordi.
Elordi.
Yeah. Jacob Elordi. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be Heathcliff.
Yeah, apparently that's a very like hot and heavy kind of movie, right? I thought I heard.
I don't know, the book is kind of boring as shit.
I read apparently like it got screened somewhere and people were like going, "Ooh, it gets hot and heavy." So I'm like, okay,
all right.
Well, you know, if there's some Margot Robbie nudity, I will be there. No, but I'm just saying, like, you know, if we're talking, you know, we can't omit the fact that if there is some big cameo that happens toward the end of Peacemaker season 2. Could be Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, because even with Gunn going, that'll be revealed later. I mean, it almost seems like, oh, maybe is he already teasing that?
He did say old and new cameos were happening.
Yeah, just the fact that he wouldn't. It wasn't even so much that he wouldn't shoot it down. Just the fact that he said it would be revealed later. It's like, okay, you have an idea for what you're gonna do with the character, and maybe you got asked. Maybe somebody stumbled onto it, and that was your coy way of leaving it up. And
because it could be that in Peacemaker season 2. You get both. You get maybe you get Margot Robbie and the new one, because there's a possibility for
because you do get 2 Peacemakers. Yeah,
it's true. Yeah.
Or it will be revealed is we're going to show you who the new Harley Quinn is in this season.
Right. So world of possibilities. He also said apparently that I get Brandon Davis. They were hyping up the last 3 episodes. Apparently they're so incredible that he hasn't even shown them to his publicist because of all the twists and turns.
Because everybody who saw it only saw 5 episodes.
Yes,
I talked to somebody who saw the first. He's like, I only got 5. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, apparently there's an interesting scene that happens in the first, but I won't say what it is, but yeah, he's on everybody who said it was when I saw the reviews, I saw the first 5 episodes, and I was like, why is it only 5? Nobody saw the whole season.
Well, but that's actually been, I've seen that lately where you get the first 3, you get you get it up to basically what I have seen a lot, because I see the critics react, is that they get it up to the point where something crazy batshit, some crazy batshit stuff happens in this last episode that they release, or there's some sort of amazing cliffhanger, but they don't want what comes after it ruined, but they give them just enough to where, especially if there's a build to it, they make sure that they get you to the episode that something really cool happens, so that what these critics and reviewers will say is, oh, wait until you get to X, Y, and Z, especially with these services that do the weekly drops. It's it's the way to keep you watching to that next, it's wait till you get to episode 3, wait till you get to episode 4. And they're saying this before you've even seen episode 1. And I've also seen it to justify that if 1 or 2 are kind of slow burn building episodes, it's we promise you there's something really awesome coming, because people don't have fucking patience to just watch a show anymore.
They don't. Not this day and age. No.
Shows or movies.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to watch Rick Flag just beat the dog water out of Christopher Smith. That's all I want. That's all I want to see. I don't give a fuck. And I'm saying this playfully, obviously, because I am a DC fan above all. I love Batman. He is my favorite character. We all know this.
Yeah.
And I mean no ill will or negativity towards James Gunn, but it is on good authority that I fucking hate Peacemaker. I do not like this character at all. I think he's a jingoistic, just bozo the clown type art character. The way they do him in this universe, obviously, but it's fine. John Cena has fun playing the character. It's fine. James Gunn loves writing this absurd character. It's fine. Do I want to watch him get the fucking dog water beat out of him by Rick Flag Sr.? Absolutely. But as far as where everything else is going to come and who's going to show up, who could show up, well, we know that Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Maxwell Lord are going to be there.
Right.
That's cool. I think Superman's kind of a given.
Yeah, he's going to show up somewhere.
Definitely. Yeah. But I'm curious to see of the old cast who could show up. And he mentioned he's always looking for a place for Bloodsport. And it would be really funny to have that one callback from, I think, one of the first few episodes to where he's sitting down at the table with his dad, Robert Patrick character, Augie Smith. And they're the only time, like I was listening to the Peacemaker podcast. I know, shock, surprise, surprise. and because I like Robert Patrick, I like listening to what he has to say. And he was talking about that scene and how that's one of the few times in the relationship between Chris Smith and his dad. That's one of the few times he actually genuinely made him laugh. And then Augie Smith says, well, was it a such and such? And that's when you just kind of see Peacemaker just kind of buckle and be like, and continue to drink his beer. And it's just one of those things where it's like, wow, his dad really is kind of a total piece of shit. And it's like, I would not be surprised to see Bloodsport show up in this season.
That could be the big cameo too.
That'd be a fun one.
Yeah.
Well, especially with like just on like the 4th of July with Heads of State on Amazon coming out that had Idris Elba and John
Cena and so
yeah.
Oh, we got somebody joining late right now. You son of a bitch.
I saw you gave me a link and I came in. I have no idea. I apologize. I meant to be here earlier.
No.
We were doing a stream with our patrons, so it went longer. We're doing like a games night with them. And then I saw, I'm like, oh, I'm going to, because I'm like, there's surely it's midnight, 3 a.m. for you guys. I'm like, surely they're not on air. I'm like, they're still going. So I'm not gonna make this go any longer. We're talking about cameos. I'm making a cameo.
No. When I saw you pop up, I immediately started laughing. I saw you smiling too. I was like, this is funny. I'm like, what's happening, Travis?
I didn't think you guys would be going, but you know what? It's good to see.
Why not?
We got 5
hours.
Scott and Ray here. We don't get this often.
Squadcast reunion.
Yeah. So we're talking and stuff like, hey, congratulations on 10 years of Geekverse.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a very fun time last week. Yeah, we ended up going. Our plan was to go till 8 p.m. and then we went till 1 a.m. because of the donations. Every time someone donated, we went up a certain amount of time.
That's
Poor
cool.
Kirkland had to hike at 7 a.m. So he was happy about the donations, but when we hit 1, he was like, oh yeah, all right. Yeah, I was like, don't say that. People are donating, they're supporting the 10 years. But he was like, I got to be up in 6 hours to do family stuff. So, but no, it went well. But it's a exciting time. Peacemaker next week, Superman on VOD.
Yeah.
Marvel's back. Marvel's not back. Who knows? I'm outside if you hear me. I'm sorry.
Oh, you are outside. Oh, okay.
I'm on the patio. They're called patio pods, Ray. That's what I do in the summer. I have a patio where we move now. I'm always on the patio. It's awful when a plane goes by, but it's like good for the vibe. Right now it's just dark out, but when the sunset goes
you're on
down,
the patio right now?
I'm outside. Yeah, but there's a roof.
I can hear the equivalent of sound machine going on behind him.
It's raining. It's raining right now, but it's
okay.
it's great. Yeah. So
it's like
cool,
vibe you got going right now at midnight, while the family's sleeping. But
no,
we were talking about, we were just wondering what's because Jimmy Gunn's talking about there's going to be a big cameo towards the end, and there's at first I'm going Booster Gold, but then of course he's talked about when somebody asked him about Margot Robbie returning as Harley Quinn, what if she showed up? And then, of course, he talked about Bloodsport coming back. What if Idris Elba shows up? It's like, we were just kind of spitballing those ideas.
Where are you guys on Robbie coming back? Because I love Robbie. I think that's like a top 10, maybe 5 comic to screen, acting wise. But I would prefer her not. I'd like to start over for a multitude of reasons.
Well, for me, I'm like, I don't. Either way, because it's Margot Robbie.
Yeah,
I'm
of course. Yeah,
she had her time. She had her trilogy of movies. She had fun with it. Now she's, she's got a mother now. She's a producer. Maybe she wouldn't want to do that anymore. So I'd be okay with that if she had her time. But then if she comes back, I'm like, well, it's Margot fucking Robbie.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like her to come back. I mean, I will respect whatever creative freedom, like James Gunn, whatever decision he makes for that, but I would like her to come back. And my hope for it really rests with the fact that she was in his Suicide Squad movie. And he has multiple threads and characters going back to that movie that he's pulled through to Peacemaker, and just go ahead, bring one last one over. Because I just think she fits the aesthetic of what this franchise is going to be. And she could seriously... Phil said this earlier, but I've been saying it for a while as well, is that she could be to that role what Hugh Jackman is to Wolverine.
Yeah, just no box office to back it up,
Well, see, here's 90. The thing, though. We cannot, what was worse? The leadership at, I guess this is actually an interesting question. What was worse, the leadership at Fox or the leadership at Warner Brothers?
I think Warner Brothers, because I think Fox had some really tough years, but there was a couple years they strung together some some good stuff and some big hits, like even Deadpool that they didn't want to put out there, but they still did put it out there right after the reception. They still could have, because the difference was when the Snyder Cut happened, what did he get the weekend after? Well, that's a cul-de-sac and fuck all you don't like this, right? With Deadpool, someone leaks the footage, it blows up, and Fox goes, well, I guess we should just make this movie because people really want to see it. So that's why I would go to Fox being the better one, because at least when there was money, they went, well, let's go make the money. Where after Snyder Cut, I think there was still more money on the table. Even if it was like a one-off, even if it was an animated film, whatever it was, there was money. Because there's people like myself.
They made it personal at Warner Brothers.
You didn't have to did. If that was a couple weekends later, I think it wouldn't have been as bad, but it was the fact that it was
the
2
Monday.
days.
It was a Monday.
Yeah.
Snyder Cut comes out on Thursday. That Sarnoff interview happens on drops on Monday. They gave it the weekend, and then by Monday it was, they chopped us off below the knees,
which is crazy because give it some time, because at that point, who knows what the streaming numbers were, but you can't really even know by the Monday, right? Give it some time. And there's people like me that I didn't really love Man of Steel. I didn't love BVS. I loved the Snyder Cut though. I had a really I really liked Zack's Watchmen, so it felt kind of similar to that as far as I think he always works better the more time he's given. So for me, if you would have asked me after BVS, I would have been I don't really need more of this universe. After Justice League, I would have taken more, but that Monday article was sorry kid, if you liked it, go like something else. We're going to do X, Y, and Z. And you don't even have to say that. There's no, even if it is a cul-de-sac, why even say that? Why even put that out there? So that's why I'd say at least Fox, they had Fantastic and they had some iffy reboot stuff and they had the Wolverine Origins, but I feel like they had more smart decisions in the years that they were going versus the negative ones, taking out subjective opinions.
So to that end, I would say that I can't blame Margot for the idiot decisions of her masters at the time in that regard. Because really, I mean, that's the whole, Zaslav wasn't even there or was he? When was Zaslav brought in?
I don't think Zaslav
was the Discovery.
2022.
Yeah.
Right. So then that's after the Suicide Squad movie. That's after Gunn's there. So that's, I can't. So if we're talking not having the box office numbers for it, although are we just saying DC or are we saying total? Because
it's not even really fair. It's not even really fair because Hugh Jackman's been in more movies as Wolverine than Margot Robbie's been in as Harley Quinn.
Absolutely. I always was surprised by how little Birds of Prey did. I'm not talking Squad because that was COVID. None of that really counts. That's all wash. I was just always surprised, especially after Suicide Squad. Every female in the nightclubs was doing that as a Halloween costume. And that. So I thought Birds of Prey would have much more success than it did, and that's where I think he is going to bring her back. I just would personally like a new version I would very much like to have Harley and Joker for a little bit and then break her off. We never really got that in live action. I know David Ayer's cut might have some of that, but I don't know when we're going to get to see that. So I would like to kind of go back to basics for a little bit and then have that arc again where she breaks off and she's on her own. But, I think he'll bring her back because I think he would have just said no. The fact that he said, there'll be an answer at some point feels like it's a setup for it's going to happen. So
it kind of does, huh?
Yeah.
See, and part of me also wonders, just thinking about that for a second, but part of me wonders, since he's clearly in this position where he needs to do new things, he needs to show us new stuff, things that we haven't seen before with respect to this DC universe. What's he going to do about Joker? Because there's one villain that we've seen. So, for example, we were talking earlier about Superman, right? And it's pretty, I think we're kind of in agreement that we're going to see Brainiac at some point, because who we're not going to see? Zod. We've seen enough of Zod at this point, right? And
I don't know about that, dude. He did use Lex Luthor as the first villain of this Superman movie.
I feel like that's
Lex with BVS.
I feel like with that though, Phil, I feel like you have to start somewhere.
Sure.
And so he had two choices. He could start with Lex or he could start with Zod. Well, Zod was in Man of Steel, so he started with Lex, right?
I mean, truthfully, he could have started with a few different Superman villains because he placed his Superman in year 3. You at that point aren't all that obligated to like make Lex Luthor the main antagonist, but at the very least, he's there somewhere. You could have done somebody else. He could have easily done somebody else. And like that's kind of one of my hangups with the movie, but that's not even his fault personally, because it's kind of a me thing because I'm just sick and tired of seeing Lex Luthor in a fucking Superman movie.
Okay, and to that end, I know there are people, maybe not all of us, but I know there are people that are sick and tired of Joker.
I think you bench Joker to me.
Okay,
I think you bench him.
But then to that end, you would just ask the question, what is the one thing we haven't seen the Joker do? I'll play devil's advocate with you on that. I'll play. What if you put the Joker in the Legion of Doom?
That would be fun. I had a patron say that when James Gunn was talking about like the idea that he doesn't want to share that other people haven't done.
That hasn't been done before. That's one thing that has not been done before.
It's crazy. Marvel never did that with all their they had so many villains. Obviously, they killed a lot off, but they had so many villains. I thought for sure, even in this saga, I thought, oh, that's an easy layup Avengers film to get your new team together and just fight a bunch of kind of B, a couple A tier villains. They beat them and okay, we're a team now. Great. And they never did that. So I agree with Phil that would be, or if you want to do like the animated series where it's like a Lex and Joker team up, but especially if who knows what Reeves is doing with Joker, but we know he probably will be in part 2, even in a role. If he gets to do part 3, I imagine he have a bigger role. I'd say unless you do Phil's suggestion of like a villain team up, I would say you bench Joker in the DCU for a little bit because, there's lots of them. Joker 2,
Yeah. I mean, there's some, Joker, and even Batman's going to be a hard thing, but you have to do Batman. I mean, you don't have to.
No, I don't necessarily agree with that because I think the in for Batman is right there, Damian. That's the easier nut to crack than the Joker, in my opinion.
Well, no. I was saying like you have to do Batman, and he found a way to do it with Damian. I agree with that, but I'm just saying like he doesn't have to bring in Joker.
Right. Right.
But Batman's a given because you have to have Batman in this universe.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah,
we're all super fans of this shit, so of course we're all kind of probably exhausted by overexposure of the Joker. I mean, look at Cape Crusader. Cape Crusader went 10 episodes without revealing anything about the Joker, and then the very end, they're like, by the way, he's here.
Yeah,
right.
Come back for season 2. Yeah.
The thing is just like Batman is so synonymous with the Joker.
Yeah.
It's just like Superman and Lex Luthor. They are not going to do a version of Batman and at some point not get around to the Joker because that's what general audiences are familiar with.
Well, go back to Nolan. Your bad guys in your first movie are Scarecrow and Ra's al Ghul. Right. Two villains that if you're general audience, you don't know who the fuck either of these people
might know Scarecrow.
You might know Scarecrow. You definitely don't know Ra's al Ghul.
No, you don't. No. Yeah. But then like even Phil pointed out with Cape Crusader, what does Nolan do at the end of that movie, right? Of like, oh, I got a guy, 2 armed robberies, has taste of theatrics.
Taste of theatrical.
Yeah. So even then it's that thing like, okay, don't worry, we're gonna do him next. Like we wanted to have our fun here, like Cape Crusader.
Same with Matt Reeves. He kind of like,
he did.
Joker at first.
No, but
then at the end,
and I will still argue. I will still argue once it was once my theory was confirmed of where that deleted Joker scene was in the movie.
Yep.
I will die on the hill that scene should have been in the final cut.
I agree.
I will disagree with that because. I
kick him out, Dave. Kick him out.
That's one of those cases where, because of the structure of the movie, the problem is where that scene happened. Now the rest of the movie, we're thinking Riddler is a pawn for Joker.
See,
when he wasn't.
I never think that.
I don't think Ray's wrong though for the general audience though. I bet tons of people would be like, "Oh, but Joker didn't come back." Like I could see that.
But yet my problem was that when he does show up at the end of the final edit of the film, he felt shoehorned in for me, and I was like, why is he here? For me, because of thematically the discussion of you think he's right, because it fits so well thematically with the discussion of Batman's binary black and white, good and bad thinking, and Joker suggesting that Batman's actually not opposed to what Riddler's doing.
Which strengthens Riddler's speech at the end when he talks that he thinks they were doing it together. Right?
Yes. And just so we're clear, I'm not saying the scene doesn't work. The scene works perfectly if it was in the original version. I'm saying that if you put it there, now half your audience at least is led down a false path. Whether they want to think it or not, the Joker outweighs the Riddler. And so they're thinking, oh, is the Joker really pulling the strings? Especially since at this point he'd be the Hannibal Lecter.
No,
right.
And that's
I don't disagree.
And see, for me, him being a Hannibal, but even Hannibal Lecter wasn't pulling strings with Buffalo Bill.
Nobody still escaped at the end of the movie.
Yes, he's still escaped at the end of the movie.
Right.
True.
Because Hannibal pulls more strings in Red Dragon than
he
does in Silence of the Lambs.
Right.
So, I loved the concept that Matt Reeves came up with, and I hate that it ended up on the editing floor of Joker as a Hannibal Lecter because Batman still doesn't understand the psychopathic criminal mind.
And that's the tough thing. I think you're like both right, because I think Ray's right about people will think, because I love the idea of like, oh, just even if they were to say Joker in this trilogy is nothing but Hannibal Lecter, I'd be completely fine. If he never broke out or did anything, it's just he's that guy. But I think Ray is right about people thinking that, but I'm with you, Scott, as well, where that is like, it feels like the most MCU type of scene, that last scene with Joker. It feels like it's an end credit that has been placed before the movie ends. It feels awkward, and it just doesn't work for me per se, even though like I really hope we get to see Barry play the Joker, because he's like a very unique type of actor, and I think he'll actually do something quite different with it. And I hope we get there. I don't know if we're gonna get there, but that's my hope. So
this is why we can be friends. So.
Yeah, and that's where it's tough. Like, I could see why they struggle with, do we keep that scene or do we not? Because it's just like you go back and forth. Maybe you could argue that maybe we should shoot more stuff with Joker, but then obviously it's no longer a secret, which it really wasn't by the time the movie came out.
I think what both Scott and Ray said are 1,000% correct. Like, I don't think either one of them are wrong.
No, of course.
But I also think that like the scene itself, to me, when it comes to like creative freedom, director vision, this movie is already close to fucking 3 hours as it is, right? This 5-minute scene would have just pushed that time limit from 2:49 to.
That's fair.
And what's funny about that too is like when the scene got released, I mean, people lost their shit, and it was all over.
And honestly, I think that scene makes the ending and his appearance there a little bit more warranted.
Yeah.
However, I would also say that then does the film then detract from the presence of the Riddler and give it all to the Joker? And I think Reeves was kind of aware of that.
No, he's flat out said that's why they cut the scene.
In a weird way.
I couldn't remember if that was the case, but yeah,
in a weird way, in a weird twisty way. And I thought this the moment the scene came out. When I saw it and everybody was arguing about whether or not it should have been in the movie, I had this weird thought of, I would put it back in the movie for the home release. It's once you know it's there, after you've seen the movie without it, but you know it's there, and then you put it, it's this weird thing where it's like, you got to watch the movie first without it.
Because Riddler's the main bad guy. You're not expecting, you're just like, this is a little like garnish to the Joker story. So I wish there was like a option, like a theatrical
like a Batman 2.1, like a Batman 0.1 or something.
Yeah, or Spider-Man 2.1, like they have those two, right?
Yeah. Right. Because just as you got to watch it all the way first without it, and then put it back in later, and then because then your expectations set.
Because that was the weird thing when it was a deleted scene extra feature on HBO Max. That was what confirmed my theory, because if you play the deleted scene on HBO Max, they play that scene at the morgue with Gordon and Batman and leads
right into it.
And that was when I went, because while Tim and I were doing the Batman scene by scene, and I watched the deleted scene on HBO Max, and I had never realized, the deleted scene on HBO Max, shows you how it was cut into the film. And I just went, yeah, because then he cuts from there to Catwoman going into the Iceberg Lounge, giving her the contact
the contact lenses.
Yeah. So,
oh my god, that moment when he grabs her by the cheek and he's looking and she thinks she's looking at him and he's like, "Oh, you're good," and he walks away.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's such a good.
I love the Batman. I love the Batman. So by the way, guys, I did. Dave, I got it.
What?
I ordered the Pattinson Batmobile from McFarlane.
Oh, you got it.
Look
you
good.
Fucking son of a bitch.
But I still remember what you said. Heather's description of it was a sawed-off shotgun version of a Batmobile.
That's a good. That's a decent.
That's what Scott said. Heather called it when they
sawed-off shotgun version of a Batmobile.
Yeah,
I kind of like that. That's a good. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Travis.
There goes the Batmobile. Usually at midnight there's no cars out here.
I heard,
There's another great scene though. Man, when Penguin's looking out there and it starts to rev and oh my god.
It's a movie.
Oh dude, I saw that in like 40X and my seat. I mean, I felt it in my goddamn balls. I was like, oh man, I'm about to. I was like, geez, I was looking over at my friend, but like when that scene happened, like because I saw it for the third time that weekend with my buddy, and we saw it in 40X, and man, when that thing was revving, Jesus Christ, I was like, whoa, easy there.
I still love the fact that like because they had that podcast with Reeves and Michael Giacchino and like the sound designers, and they said that they needed to make the car sound otherworldly.
Yes.
Because if it was just a normal car revving, it wouldn't have scared Oz. Yeah. So they literally took a bottle rocket. Like that's the high pitched whine is a bottle rocket, like through a bunch through a bunch of sound filters so that it would sound like a monster. And I remember seeing that in the theater, like, cause I was, for some reason, like the movie was engrossing enough that I wasn't thinking about the car. And then that happens. And I was like, oh yeah, the car. Right, and then it just turns into.
And I always argued with people back when it got revealed. Is like I love it because it looks like a car. Like give me a Batmobile that looks like it's a 70s Michigan muscle car, and that's been customized, and I love it. And now with McFarlane releasing it and the drawing board crowdfunding for the BVS Batmobile with the Justice League accessories, like. It's complete now because now I'll have the original animated series Batwing, the original animated series Batmobile. I'll have the Batman Beyond Batmobile.
Oh,
I've got the 89. I got the 89 Batmobile that comes with the Keaton figure.
The Anton First.
And the Anton First. And now that I'll have the BVS Batmobile and the Pattinson Batmobile, it's like, I'm good.
No love for forever. You don't like the big wings and everything. The color?
No. Hail.
As a kid, I love that. I get that, but like I loved how colorful it was. Even though your background, you're looking like Batman Forever right now, Scott. You got some purple and green going on there.
I got Forever had the best toys.
I got green going on because that was I used the same backlight from Fanimated this week because we did Lost Soul from Batman Beyond. And when Vance's computer program infects Terry's batsuit, the way you know it's infected is that the red circuitry turns
green.
And that was the visual cue for the Vance program infecting the batsuit.
Come on.
So people don't realize that if they watch Fanimated, I carefully choose my background color. Like the background color is intentionally chosen based on what episode we're talking about.
To be fair, Travis, we never got to Batman and Robin, but the last Batman review that we did at Squadcast Media was Batman Forever, and we did kind of reach the consensus that we like it better than Batman Begins, or not Begins, but Returns.
Returns.
Yes.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
I was about to say you Batman Begins.
No, not
no. But I'm with you on that too. I like it better than Batman Black.
God, Nicole.
I like them both equally.
Yeah, Nicole.
Like them all.
One A and one B. That's me.
Yeah. I don't. It's the same thing. Like same thing. I have a bat. I can't even answer who my favorite Batman is because it's just like other than I say, okay, yeah, Kevin Conroy. But once I go live action, but once I go live action, I like I like things that Bale, Pattinson, and Affleck all did in variations. Like they all have a strength in one way or another. You know, I think Bale obviously has that best kind of fake Bruce Wayne type of playboy stuff, and I even still like his Batman. His Begins Batman's probably the best, but Affleck I think is the best as like that closest like animation to live action, and then Pattinson I think is what I picture those comics like Killing Joke Batman when he's at his lowest and just the darkest and just messed up. Even though he's not killing people, Pattinson's Batman's messed up. He is.
He
He does
spends most
not.
of the movie as Batman. Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing that I love about Pattinson's Batman. By the way, for anyone who's interested in the McFarlane BVS Batmobile, you got 6 days left to back it before the campaign closes. I am very interested with the fact that when you look at it, the tier that has overwhelmingly gotten the most backing is the level 3 tier, which is the one that comes with tactical suit Batman without the goggles, the bat signal, and then you get the Batmobile and the Justice League, you know, basically the turret guns to add to the Batmobile. Actually the limited tier has not run out. Only 800 of the 1,000 of the limited tier 5 has actually been backed. I thought that would go faster. I'm not gonna lie.
Is there a Batflick Flash suit up there?
Oh God!
Actually, you can actually still buy the on his website. You can still get the platinum. Well, actually, you can. I have the platinum edition of the Batfleck Flash suit because the platinum edition actually had movie accurate coloring.
It's not a terrible suit. You just don't shoot it in the daytime. That's all.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
I mean,
And you need the actual stuntman version and not the version that Affleck was wearing.
yeah.
Because I will say this. I haven't unboxed it yet because it's fucking huge. But I did get the hot toy of
I saw your tweet.
not the
BVS one.
I've got the Flash Batman
You
with
got
the Bat
Flash
Cycle.
Batman.
As a hot toy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
That
God.
exists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So yeah, because you could get one that was just the Flash Batfleck, or you could get you could get the Batfleck on the Bat Cycle.
Yeah, I remember
combo.
that. I remember that one.
Jeez, you got
So what I'm going to end up hot toy wise with when it's all said and done, you know, if I finally cut myself off, I end up with the night. I end up with the Nightmare 2-pack with the black suit Superman and the Nightmare Batman. I have the Batfleck Flash with the Bat Cycle. I've got the deluxe edition 2.0 release of BVS Batman. I'm getting the deluxe edition 2.0 release of Armored Batman, because the deluxe edition of the 2.0 deluxe edition will have the armored Batman suit, but will come with battle damage variant where you can like take the head off and put the head on with like half the mask ripped off, and then you'll have like the hand, like the handprint in the chest piece, and his gauntlets will be all busted up, and it'll also come with a light up kryptonite spear. And the diorama base for the deluxe edition will actually have it to where you can stick the spear into the ground. And it'll be like standing up. So you can pose him with the kryptonite gas grenade gun, but still have the spear stuck in the ground of the base. And then lastly, they did a full-on Frank Miller Dark Knight Returns Batman hot toy, and I just like, it's Dark Knight Returns. It will be mine.
And see right there, Travis, like a lot of what he just described is why Affleck is my favorite Batman, because
I forgot. I also have Pattinson's Batman with the bat signal.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's a nice bat signal.
Yes.
But no, it's like the one thing that separates Affleck's Batman from the others is that he's the one that exists in a universe with a Superman.
Yeah.
Which is why he had to be larger than life. It's why Affleck had to eat copious amounts of orange roughy and bulk the way that he did to match Cavill's physique, because you're not going to mismatch Batman. It's the same challenge they're going to have.
Yeah.
Whoever they cast in the DCU is going to have to match Cornsweat. It's going to have to.
Well, I love that. I love that Zach even said he wanted his Batman to be taller than Superman, and Ben Affleck's taller than Cavill. Ben Affleck's like 6'4", Cavill's like 6 foot or 6'1". Yeah. So he wanted him to be a little bit taller, and I'm like, I'm kind of wondering, okay, because you got Cornsweat, who's like 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, he's 6'4".
He's taller. Yeah.
So I'm like, geez, how tall is your Batman gonna be?
That's a good question, but it's a case, and it's not even just because you've got to match size and perspective, and you've also got to match aesthetics, right? And that's something that Bale didn't have to worry about. It's something that Pattinson doesn't have to worry about. It's something that the other you could have had one for Keaton, you could have had one for like the Burton Schumacher continuum, but you didn't. So the Affleck one just. I go back to like the animated series, right? Remember when they bring Superman in and like just the way that they're drawn, their body like sizes are pretty close. Like Bruce was first, obviously, but when they drew Clark, it's like, okay, they've got to still have like similar builds. You can't have Superman be that much bigger than Batman.
Well, that's even the joke in Nighttime when Gordon goes, I think he even says, "Did he get taller?" Like Superman is slow. He get bigger. Like, because when Superman wears Batman's costume, to look for Bruce with Tim, he is. They indicate the dialogue. He's a little bit bigger, but still.
That's what they even. Did Bullock say it, or did Commissioner Gordon say it? It was Gordon, right?
I think it was Gordon. Maybe it was Montoya.
Or maybe no. I think it was Gordon. It says he looked bigger.
But you go back to World's Finest, and when they meet up at the nightclub in Metropolis,
they're the exact same height.
They're the exact same height. Like they're looking at each other eye to eye. That's right. That's like the ultimate like fuck. They give that fuck you moment. Other, especially when Batman whips out the little Ziploc baggie of like the tiny little shard,
right? Yeah,
he's like, doesn't take much, does it?
So yeah, no, Dave, you're right. Like with Cornsweat's height, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do, but they're gonna have to do something.
I mean, you're probably gonna do something on the opposite end of what Snyder did. I mean, your baseline for Batman, like I don't know why this fact I would have known for years. Batman traditionally in the source material is 6'2", 215 pounds muscle. Yeah. So that right there is your baseline. And if David Cornsweat is 6'4", he's gonna fly. He could hover over Batman if he really fucking wanted to. Like, it's really all about perspective and how you frame it.
And how you show it. They cheat on height in movies anyway.
Yeah, they're wearing boots.
Yeah.
Well, look at Hardy, right?
It's so funny too, because like I was just like scrolling through my Twitter account. Now that Superman's out on home release, people are having like crystal clear GIFs.
Oh, yeah.
And there's like one that just it's the one where like he's in the pocket universe, and to prevent himself going into the black hole, he does the breath. So like all of a sudden I'm just like on my thing, I'm just seeing like that. It's like a 2-second GIF that's like in loop, and it's just fucking hilarious because it just looks so ridiculous. But I don't know. Sorry, that was if you guys saw.
I'm also curious because you're talking about matching Cornsweat, so I understand the height thing, but the thing about I still don't like the suit. Okay, the suit is not a fan, but because it's almost
David Cornsweat suit.
Yeah, Cornsweat suit.
Oh, sure, it's not that great,
but because it also. I've seen the videos of Cornsweat's working out. It's almost kind of like Reeves' suit, where you're just like. You don't understand the work that Christopher Reeve did. The suit eliminates the material they used.
Yeah.
Like eliminates the work that Christopher Reeve did, because you see those videos, and if you need one, just check out the Superman Christopher Reeve story doc, which was amazing. And you see him like doing the curls, and you're just like, dude.
Yeah, he got pretty ripped.
He's in good shape. Yeah,
He's in good shape.
Well, he worked out with David Prowse.
Yes,
right.
exactly.
He did.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it is, I mean, I was actually shocked that he didn't get a shirtless scene, because that's usually like the common practice in these. Oh, you get a shirtless scene and you show your work. But I always just was like, well, he still has to fill out and look bigger. I mean, if you looked at what David Cornsweet looked like 2 years ago,
yeah,
he's
still a good looking. He's still a good looking man.
He's still a good looking dude. Yeah.
The first time I was, I mean, he's in Pearl, and that's kind of my baseline for and he was charming and charismatic in Pearl. But it's like because I've always had an issue with the suit, and it's bulky and all the bulky and baggy stuff. I'm rehashing criticisms that unfortunately have been so hyperbolically exacerbated on social media. It almost doesn't seem like it matters anymore if someone just legitimately, sincerely brings it up. So it covers up the work that Cornsweet did. So I feel like you're talking about, like, with your problem about Affleck having to get, jacked. The butt fleck joke is always mine from the shower scene he does in the Ultimate Edition.
Oh right, yeah.
And it's like, well, you could get a guy, like, if we talked about like that fan theory, fan casting of Brendan
Skunnar,
and it's like, well, yeah, but if you put him in a suit like you made for Superman, it's like you kind of eliminate the work.
At the same time, James Gunn said he didn't want he didn't want to make it look like a wet T-shirt. That's why I appreciate it, because, and then when everybody's like, all that work to be covered up, and I'm like going, he still has to fill out the suit, and when you see him walking as Superman, he's still big. And maybe he didn't have.
Maybe that's I don't see him as big.
He is big, though. So I agree with Dave on this, but I would also say that, like, thematically for the movie, for how they are portraying, how they're rebooting Super, because let's be clear, he rebooted Superman. Like, this was a rebranding of the character for the general audience, because for years, even well before Man of Steel, I heard that he was boring, unrelatable, and overpowered. And so the idea of that didn't necessarily go away in terms of the maybe Cavill wasn't boring, but as far as like being overpowered and unrelatable, like that this is another complaint that you hear people say that has been like hyperbolically exacerbated on social media. Too much of a godlike figure, right? Too much of a person to be worshipped and all that, right? So the idea is like, okay, you're not gonna, and when you watch that one documentary that came out that they released, the Adventures in the Making of Superman, Juliana Makovsky, the costume designer, said they did not want sculpted muscles, like they didn't want like fake plastic muscles, right? So the idea is that they wanted nothing protruding out of the suit, and I think part of the reason for that is because more than any other Superman film, this one focused more on the man than on the super. They were all about portraying his vulnerability. The first scene you see him, and he just got his ass handed to him.
Yeah.
He is wheezing and bleeding with broken bones in the middle of Antarctica, barely being able to whistle to get Krypto to help him. So the idea is, if you put him in a suit where all the work is shown, how is it? Where's the vulnerability? Like, the vulnerability is lost a little bit if he looks like Cavill, like if he looks like he's that ripped and whatnot.
All right, and then this will just boil down to it. It's all subjective argument where I just didn't like it. Like, that's just just something that I don't like. Now, you just bring up one good point that I've never gotten to bring up is, well, thank you for putting the fortress in Antarctica. Like,
yes,
when I go back to my John Byrne fan era, it's like, yes, thank you. Post crisis,
Well,
the
fortress was in
78. North Pole.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
Like,
nice.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, pre-crisis in the comics, it's the North Pole. And so the movies put it in the North Pole. Post-crisis, starting with John Byrne and then Dan Jurgens and all of them, the fortress is in Antarctica. So that's, because in Returns they go back to the Reeve era where it's in North.
We talked about this on GC Fan Minute.
We did. I was a PC fan when the fortress gets introduced in the animated series. We went down a whole rabbit hole about Fortress of Solitude.
I remember we talked about this. Yeah.
So how the star though is, Scott, you don't want Batman's suit to kind of mirror what Cornsweat's got going on with some lines and some bagginess and.
It doesn't.
What about Pattinson's suit? Pattinson doesn't, it's not.
But he's gotten more like Neil Adams Batman. Like he's like he's a very tight muscled Batman. He's not like I'm Bruce.
He's lean.
He's the ninja.
And his suit is also, because it gets used in that film, his suit is more armored.
I love
it. So I don't mind that, because, well, once again, when you have that awesome ass dark scene where everything's lit up by the muzzle flare, you see him taking, you see Pattinson's Batman taking direct hits from automatic weapon fire. So that suit, that I guess the thing is that the film, this might sound weird, and once again, because it's my subjective opinion, the film justified the suit.
Yeah,
they visually communicated to you.
I get that. Absolutely.
The film visually communicated the suit's function.
Well, he doesn't take it off when he's in Matches Malone gear. Essentially, he's not. He doesn't.
Drifter.
When he's in Drifter gear, he's wearing the fucking thing underneath.
Yeah,
underneath.
He's just ready to roll, right? And that's how, when you look at it, it's essentially combat boots and pants, essentially. Like he's not.
Yeah. Well, he's basically wearing cargo pants, almost.
Right.
Yeah. With.
Yeah. But so no, the film totally justifies that. Like that makes sense for the aesthetic. But that's also what I kind of get with respect to the DCU is it has to be an aesthetic that matches. I'm not saying the costume. In fact, I don't think the costume will look like Cornsweat, but it does have to be one that matches the aesthetic of a DC universe where Lex Luthor has a super collider to build his own pocket universe.
It
has to be that type of bat suit.
It's kind of like how I don't argue about Mr. Terrific. They actually did Mr. Terrific's costume. Like that's Mr. Terrific. Like that's
perfect.
But when you talk about Hawk Girl and Guy Gardner, I understand that when you talk about a Justice League that's being corporately financed by Maxwell Lord, a la Justice League International, the Bwahaha era of Justice League. That's literally what it's called, the Bwahaha era.
It's funny.
That justifies those costumes. Like, I don't like those costumes either.
Yeah,
but they're justified by
their corporate superhero costumes.
The corporate superheroes.
Yeah.
So I go. So you see,
one thing. I get what you're saying.
It's so like, I just
but at
don't
least,
like.
I'm just saying, but at least like James Gunn was like, he's not wearing that underneath his Clark Kent suit. He's like, and I was like, because a lot of people were wondering, is he going to do like the shirt
rip?
He was like, no, he's not wearing that. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because there's a little collar on that and it's thick.
Right.
And I'm like, but at the same time, it's like, even other times I'm like, yeah, I mean, you're wearing that underneath. All right. I mean, obviously there is a Lois and Clark episode, I remember, where they were having a heat wave in Metropolis in like the Daily Planet.
Yep, I remember this episode. Yeah,
goes down, and of course everybody's like hot and everything, but of course Clark is just like normal and being like, what do you?
He's still like in a full suit, tie.
Yeah, he's not even sweating. Everybody else is like half naked and fucking sweating, and he's just like normal. But it's just like, I mean, I get that Superman doesn't, perspire like normal humans, but but at the same time, sometimes I'm even kind of like wondering, like, with certain suits, even with. I mean, let's face it. When it comes to Zack Snyder's Justice League, I probably said this before. I said it again. Like that scene where, like, where we see him at the end and do the shirt rip. That was Zack giving that scene to the studio, but he kept it into the Snyder cut. He didn't originally want that in there. I'm fucking sure that he didn't, because in the context of Zack Snyder's Justice League and the fact that it's like, hey, we know that Clark Kent was deemed dead at the end of BVS, and all of a sudden he's just existing, and then he just looks up and goes, okay, take off the glasses and do the thing. And I'm like, no, you did that for the studio. But it was such a cool little scene that he like, all right, let's put that in there, but where I'm going to show the fucking black and silver, not the normal. But I was like, yeah, but it was just kind of funny. Like, yeah, you get the shirt rip scene, but even like Cavill Superman wearing that, I'm like, would you really wear that suit underneath? You know, it's one of those things, I don't know, that I get it if it's like cloth, but where's that cape going?
Well, that kind of
is that tucked into the pants? I mean, like,
yeah, that's actually something that I always liked about the Denny O'Neil novelization of Nightfall. Was when Bruce comes back after he gets his back healed.
Yeah.
Denny O'Neil writes about Bruce getting into Wayne Enterprises and getting into his old office to find some of his spare suits in his office.
Yeah.
And he talks about how he has a suit that's made of like a silk-like material that's basically like his summer suit. And because he does like a batarang like rope thing, and he talks about his hands are burning he's getting rope burn because the gloves are so thin because it's his summer suit. And I always thought that was such a
that's kind of cool.
I always love the fact that Denny O'Neil put like such a cool detail about how Batman has seasonal costumes.
It's like he had the toys in mind, right?
Yeah.
Seasonal Batman.
Where does he get those wonderful toys?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's like things that every filmmaker, every creator who's like making a comic book is like, how am I going to explain certain things? And, you know, and yeah, like I said, I love it that James Gunn was like, oh yeah, he's probably got it in a suitcase somewhere, but he's really fast. So he could just change real quick. But, you know, just similar to how Pattinson was mainly in the bat suit. I mean, Cornsweat is mainly in the fucking Superman suit. We see Clark for, I don't know, geez, clock that fucking time. It's not that much.
He's Clark as much as Pattinson is Bruce Wayne. In the Batman.
I think actually it does time, because I mean, obviously there's the apartment scene, which is like 10 to 12 minutes. And then there is the... And then there's the like
Daily Planet
stuff at the very beginning,
cottage,
right?
Or the
Kent
farm.
And then the Kent farm.
Minutes,
Right.
Yeah. And then what Bruce is the time with Alfred, the funeral, the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And almost 18 times in the Batcave with his cowl off.
Of course, but
then it also begs this question. Even though he's in the suit in the scene in his apartment where he's drinking the cocoa while they're fighting the dimensional imp, is he still Superman or is he Clark?
I would
I think he's Clark
because the conversation he's Clark.
Yeah, he's got the Superman suit on though. I mean,
right.
Yeah,
but
it feels like he's on a break. It feels like he's on the 15-minute break from being Superman,
right?
To clock out, but you're still in your work uniform. But you're like, hey, I'm not working. Don't talk to me right now.
Because it's like my fuck you sunglasses I talk about. Have you told that story?
Yeah. Fuck you, son. Tell it.
Oh no,
go ahead.
When I worked at Barnes and Noble, we didn't have uniforms at Barnes and Noble. We just had a lanyard. But the time clock was in the children's department all the way in the back of the store because that's where the break room was. So when it was time to clock out at the end of the day, I'd have to clock out, but I would have to walk the entire length of the store from the back of the store to the front of the store to get out. And even though there wasn't a uniform, somehow customers just divined that I worked there.
Yep.
So what I learned to do is as soon as I clocked out, I made sure I had my sunglasses with me, and I would put my sunglasses on and walk through the store with my sunglasses on. And that was my fuck you, I'm off the clock. Like, don't talk to me.
Smart.
Yeah. I remember I had the same thing at when I worked at Best Buy right after high school. When you had the bright khakis and the blue shirt, you could wear a camo suit, and they'd say like, "Oh, you work here, right?" You're like, "Oh no, like I see the lunch door, it's right there." But no, I feel the pain, but yeah, it'll be interesting what happens, and get ready for those Batman trunks, everybody. It's coming.
Oh.
I
more
thought
trunks
Gunn
coming.
said that he wouldn't. That Batman wasn't going to have trunks.
Sure, he said that now.
Oh, well,
I
but
don't
same
think
thing. He
he's
didn't
gonna
want to do
have
the trunks before. All it takes is maybe some actor.
I don't think he's
Right,
gonna
but-
have trunks because
I
He's
don't
not the
think
one making
so,
the movie,
but-
so I don't think it's really his call.
I don't think the actor. Well, yeah, I mean there is that as well, but I also don't think like in this case, the actor persuaded him to go with trunks. I don't think whoever he casts as Batman is necessarily going to persuade him
You
to
never
go
know.
trunks.
well,
we
if
think
you're
it's
gonna,
gonna-
if you're
do
gonna,
we
if
think
you're
it's
gonna
gonna
pay me, I
be-
gotta wear the undies. No.
Do we think it's going to be blue and gray?
I hope
Yes.
so.
I think
I
so.
think it's going to be blue and
Yes.
gray.
I think well,
Yes.
the real
Dark.
question, but
It's
blue
gonna
and
be
gray,
a dark gray and a dark blue.
but here's the real question: yellow oval or not?
I think it's yellow.
I think we're going to go
Probably.
yellow oval.
I think a
You
lot of
think it-
color. If you do have these running simultaneously with Passons, you want to be as different as possible. Especially, I don't know, who knows. But let's say if there was a Robin in one and Robin in another, you would want to have lots of differences. So, and same thing is, he's not directing the movie, but what if he introduces that character somewhere else that he is directing, right? So that's the thing where he might get to say on what the suit looks like, and I don't care. I think he gets to say who's casting. I don't care if it's Andy doing that. James Gunn will be in that room and he would go, oh, I think this guy is probably the route we should go as Batman. Like I just don't buy Gunn would not input who's going to be the guy who's going to be the 1B to the 1A to Superman. I don't think he'd be like, hey, Andy, that's all yours. And I'm not going to say a single thing, which I don't think Andy's directing the movie anyways, but let's say he was, then, I think that will change and over time.
I operate as is, not what I want it to be. So
it's not that I want. I like The Flash. I like It Chapter 1. I don't care if Andy directs or not. I like Andy Muschietti. So it's not a want. It's just that he talks about all these projects and all these people, and Andy never comes up unless asked directly. And that's my thing. I've just said, I just don't think that's happening. But if Andy directs, I'm fine with that. I like most of his work. So
it's one of those things where it's like, okay, if you're gonna make a fantastical Batman, he showed that in The Flash.
Yeah,
100%.
He turned Batfleck, who, when you look at him in BVS to The Flash, wow, different. It's like, except, obviously when it comes to Bruce Wayne talking to Barry in that scene, the last scene that we see, which is like really good. But, I was even like going, oh man, this is a fantastical Batman. This is a Batman that's daytime.
This is the Batman that's with the Justice League. Like,
yeah.
This is the Batman. Because when we get to this scene in Justice League, the animated series, it's one of my favorite Batman scenes in Justice League. Is when the Batwing gets blown up, he ejects, and he's falling.
I've seen this clip. I have
he's
not seen
falling,
the episode, but I've seen the clip.
and he just does the thing to his ear, and he goes, "I need air support because I can't fly at all." and he's not flailing. He's just like nose diving into the ground.
It's very calm.
It's very calm. It's Kevin Conroy
level.
going, "I need air support because I can't fly at all." And there's that beat. There's like that pause. It's like, no, seriously, guys.
Yeah.
Someone fucking save me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna be interesting to see like what they do with Batman, and at the same time, it's like, okay, do they do like a big time armored suit, or do they keep it thin?
That one that you pointed out, that Reeves effects one?
Yeah,
something like that. The only thing I know you like the pouches. I didn't necessarily like the pouches.
Oh yeah, Scott and I are pouch guys.
We like pouch.
We're pouch guys.
We like pouch belts.
Oh, we love the pouch. Oh yeah, I love the big pouches.
I just thought they were a little too big. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
Well, they gotta carry stuff.
Smoke bombs, grappling guns,
I
batarang,
was never a fan,
Batmobile keys.
like, when it came to Keaton's, and he was like, where the fuck is he keeping? It's like the Batman is a utility belt. Like, what the fuck was even in that?
Well, but again, like, remember in Keaton's case, like, there was already pretty heavy suspension of disbelief with those movies. Here, it's dialed up even further. So the hammer space that he's got to store all of what he has, who cares?
Yeah.
Is he going to do the thing like Adam West did, where it's always like I reach, I reach behind my back.
No, they're going to be labeled, right? Batarang, bat shark repellent. Right?
Well, it's so funny. It's so funny because like the last episode of Batman Beyond that Scott and I talked about on Wednesday, like it was an episode where Terry didn't like his suit. He couldn't wear his suit to take on the bad guy, so he had to wear like an old utility belt. Yeah. So Bruce gives him an old utility belt, and to try to just break into this vent in the building, he couldn't like pull it because he didn't have the strength of the suit. So then he like reaches and like they literally make it a point where he
goes to 3 different
looks
pockets.
at one pocket, then looks at another, and then looks at another, and finally finds a fucking lockpick. But it's funny, he goes through 3 different pouches before he grabs it. I'm like, and we were like raving about the fact that they had that detail because future Batman, who's like got this technology and
the batteries literally pop out of his they pop out of his wrist.
So now Terry is down to bare bones.
Yes.
He's down to bare bones, and it's just a cool little thing where he goes, pouch, no, nothing. Oh, here we go. I got the lockpick. It's like.
Well, and then I brought up it's like Superman as Batman in nighttime, where he like is reaching for the grappling gun, and Tim has to go on the right.
Yeah. There's that too. I mean, that's what's so funny about like everything. Like when you bring realism into all that, kind of shit, it's like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool. But yeah, it's going to be interesting how like the DCU Batman, that approach is going to be. Is it going to be Andy Muschietti? Who knows? That's like seems like it's so up. Yeah, some people are like, nope. Some people go, yeah, but we'll see what happens when it comes to that. It's going to be I'm
just interested in moving forward with a DCU that it's not a James Gunn written and directed movie. Like,
there you go.
Prove to me,
amen to that.
Prove to me that these movies. No, hey Ray, listen to me here. The thing is that James Gunn has a style.
Yes,
it does not always land for me. But prove to me in this universe that each movie can exist in a shared universe, but be its own flavor. That I have something like Supergirl. That's
going to be its own flavor. So it's Clayface.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Scott, that the number one thing with a bullet that really has me confident that he's gonna try his damnedest to make certain that it's exactly what you're talking about is that the last thing he wants, not just from a business standpoint, but also from a personal standpoint, he does not want a carbon copy of where he came from.
Yeah, you don't want to be MCU 2.0.
He absolutely,
to Scott's point, Supergirl is the next test, right? Because that's when you walk out, whether you like it or not, you walk out, you go, okay, that's different. But if it does feel like a Superman 2.0, right away, people go, oh, it's kind of happening all over again.
And I would even suggest that they're already starting, like this is where I praise DC Studios for the marketing. I would suggest that they're already starting to prepare us for the fact that it will be different, because look at what the first Supergirl poster is. You literally took the marketing campaign for Superman and you crossed out the word up and replaced it with a graffitied word out. You're literally telling us this ain't gonna be the same movie.
Well, they can tell me that, but then they actually have to deliver on that and call me cynical. But it's proofs in the pudding. Now, once again, I'm not going into these movies. You know me, Ray. I don't go into these movies with my arms crossed going,
I know, we've talked about it. We don't go in saying, prove to me that you're good. We go in saying, prove to me that you're bad. Absolutely. For sure.
Oh, no, don't even prove to me that you're bad. Just, what are you?
Right, exactly. Right. No, I get that. But I also like, and I understand the cynicism, but we all understand the cynicism. We do.
Well, you would think some people would understand the cynicism, but I'm going in with this middle road of I'm tired. I'm not plugged into this shit anymore because I choose not to be, because when I fall into a rabbit hole of it accidentally, it's exhausting.
I know. And I get it, especially after the last 9 years. I think for me, truthfully, because that what separates me a little bit, what has me more optimistic towards it fault through my own fault or not, is the fact that DC Studios, which I've said for years needed to exist, actually does now exist. That was the biggest thing that they needed to do. And once that happened structurally, once it became its own autonomous studio, to me, that was a sign of like, okay, now you may actually be starting to take this shit seriously. Because when you just had it as a division of Warner Brothers Picture Group and there were too many cooks in the kitchen and you let Emmerich and Hamada shit all over everything and aimlessly go in whatever directions, no matter how much I like the movies, you weren't taking it seriously. But now that it's the structure is there where it's its own studio.
Right. But and then for me, it's like, that's neither here nor there if I don't end up liking the movies that they make.
Mm-hmm. See, and that's something that we've always been different, because for me, I've always said that truly embracing creative freedom also means accepting decisions I'm not going to like. There's going to be something he does, whether him or another director, that they're going to do that I'm not going to like everything. Do I necessarily like everything that happens in Superman? No. But there's more, especially as I've seen it 4 times, especially as I've seen it more, I found more to outweigh what I don't like that I do like in that regard. And that may not be the case with every movie. Like, I don't know that I'm going to like Clayface. What if Clayface is, I mean, it's Mike Flanagan, so I probably am going to like it.
But see, someone's gone back and rewritten Mike Flanagan, and that rubs me.
That's a worry, yeah.
That's what rubs me the wrong way. I think right now, Ray, the thing is that because James, like, listen, season 1 of Peacemaker surprised me. I enjoyed season 1 of Peacemaker. Creature Commandos was that thing where it was like, he did this I liked, he did this I don't like. You know, Superman. The problem is everything in this new continuity has been James Gunn. Like, I need you to show me something. I need a different flavor now, and that's what Supergirl is going to be for me. Okay. And I've heard from other people who are critical of Gunn and critical of Superman that Gillespie apparently did some pushing back against Gunn on something. I don't know. Like, once again, it's one of those you hear that there was at least some pushback. That he was like, no, I'm asserting myself on my own film kind of deal.
Dude, I totally see what you're saying, because it has been the Gunn show.
Well, we're only 2 projects in.
We're 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's been those projects. So it's going to be interesting going into 2026 when we have 2 movies that are not directed by James Gunn. Now
and Lanterns, and I'm excited for Lanterns.
Lanterns.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Is like, obviously he got, he's co-CEO, he's the creative side. So at first it was going to be the Gunn show, and that's what we've gotten. We got Creature Commandos, Superman, and now Peacemaker. It has 100% been the James Gunn show, but now, like, when we get to Lanterns and everything else, now we're going to finally see, okay, the thing that James Gunn has talked about, Jimmy Gunn's talked about, we're actually going to see that. And that's why I'm like, okay, I see what you're saying, Scott. Show me something, a different flavor. Because, we've had the same flavor-esque. Because, Creature Commando is very R-rated. Superman, that's Gunn being PG-13, so he holds back. And then now we're getting the Peacemaker, which that's going to get back to R-rated. And then, but obviously Lanterns is going to be a whole different tone. So it's going to be interesting to see. We're going to finally get a different flavor after Peacemaker, where it's not James Gunn.
Because guess what? MCU's the same way for me. It's like, there are certain movies I just knew to avoid. There were certain people I knew to avoid because it was like, it's not going to be for me. Like, it's just, I know what I like and what I don't like.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to.
God, I still know why you own that. I know you say you're a completionist. I don't know why you own it.
But at the same time, I
like that movie more than you. I don't own that
It's a cool cover.
Because he owns the other one.
I will say it's a cool cover.
It is. Oh, yeah.
That's the best.
All the imagery was good, like the posters and stuff.
That,
like the font, they had a good theme going on there.
But see, that's the thing for me. And this is probably the most. I sound like I'm the negative one. But this is the most that I've been.
Said a word, Scott. You're fine.
I know, and you and I have talked. So it's like, and I also haven't been on the Vodka stream in months. It feels like.
It's true. Yeah.
So, but it's also like, but this is just the way I felt. Like I said, I saw Superman twice because I didn't like it. Heather liked it a little bit more. But what was really funny is that while we were watching the second time, Heather and I got to kind of like, because she's allowed to talk after I've seen the movie. Like,
Were you ripping on the movie while your kids were watching it?
Not ripping on the movie, but Heather would bring things up to me that was like bothering her. Okay. And so we were just having an honest conversation of, this bothers us, this is stupid, this is that, while our kids are over there seeing it for the first time and enjoying themselves.
Oh, so they at least couldn't hear you.
No, yeah, because we were sitting.
Okay,
we were like,
you don't want to lead those trunks. You don't want to lead the witness. That's all. That's
right. Well, that's why they were over here, the two seats on my right, and Heather was sitting on my left, and we were leaning over to each other. That's
what you got to do.
Doing that number, because you're like, I don't want to lead the witness. I want my kids to like what they like and like what they don't like. Like I said, I tried to get Liam to watch the Superman 78. Couldn't get past Smallville. I don't even think we made it past. I think we barely made it past Krypton.
My kids keep asking me about that because they really like Superman. But I'm like, I just don't think, because I said this a couple weeks on the Vodka stream. They know my favorite movie is The Dark Knight, and they go, oh well, we want to watch it with you. I'm like, I don't think this is a grown up one. They go, okay, you can watch it. And I said this when Gordon and Dent were talking about Miranda rights and all this stuff. They were out. They're in for the Scarecrow chase. They're in for Joker, and they're like, I'm out of here. This is boring. They're talking too much. But yeah, same thing. You can't lead the witness. Same thing. My kids think I liked Minecraft. Minecraft was a very terrible experience for me. That was very painful. But if you ask them, oh, Dad loved watching Minecraft. Because there's only a finite amount of time where they'll like they don't like everything, but just there's no critical thinking. There's no this. There's like, I can think of, to me, it's 2006 when I started being critical of movies. I saw The Departed, and that changed everything for me. And I was like, oh, I view movies all this different way. I would have saw the first Transformers as a kid and loved it. I remember being there like, I don't like this. I don't like this. So there's only a small amount of time where they have that, where I've said this before, when I watched Spider-Man 3 of them, that was like Endgame for them. They loved that movie because it was just like all these heroes and villains and team up. Like, it was great. So it's like, yeah, I don't want to say anything if they ask me like what I really liked. So yeah, I liked watching it with you girls, and that's where I'll keep it.
You know what my movie was for that? It was Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin was the first time I walked out of a movie theater and I turned to my dad and went, that wasn't good. Like and it was the first time it ever happened to me where I walked out of a movie theater and said, in my, what was that, 97? So I was 15. That was my first time going, well, that was a piece of crap. But you know what also happened after?
I was like, more Batman. Yeah.
But you know what Liam said to me after Superman? He said, Dad, can I watch Man of Steel? And I'm like, and I was like, dude, you're 12.
You are my son. Came with a cross there.
But here we go. Here, now he's got a favorite.
Yeah.
Oh, but Liam's 12 going on 13. Like,
yeah, Biddle, yeah.
He's
man.
Oh yeah.
That age.
That's
and also
that age.
Remember, Man of Steel came out the year he was born.
Mm-hmm.
I went into Man of Steel. Like, the picture I have of Liam as a baby, so he would have been April, May, June. He would have been 3 months old, and he's got the spit curl going, and he's in the Superman onesie, and he knows that movie came out the year he was born. He knows that I love it. He knows who Zack Snyder is. Declan and Liam went crazy when he was on Teen Titans Go, because they were like, "Is that really Zack?" I said, "Yes, buddy. That's really Zack." So when he said that, I was like, "Cool," because he's old enough that if he likes Man of Steel, he's at the age where he can appreciate it, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't. But he's old enough now to watch it and get it. And that's the thing. It's like, I'm not going to throw these movies that I love. I don't want to throw them at them unless they are A, interested, and B, ready for it.
Because then they won't like it. If it's a force, if it's like, I have to watch this movie with Dad, then it becomes the movie they resent. And that's what I said. You can watch The Dark Knight if you want, but I don't think you're ready for it yet. And then they weren't, but they're like, oh, they know I watch it like July. I love watching the Nolan series in July because that's when they all came out around the time, right?
I can't get them to watch Star Wars. Listen, I can't. I I couldn't get
That's my
Declan
5-0.
past the Battle of Hoth. Like that's
Yeah.
as far as we made it in Empire. And I'm like, and I'm not, and they have a cousin who loves Star Wars and like is neurodivergent and is like you don't like if you don't like what he likes, he kind of browbeats
Scorch
you.
Earth, yeah.
And so it's kind of like no. So when I was waiting for someone to say, I want to watch this. Now that Liam has said that, yeah, we're going to find some time. Liam and I going to sit down. I'm going to pop that 4K in, and we're going to have the sound. We're going to have the surround sound turned up, and we're going to go to town on Man of Steel. But because he said it, I'm not going to bring it up. They know how I feel. They know what it was a big deal it was for me to go out to California, for that 3-day weekend. My whole family was like, except for Callum. Callum was too young, and I got the Nana Batman video right before we sat down to watch Man of Steel. But but I'm not forcing this on anyone. So me being this, Meg and I have talked about this. My problem has always been I'm not cult enough for the cultists, and I'm not shill enough for the shills.
But you're doing the right thing though, as far as like then you just detract from it, right? Because that's what you should. Because the thing is, you've lived through all these generations of fandom and Superman the same way, and hopefully it wasn't the bad people, but the same way when the Snyder stuff was happening, there's a group of people that didn't like that stuff, that weren't dicks, but just went, you know what, this stuff just isn't working for me. And that's what you just got to do is just wait, because you know what, in 5 to 10 years, you're going to go through that same cycle again. I think you're doing the right thing. Of one, you don't subject yourself to, but then also you're not in the trenches for like some no reason. I even Phil, you talked about too before, like, oh, it's not even worth fighting on social media. Like, it's not. It's just like, hey, this isn't for me. Back away. And then that's the good thing. We have so much. There goes Batman again. There's so much content from the past like 50 years for these characters, comic books, TV shows. They're like you got Man of Steel. You're not gonna say you're happy for the rest of your life, but some people don't have that. Some people don't have their favorite character or a favorite movie in that genre, right? There's somebody still waiting for their favorite Steel movie. But they're stuck with that Shaq one,
and that's why Dave and me, I will forever be grateful for Dave that I've got the Fanimated stream.
Yeah, that's a great place. Yeah,
because we've been going on for almost I think we're past 4 years at this point.
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah,
we have so many more years because we're just now in season 2 of Batman Beyond, and we still have Zeta Project and Static Shock and Justice League Unlimited.
I have watched none of those,
and
I didn't watch Static Shock, so it's gonna be all new to me.
Zeta Project and Static Shock are going to be all new to me too.
Yeah,
but it's
Zeta Project too.
Static Shock's fun.
But once again, but to your point, but it's a universe that I love. It's a universe that I grew up with. And so what am I going to do? I'm going to direct my energy at, we're going to direct our energy at that. And when people wonder why Squadcast isn't doing anything anymore, you know what? It was because Tim checked out. Tim was like, this isn't fun. We're just done. And the show ended, and that was that. So, to your point, it's like, I don't have the energy, and especially with my career change and my life change, Ray can speak to this as well, but I don't think people understand that every member of the Squadcast within a 2-year period, our lives turned fucking upside down somehow all at the same time.
Yep. The timing was crazy with respect to that, because it seemed for a while like we were going, we were moving right along, and then it was like dominoes, like one guy's life changed, then right after that another one, then another and another, and it was just like, well, damn, we're all just in this different pattern now at this point. Like this is literally the first time I've like talked directly to Scott in I don't know how long.
December.
Okay, that long.
He's ready.
Well, because the last thing we did,
somebody had a baby since then. Anyways,
yeah, the last thing we did was Superman Lois's finale.
Superman and Lois season 4. Yep, the finale.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about, and it was so crazy that we talked about season 3 and season 4.
We did
in the same episode,
and because we had done, I think we had talked about My Adventures with Superman before that.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that was but that's the thing. It's been, so it's August. We're like halfway through August now. It's been like 8.5 months.
And since then, the website's gone. We're working on getting the episodes turned into video so we can upload them onto the YouTube channel. But I've done Tim has been working on, Tim's got all the downloads. I'm not sure if Ray, if you're still working,
he hasn't messaged me about it yet, because he said he was gonna contact me with respect to the video thing. So we still have to figure that out. But yeah.
And then I've already laid the groundwork on the YouTube channel. Like I started creating playlists, and I've already sorted things that were already on the YouTube channel, including Patreon exclusive things that I've now unchecked and made public. And now there was some previously Patreon exclusive content that now, if you actually go and dig around on the Squadcast Media YouTube channel, like you can find the video of Tim and me drinking through Justice League and doing our commentary track. That is now public access on our YouTube channel. We released the audio of it, but now you can watch the video of us drinking through that movie.
There's a Vodka stream with that too.
There's a Vodka stream, yeah, because fuck you for making me watch that movie.
I know, yeah. That was shortly after you guys did that.
Like 2 weeks after.
Hey, we're gonna do it again. You want to in? Yeah.
But that's the thing, is that but I also, it was like that post I made before I went and saw the Amazon screening of Superman. Because once again, I'm not cult enough for the cultists. I'm not shill enough for the shills. I'm me. I'm going to like what I like, and I'm going to not like what I don't like, and so I just felt like I came up with a brand where I was the DC guy, and, I went through a period where I liked a lot of stuff, and there was some stuff I didn't like, but I mainly liked a lot of stuff. I definitely liked more stuff than Tim did. And so with this new one, it's just like, I just have to, like you said, Trev, I just step back. It's like, no, I'm being my own guy. All the opinions expressed are my own, and I got the YouTube show. I'm tired of the fighting. I did the fight. I did the fight when the fight had a goal. And as we've said, you
guys achieved that goal.
we achieved that goal.
Yeah.
And it's over.
But but there's some out there that just have a new fight, and I'm like, what the fuck are you fighting for right now?
And I feel like, Scott, I feel like I largely am. I think I'm in principle, I'm similar in terms of not being cult enough for the cultists and not shill enough for the shills. I just have a wider strike zone, and I am not tired of the franchise. Like at the end of the day, because I have a wider strike zone, I'm able to literally call Man of Steel my 1A Superman movie and Superman my 1B Superman movie. That's where I'm at with it now. I put them as a 1A and a 1B for Superman movies in my personal repertoire, but I still enjoy Superman the movie. I own, that's now we've told me is corrupted, the 4K set. I still have them, and I've got them all digitally, and I've got I have Superman Returns. I got that steelbook not too long ago. I have the entire Zack Snyder trilogy. And on the 23rd, I will get my Superman steelbook shipped. And I will still talk about it. But the fight thing, I'm with you on that, because there's no point in it, and it's all just trolls and bots at this point. And it's like I tell people, the biggest thing that I do now, like on Threads, is when somebody makes a blanket statement about Snyder fans, that's when I pick and choose who I'm going to correct and be like, no, actual Snyder fans moved on after Zack Snyder's Justice League. The people that you're talking about that are like posting all this nonsense, well, okay, they have no they have no profile picture and like less than 50 followers. You're talking to a bot.
But here's the thing, though. I also want to clarify that move on doesn't mean that now I have to like what comes after. No. I can not like what comes after. Right. I can just not devote my entire life to.
But ultimately, what it means is you're not trashing what you don't like. You're not getting on social media and going, this is bullshit, da 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 da. It's super woke. It didn't make this, all the bullshit memes and whatnot. You're not doing that. And that's the stuff that people assume all Snyder fans are doing. And the reality is, no Snyder fans are doing that. All Snyder cultists are doing that. And so that's the only.
I'm too busy wondering where's my I'm waiting on issue 2 of Rebel Moon Nemesis to come out because I'm just like,
because you're an actual Zack Snyder fan.
that's
which, by the way, shout out to Carrie. So Phil was my hookup last year at San Diego Comic-Con. Thank you again, by the way, dude. That was so awesome of you. Carrie was my hookup this year, and I got the foil Nemesis cover for issue number 1, and I got there was a Absolute Batman number 8 variant that looks like Dark Knight Returns number 1. With Absolute Batman on a motorcycle in front of the lightning bolt. And
yes.
Oh, it was Dark Knight Returns. Carrier's like, do you want this? I went, yes, please. One of those. And there is a mutual who I will give credit for when but somebody's hooking me up with that Tron Ares vinyl. That
9 Inch Nails.
Oh, 9 Inch Nails. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
They made.
I don't care what the movie is. I just want the album. So
the album's gonna be fantastic.
That album's gonna be phenomenal.
Yeah. The movie might suck, but hey,
I don't care. It's a Tron movie. I'm gonna see it.
Of course.
Listen. I don't know what Gunn's gonna do with it, but please get them to do the Batman score. I don't think they would, but man, that's always been my dream, is Trent and whatnot. I would love a Batman score from those guys. I know it'd be a bit, and I don't even need to be Batman Beyond. It would be, yeah. It would be. I love that. Hey, give me that Elseworlds. I think we're far off from that, but I would absolutely love that. But yeah, I would love them to do that. So I can't wait. The movie actually still looks good too, Tron Ares, but other than Jared Leto's in it, but that's okay.
Well,
what did Jared Leto do?
I'm just not a fan of Zach's style, and he's kind of a creepy guy.
He's interesting. He's actually going to be performing. He's performing over here.
Get him on the stream.
This is why, and honestly, this is why I enjoy not being that plugged into like actors and their personal life and stuff. Is that I just go watch the movie. It's kind of like how my dad misses out on so many awesome movies because he thinks Tom Cruise is a nut job. And I go, oh, I understand that, but I don't care because his movies are fucking entertaining to me. And
that's all the women in my family. Ever since the fucking what's her name that happened back in the 2000s? Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields. We won't get a medical thing. Ever since then, every woman in my family, I will not watch a Tom Cruise film because I grew up in that era and I didn't agree with that. So it's like I have the same thing where there's sons of people like, oh, you're seeing that? Yeah, I'm not going with you. It's like, oh, okay, which is fine,
Yeah, my dad has an actor like that too. He
you got to separate what do they say? It's separate the artist
from the artist.
You know what? And some people cannot do that. And you know what? That is.
Yeah, I think it's case by case basis. Like there's some stuff I can, there's some stuff I can't. Like there's certain things that are just too much. So
no,
that's me, Taika Waititi. I cannot sanction his buffoonery. No matter
what. See, for me, it's easy because I don't even like his art. Like that, it makes it so much easier. It's like, let's say it's like Tom Cruise. Yeah, he's wackadoo, but I like the stuff he makes. So that. So I'm like, but if I don't like you and I think you make shit, it's like, oh, this just solves my problem both ways.
The thing about Tom Cruise, like, his religion baddie, and he's a little baddie, but at the same time, when you see him in public and you watch his movies where he goes, I want to give the best product I can, and I'm gonna fucking risk my fucking life and body and limbs and shit. I go, okay, I'll give him a pass, guys.
Right, that's the weird thing with him is like he's got all that other weird shit with Scientology, but he's all about pleasing the audience.
Yeah, I know. It's
right?
like
he's all about like
if
being...
I were to meet Tom Cruise in public, it seems like he would come up to me and like shake my hand, and he would probably be like, "Hey, I've seen your videos," or something like that.
He'd say, "Thank you for going to the movies."
So right. Yeah. He's like, hey, you gonna get some popcorn? Let's go. Let's watch this. It's like
he went and saw Sinners and was like, glad handing Michael B. Jordan like thank you and like awesome film and all that. And
I mean, if nothing else, he keeps his religion and his professional fun stuff separate, and it's like, God damn, I wish more people could be like him.
Well, I like it when he's like, "This is my professional life. This is my personal life."
Yes,
and he has columns, and I'm like, he has silos, and I'm like, thank you. Yes. Because when you're out there promoting your movies, guess what? It's about the movie.
Yep.
He doesn't make it about whatever he is doing,
which some other actors should probably.
Which is exactly why, Scott. Which is exactly why neither one of us give a shit that he is porking Ana de Armas right now.
Nope.
Oh wow, I forgot about
Ana
that.
Ana de Armas.
They're together.
Ana de Armas.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good way to end the stream because we're
It's a
going
good way to
hours right now.
And get in trouble.
Holy Lord! At least I am.
I am shocked Shonda hasn't like woken up and been like, "What the fuck are you still doing?"
Wait, guys, my frame, like I clicked on something, I clicked on my camera, and it turned into like Sin City, so I'm all black and white and weird.
I was gonna say you look like.
I was gonna say you. Okay, so that wasn't.
Yeah, no, I actually.
I was wondering what was up with your color.
Artistic choice.
I have my little like bar right here, and I accidentally clicked on my camera app, and it went. And it turned on, and it just totally wiped out my color right there. So that's why.
Oh, that's funny because you look like the inside of a Terminator interface.
Yeah, could be that too. I was just adding a little bit of element to all this. Yeah.
That's a very good. Cool, you need to clock. That's a really good Halloween look for you.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh wow, because I was like, I was trying to click on my Photoshop app, and I clicked on the camera app, and I was like, oh shit, and then it just opened, and then for some reason that I don't know why when you click on the camera app it turns everything, I don't know, the colors get all weird. So
interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually streaming on OnlyFans right now. You don't even know it. That's what's happening. Anyways,
just like can't see under his waist. It's just a shot.
Oh yeah, there's a whole thing happening down there.
A whole different setup none of us know about.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
The camera is actually pointing downward from the.
Yes, exactly. I got another camera right here that's like capturing the goods. All right. Well, again, good way to end Vodka
Beautiful
tonight.
It's clearly late.
This has been a lot of fun. It's been a great conversation.
This feels old school Vodka.
Oh,
stream.
totally.
I like it.
I know, because in old school we went this long.
We went this long. Yeah.
So this has been a lot of fun. So, and thank you to Chris and Paul, of course, who showed up tonight. But it's great to get a squad cast type reunion when it comes to Scott and Ray right here. It's been great. And then of course, Travis coming in late, but hey, you're
extended it hour and a half,
at least
you have the power.
It was kind of funny because before you showed up I was like, oh, yeah, maybe we should probably wrap it up. But then when you came on, you gave me energy.
Yeah, that's Travis. What I do.
You do.
Through you. It's like
you did. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You did. Like I was like, oh, Travis is on. Let's not end it. Yeah.
What Canadians do. It's what we do.
Exactly.
So
given that energy from up north. I love it. Yeah. But
well,
let's go around the horn and promote what we got to promote. Of course. Should I start with you, Scott, or save you for the end?
You know what? I don't even have a spiel anymore, so it doesn't even it doesn't even matter. So I'll go ahead and go.
Yeah, go ahead and go.
I mean, it's a new era for the Vodka stream. But of course, you can find me on X at ScottDC27. You can find me on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can find me on Letterboxd at Scott McClellan at ScottDC27. Of course, you should tune in every Wednesday night here at the Film Junkie YouTube channel, where at 10 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Pacific, we will be talking about right now every episode of Batman Beyond Season 2 at the DC Fanimated stream. But don't worry, we'll be getting to the series finale of Superman the Animated Series in good time. Of course, make sure you're following me on my social media accounts and Letterboxd, because let's talk about what I've got going on. I saw Riff Tracks Live Time Cop on the last night. I saw the 35th anniversary of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles today. Tomorrow,
that started today.
Tomorrow, I'm seeing Nobody 2. On Sunday, I am watching Americana with Sydney Sweeney. And then Monday or Tuesday, I will be seeing the 4K theatrical re-release of Shin Godzilla. So if you want to catch up with all my thoughts of all of these movies, then I suggest you follow me.
Thought you didn't have a spiel.
I know. I was like, maybe you should have went.
I just did this to fuck with all of you. So follow that, bitches.
All right, Ray, what do you got?
Not a follow up to that. See, I'll try my damnedest. You can find me on Threads and on Instagram at the Flightcast. You can also find me on Blue Sky at Flightcast. I've got the Flightcast Facebook page. I have my own YouTube channel, youtube.com/the Flightcast, where all of my podcasts are posted to. I just did an episode of a show I do called Flight Alert, because all the stuff that James Gunn said the other day at the Peacemaker season premiere I needed to talk about it, including the Margot Robbie stuff we talked about earlier. The Flight Chat feedback show is this weekend, so we'll be talking probably plenty more DCU, Superman stuff, or anything involving movies, TV, and other sort of media. Everybody chimes in with emails and whatnot with respect to that. The main show's on Tuesdays, and also, believe it or not, Scott, I still haven't watched Creature Commandos.
No, so I heard you on that, and I was just like, oh, so that's why we never did the DC TV Squadcast episode.
I blame myself for that. I still haven't watched it, but I am endeavoring to watch it before Peacemaker season 2, so I can at least be somewhat caught up with the DCU going forward. And I'll probably post that particular episode of Flightbox on my Patreon at patreon.com/theflightcast. If you're a flight officer, you'll get access to that and all of my other bonus ramblings and whatnot. I still have a bunch of comics to read as well, including the Superman comics I still need to read, and also Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, which I definitely need to read before seeing the movie, because I want a good frame of reference for what that movie is going to be, since they're drawing so much heavily from it.
I like it. Phil, what do you got?
Thanks again for having me on. Sorry I came on late. I was
no problem.
My fucking alarm went off, and then slept through the snooze. Anyway, I do my show Friday Phil every Friday. Not a lot going on outside of that. I watched Weapons last Sunday. I don't know if I'll get around to watching anything this weekend. Not really sure. I'm just gonna kind of just be an introvert and play games and do my own thing, honestly. Because kind of like Scott, I'm just kind of detached from a lot of the online conversation. But I did kind of talk about today of like what is the saga of Superman, and like what are the things that are going to influence James Gunn, because I do find that stuff at the very least fascinating. But go check that out on YouTube. Like, you can also catch me on Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky. Yeah, that's it.
Cool.
Yep,
I like it. Travis, what do you got?
Yeah, you can find me at Travis B. Snail. Everything we talk about tonight, I'm usually talking about with the guys over there. In September, I'm going to be doing 2 Travis Told Yous a week, because my schedule kind of allows that, and the kids will be back in school, so I'm doing that. And then at GV Day, you can go look out. We did, what was that? It ended up being a 15-hour stream. You can watch that back. We got 2 teasers for our next 2 movies, one that comes out in 2026, which is for Love, and 2027, which is Those Nightmares. That's what we got working on right now. And yeah, that's about it. And thanks for having me on late. I thought I'd only be on for like 10-15 minutes, but here we are. So I was glad to.
We're troopers, man.
Yeah, it was a fun time. Like you said,
you brought in a new energy. You lifted it up.
At least I can bring in something.
Like
usually it's
a bunch of shots. And went,
usually it's disappointment, and usually it's annoyance. So if I can bring in something, I'll take it. So, but yeah, hope everyone has a good weekend.
Love it. All right. And again, thank you to Paul. Thank you to Chris. And thank you guys. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Travis. And thank you, everybody who was a part of this. It's been a lot of fun. Great discussions. Got fireworks happening.
Oh, yeah.
Travis, there you go. I love it. But yeah, we love you guys. And we will talk to you later.